Councilmember Tibbetts, can we do a quick mic check to make sure your audio is working?
Is it working?
Thank you. How about Councilmember Sawyer? Councilmember Sawyer, can we get a quick mic check? Councilmember Fleming, can we get a mic check?
Hello.
Here we go.
Thank you, Councilmember Sawyer.
All right, let's go ahead and call today's City Council meeting into session. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts,
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Fleming,
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. Our first item today is our closed session agenda. Let's go ahead and see if we have any public comment on our closed session items.
For those of you wishing to make a public comment via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9 in Zoom. Mayor, I'm not seeing any raised hands, nor am I seeing any participants at the podiums for public comment in council chamber.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and recess into closed session. We'll be back for our study session in just a little bit.
Testing. Testing.
For those of you just joining the meeting via Zoom, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel. To do so, click on the interpretation icon in your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter Charles, can you please repeat that in Spanish? Again, for those of you just joining the meeting, live translation is available in Spanish, and members of the public wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel via Zoom. To do so, click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter Charles, can you please repeat that in Spanish?
Para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación está disponible en español. Y las personas quienes deseen escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, haga clic en el icono de interpretación ubicado en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Ya que se una al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen el audio principal para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Thank you, Charles.
Sound check.
Councilmember Sawyer came in loud and clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina.
Again, for those of you just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel via Zoom. To do so, click on the Spanish interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you've joined the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. For the interpreter on the Spanish line, can you please commence translation? Additionally, for the interpreter on the main channel, can you please repeat this in Spanish?
Para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación está disponible en español y las personas quienes deseen escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, haga clic en el icono de interpretación ubicado en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Ya que se una al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen el audio principal para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Thank you, Charles.
All right, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and resume the council meeting. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. A little bit of housekeeping before we begin. I want to welcome folks into our chambers for the first time in closing in on a year and a half. We will be doing a hybrid meeting today where folks are asked to maintain their distancing and wearing masks when they are not speaking. Council members will be doing the same thing from the dais. When we're not speaking, we'll be wearing them as well. You'll also notice that we have a number of our council members who are joining via Zoom, just as the public will be able to. So you'll have an opportunity to speak either here in person on each item or via public comment. Madam Zoom host, can you please explain how folks will be able to participate in today's meeting either in person or on Zoom?
I can do that, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The mayor will first take public comment from those participating via Zoom, then move on to members of the public participating in person. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, he will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. If you wish to provide a public comment and are attending the meeting in person, please sign up to speak on an item with the administrator at the top of the room. This process is in lieu of speaker cards in order to reduce touch points due to COVID-19. Julie will ask your name, what item you wish to speak on, and for a one-sentence summary of your statement for the record. The mayor will then call on those in person who have signed up to speak on the item. Once all live public comments, Zoom and in person, have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask those listening in on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off the interpretation channel entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel to make your public comment heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continue listening in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And for folks, if we have spillover, we will be utilizing the courtyard here at City Hall with amplified sound. We may have to do some shuffling to make sure that folks can get in to give their public comment on items. So I hope folks will work with our staff to do that in an orderly manner. With that, let's go ahead and get a report out from our city attorney on our closed session items.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Council met in closed session on 2 items. Item 2.1 was concerned meeting with labor negotiators. The council did give direction to the labor negotiators. Item 2.2 concerned a matter of existing litigation regarding the matter of the appeal of Santa Rosa Police Department of certain findings by Cal OSHA. And in that matter as well, the council discussed and gave direction to legal counsel. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. City Manager, let's go on to item 3.1.
Mayor and members of the council, item 3.1 is a study session item. The topic for discussion today is the shared space parklet update and permanent program options. Rosa de la Rosa, our Division Director of Economic Development, and Gabe Osborne, our Division Director of Development Services, will be presenting the staff presentation.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Gabe and I are here with Parking Manager Kim Nadeau, Chief Building Official Jesse Oswald, Fire Division Chief Scott Moon, and Rob Sprinkle, the Deputy Director of Traffic Engineering, all of whom are available to help answer questions should you have them throughout the presentation or after. And before we start, I just want to mention 2 things. The first is on our proposed timeline. As the pandemic-related restrictions that spurred the temporary program are winding down, our goal is to bring a policy back to you for action in either late August, by September-ish, with check-ins with the Economic Development Subcommittee between now and then. We're on a relatively aggressive timeline because we want to accommodate or try to accommodate a smoother transition from what was or has been allowed under the COVID program to what will be eventually permissible under a permanent program. And the second thing is to communicate our approach. Our quest is to, carry forward the streamlined permit process we developed last April with the acknowledgement that we need to balance commercial activities with public space and the transportation demands of the recovering economy, especially in consideration of the diversity of our neighborhoods and streetscapes. And so with that, next slide, please. All right, firstly, I feel compelled to acknowledge that we've been trying in fits and starts for years to create a parklet program, but it really did take the pandemic to force the issue to help us understand what those issues are and to find a pathway and what's possible, as well as the implications in doing so. And so while we originally emphasized the idea of parklets or the use of curbside parking spaces for social non-parking uses, we've actually expanded that idea as a critical part of our crisis response this past year. So in part, we've modeled it on other cities. It's been happening worldwide, but San Francisco has been our primary model. Moving forward, I think it's good to remember that while food and drink establishments are most commonly the ones to pursue parklets and other right-of-way uses, what we're talking about today is actually not limited to eateries, but can be inclusive of other public uses. So with a year behind us, we recognize not just the opportunities and the differences between shared spaces as an all-encompassing concept and parklets as a specific component of that, but also the nuances that you see on this slide between those categories or as we've categorized them. And while I'll get to parklets in a second, I want to start and just talk just for a moment on shared spaces. For the purpose, or what we're calling shared spaces for the purpose of the study session. And it's really, as the slide says, sidewalks, roadways, and what should read not just private, but public and private courtyards, lots, and other open spaces. For some of these uses, sidewalks in particular, we already have a limited enabling pathway, though the pandemic showed us success with broader options. Next slide, please. What I mean by this is the use of sidewalks for outdoor dining is already allowed, mostly just through zoning clearance, but in some cases requiring a minor conditional use permit. The difference is between normal times, and normal in quotes, of course, is that seating for outdoor dining must be situated adjacent to and abutting the indoor restaurant. And what we've successfully experimented with during the pandemic was expanding sidewalk dining into other areas of the sidewalk, such as bulb outs, like the middle picture is Mary's. They went beyond their traditional seating and are now into the area, the bulb out area on 4th Street, or also into the street, such as what you, if anybody's been to Brew, what you might see at Brew, where they expanded into an underutilized area of the street with, I should say, the willing consent of their neighbors. And so that's the picture on the right. Or even to a bigger degree, what we did with the Open and Out program, where using a special event permit, we closed most of 4th Street entirely for activation. And the result was placemaking and activation of space that really unleashed a broad community support in a way that we just haven't previously seen expressed. There were a number of surveys that we've done throughout the process. So from a business owner perspective, speaking specifically about the downtown area where we've seen the bulk of the new uses in the right-of-way and where street parking is at a premium, while some merchants, as you know, are angst-ridden over the loss of parking, the temporary program this last year is actually what stabilized the many restaurants that have thus far made it through. And while we did lose some ground floor businesses, we also gained some restaurants, including in spaces that were vacant long before the pandemic. And of those new restaurants, some of those owners explicitly called out Santa Rosa's willingness to pursue programs like Open and Out and to extend outdoor seating as the things that encourage them to invest here despite the pandemic. Before I move on from this slide, I also want to give you an example of other public and private spaces beyond sidewalks and roadways that could be activated through this program, and those would be, for example, Comstock Mall or Jeju Way. And then a good example of private property activation, if you've eaten at Lagar, what Lagar did in Railroad Square with their alleyway is a good example private property activation, which we would not oversee, but is an example of that. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to parklets, there are essentially three types. There's public parklets, which are fixed structures that provide full-time, publicly accessible space with no commercial activity, and that's what we're sort of representing in the bottom photo on this slide. The second is the movable commercial parklet. These have movable fixtures. They're set up during limited business hours for commercial activity, but they're taken down and removed once business is done for the day, so the space can revert back to parking. In the temporary program, you might think about max. They're open until like 3 or something like that, and then if it was movable, it could go away. And then lastly, the fixed structure commercial parklet accommodates commercial activity during business hours, but is otherwise still open to the public during non-business hours, so it just doesn't go away. And from here, I'm going to hand it over to Gabe to give you an overview of our existing program, which is actually the foundation for some of the technical elements we're proposing as part of the permanent program. So next slide, please.
Thank you, Rosa, and good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As Rosa touched on the previous slides, parklets and other shared space areas can really play a critical role in activating and reprogramming public space. And they definitely have the ability to change the existing view of the streetscape in a positive way. But of course, anytime we place a private improvement within the public right-of-way, it can present a series of challenges with the installation and the ongoing maintenance of that improvement. Fortunately, what we've been able to do over the last year is provide quite a few test cases on how that would work and function in the right-of-way. And we really gained some very helpful, useful information as part of that process that we can help to place on a permanent program. And this specifically gets into the area that is eligible for parklets or use areas, and then the specific requirements that go into those. And what we can see on the detail on the left, that is really the first stab we took at identifying usable areas through our COVID program for seating areas in the right-of-way. And this typically highlights a wider sidewalk. So this would be an example of 4th Street, where you definitely have a wider sidewalk there. And the first zone that you see is the frontage zone, and that's typically the area directly adjacent to the building. And that is the area that can often house permanent outdoor seating. And many of the restaurants in the 4th Street area do have activated that area for permanent seating. Then there's typically a through zone, which is a minimum of 5 feet. It can go down to 4 feet around obstructions. And then you have a furnishing zone that is directly behind the curb. And that area is usually occupied with streetlights, with tree wells, with other functions of the roadway that can take up space, but it can also provide adequate space. And in Rice's example of bulb outs, there are certain areas on certain streets where there's usable area in that. And that would be traditional sidewalk seating. And then, of course, we have the curb zone. And that is typically the area on the street side of the curb that is currently occupied with street parking. And then you have the street itself. So when we look at parklet programs, the parklet program has always identified that curb zone as the appropriate location. When we look at examples such as Brew and things that we've tried through this temporary COVID program, it's opened up different areas that we normally would have not found to be eligible. And there is some uniqueness to that. And I think as we go through this study session, some of the areas where it would be helpful on our end to experience or receive, input from council is on some of these areas that might be a little more challenging, that might create a bit of a deviation from a traditional parklet. If we do want to activate some of those areas, it would be helpful to analyze that as part of the review of our permit program and be able to determine whether or not our standard requirements are applied or whether additional requirements will apply. And some of those requirements that are fairly universal to either a temporary or permanent program are highlighted on the right. And some of these do actually control siting or location. So they will make an area either eligible or ineligible. The first, which is a critical one, is accessibility, and that doesn't really affect location. All business owners that are operating a parklet are creating a unique situation and a unique experience in the right-of-way, and that experience needs to provide accessible seating. And typically when we talk about accessible seating, it's wheelchair accessible. There are slope requirements and there are seating requirements associated with that. Obviously, we're also putting parklets in the public right-of-way, and those go over public utilities. And in some situations, they can create a conflict. Public utilities are underground, but they do have boxes and structures that are accessible from the street surface. So they have to maintain access to those at all time. We also have concerns with fire protection in that area, and this is specifically related to accessibility to fire hydrants or fire department connections at the building. So there's clearance requirements to maintain certain distances. And traffic has been a big one. And under our temporary program, we have limited parklets to streets that are 25 miles per hour or less, and streets that have a certain trip generation, so lower impact roadways where there's less interaction between the parklet and the oncoming traffic. Also drainage. Parklets are placed in an area that is designed to drain water. That's the curb. So there's specific elements that come into that. Maintenance and operation is critical, mainly because if it is not maintained properly, what role does the city have in cleaning it up if it's not in a safe state or a clean state? And then also we have construction and design. And in the next slide, we'll dive a little bit into design. So I'll focus mainly on the construction. And that's simply a permitting process. And that's fairly universal on anything. It doesn't really control siting. It really just controls process and fees. And we have some future slides that'll talk about that. And I think an important point is anytime you have specific siting requirements, you have to understand the cumulative effect of those siting requirements. So when they all apply, they can take out certain areas that we would normally say should be eligible for those parklets. So typically when we develop a policy, we often build in a relief valve, which is commonly referred to as a variance, to make sure that we can encourage these in certain areas. Or all areas that are eligible just based on this requirement. And that's another important point, I think, to provide feedback through the study session is, once again, what sort of areas should we target other than the very traditional area of paid or non-paid parking where parklets traditionally go. Next slide, please. So obviously with parklets, there's a big concern about design. And what we have seen is the design of parklets has evolved well before COVID. There were many agencies that have adopted parklet policies. And it starts turning into a fairly regional basic design is what we see here. And this was taken out of the National Association of City Transportation Officials. It's their Urban Street Design Guide. And it lays out the general functionality and components of a parklet. And what we can see from this detail is they are typically placed in parking areas where you have really parking on both sides. So what we see on item 1 is there's wheel stops or protective measures for people navigating in and out of the parking slot so they don't bump the parklet. 2, we also have vertical elements that are placed at the corners of the parklet. And the purpose of this is to ensure that it's visible, not only in the day, but at night. So there's usually reflective material that goes along that, or it can be located on the parklet itself to be able to make sure that they're visible for oncoming traffic. There also, under these regional standards, is more of a desire to really maintain and also maximize the width of the parking area. And that can vary from 6 feet to greater. It also can be a larger area when you're dealing with diagonal parking and not perpendicular. Under our temporary program, we created an additional buffer there to reduce it down a little bit to maximize the space between the vehicular traffic and the parklet. But regionally, they typically will occupy the full parking space. Item number 4 on this list is really ADA related, and it also is related to 6. And this has to do with, once again, this is a unique experience and it has to maintain compliance with ADA. And that typically is accessibility and slope. So streets are designed to run water from the street to the curb. So they are sloped at a slope that is greater than what ADA allows. So parklets almost always involve some level of a platform to flatten it out. And as part of that platform, it deals with the transition from the curb. So you have a flush surface from the sidewalk to the parklet to avoid any trip hazards or obstructions from an accessibility standpoint. The other component that they have is either integrated seating or movable items. So there is always a barrier around the parklet, and that barrier can include benching or seating. More commonly, they are movable tables. They can also include other amenities such as heaters if they go through the appropriate process, portable heaters, and umbrellas. They typically do not involve tents. And that was one of the things that we saw with the evolution of our temporary program is parklets are often secondary to a primary use in the building. So they're seasonal in nature in many ways. What we saw through our temporary program is we were maximizing the space in the right of way because the interior use was shut down. So there were more allowances in there to allow that to function in the winter than what we traditionally see under parklet programs. So that's an important point to note that typically under a permanent policy, you wouldn't see tenting associated with that. Another critical piece is the guardrails that define the safe area. And we typically refer to these as delineators. So what is separating people from the travel area? And there's a balance act here between safety and aesthetics. And many of these policies have tried to figure out that appropriate balance. Most of them will include some wooden structure to keep people from entering the street. There are higher protective measures such as water barricades that have been utilized in some of the temporary programs, but more regionally and universally, they are wooden structures that have some aesthetic value to them. They can be bolstered up a bit to add another safety element, but they typically aren't your traditional water barricades or K-rails that you would see as normal delineators from temporary traffic means. What they don't include, which we have had specific requests for this, is they typically do not include vertical structures above 36 inches, and they do not include roofs. And the reason for that is because these are typically built to be temporary installations. They could be relocated in the event that utility work underneath it is needed. They can be relocated if the operator no longer wants it. So they're very temporary in nature. And also when you build a structure over the top, there are other concerns that are structural in nature. It changes the complexity of the building permit. It can change fire requirements. Sprinklers can come into the mix. There are also concerns about wind and stability and what sort of safety elements does it potentially have to incorporate to protect people in the right of way. So typically they are what you're seeing here, which is not a roof. So as we go into the design, as far as what would be helpful from a feedback standpoint is, as we move forward with a permanent parklet program, if we use the universal standards that have been applied, do we want to go greater or lesser than any of what you're seeing here? And, you know, as far as safety measures, as far as other amenities are the things that we should incorporate. And we will restate this towards the back end of the presentation as we step through the areas that we're looking for input on, but that would be helpful when we get into the design arena. Next slide, please. So in addition to design and some of the physical separation requirements associated with parklets, there are typically fees that are either on the permitting side or in this particular situation, the parking side. So when a parklet occupies a paid parking area, how does that work from a cost reimbursement standpoint? And at this point, I will hand the presentation back to Rosa, and she will dive into the impacts in the potential impacts in paid parking areas.
Alrighty, so by all accounts, the building of parklets and shared space uses is not cheap. So samples from some of the studies that I've read laid out initial cost versus annual cost. And so for initial cost, installation, including relevant permit fees, permits and fees, can run around $10,000 to $20,000 for a standard structure, with the bulk of the cost spent on the structure, not the fees, to be clear. And then annual costs pretty much come down to maintenance, which for one study I read ran about $500 a year to keep the space clean, clear of graffiti, and otherwise up to city code. And then also in an annual cost would be the annual permit renewals. With this, I do want to touch on some samples of the return on investment before I get into the cost of the fees, because I talked recognizing that it can be expensive. So I reviewed a couple of case studies, one from 2017 that said, I think it was done by a San Francisco company, but it said that a parklet sponsor in San Francisco spent about $16,000 to construct their parklet and had about $4,000 in initial permit-related fees for a total cost of $20,000. But according to the restaurant owner, the parklet brought in about 15 to 20% more customers over the course of a one-year period, and so that offset the cost of the parklet within that year. And then a similar study from Australia found the same thing, looking at sales receipts from 2 weeks prior to installation and 2 weeks after, and they found that sales jumped on average by about 20%. So they were looking only at the immediate time period of before and after the parklets went in. And then lastly, a more in-depth study on parklets, I should say it was the parklet influence on pedestrian traffic, behavior and perception that was commissioned in 2011 by the San Francisco Great Streets Project. They indicated that although the benefit to businesses was most clearly felt by the sponsoring business, there were no negative impacts on nearby businesses that were identified in that study. Okay, so back to fees and costs. I should say Kim Nadeau can speak up to this more as needed, but by way of a general overview, in areas where there is paid parking, staff feels strongly that there should be an offset for that lost revenue. So to understand the impact to the parking district of our temporary program, we currently have 25 approved temporary parklets using 57 metered spaces. The estimated revenue reduction to the parking funds over the course of the 9 months shown here, July through April, ran to about $175,000. For the permanent program, we're proposing a cost per metered space be based on the revenue baseline of either the most recent 12 months of paid parking revenue per space at the time of the application, or a set calendar year or fiscal year period in which parking revenue is collected. Given the technology available, I believe we do have the ability to assess the cost in a fairly specific way, I think down to the space, but Kim can talk on that. That said, there are other options that council can consider, and those are, for example, to create a set fee regardless of the location within the area where there is paid parking, so within that downtown district. And then another fee in non-metered parking areas, or council could simply take those parking spaces out of inventory and not charge for them at all. So though parklets are most popular in our downtown metered areas, because staff is proposing the program to be available citywide, parking related fees become the sort of location-based considerations. Should we have different fees for use of spaces within the parking district versus where they're in areas where there are no meters? Also thinking back to the different types of parklets we have, should the cost to use parking spaces be different for fixed versus movable structures? And then lastly, should those spaces be considered public spaces where anyone can have access to and use the spaces, even if they're not a patron of the sponsoring business, or should the sponsoring business be allowed to privatize that piece of public right-of-way? And what is the cost of that? Or is there a hybrid model where perhaps public parklets and the movable commercial parklets are considered differently than the commercial parklets? Next slide. So Gabe, this is you.
Thank you, Rosa. So in addition to the parking element, there are a few different other fees that are more or less associated with the permitting. Two of these are one time and one is ongoing. So typically anything built in the public right-of-way does have to go through an encroachment permit process, and the encroachment permit for a parklet is anticipated to be something in the realm of $700. It may very well be less. Some of the fees vary based on the amount of public improvements that the parklet is proposing. And usually those are typically minor when you're mainly constructing private improvements. So that would be one time, likely applied to all new applications. And under the encroachment permit and under the current city code, when an encroachment permit extends beyond 12 months, it actually requires an agreement for the ongoing nature of that encroachment permit. And we typically refer to those as revocable license agreements. And typically when an improvement goes beyond 12 months, it is because it is a private improvement that is being operated in the right of way. An example I can provide is very similar to like a retaining wall, that if it encroaches into the city's right of way, the retaining wall is privately maintained, it's supporting private property, it can't go anywhere. It is going to be there long term. So the revocable license agreement recognizes that. It places the responsibility of that impacting encroachment on the owner of that private item, and it requires insurance, and there's indemnification language. It also recovers for the benefit of a private improvement going in the public right of way. And that is actually a fairly small fee. It was set by council resolution many years ago, and it does escalate by 4%. and it currently has a fee of approximately $413 for the annual license, and then there's a processing fee of approximately $275. So in the event that we're not dealing with a paid parking area, this is another solution that we can look at, that this would be in an area where it's outside of really an area that the city protects from a parking standpoint, that the revocable license agreement still would kick in and apply. We can also remove this. So if it turns out that there's a more suitable fee that's covered through the parking, especially downtown, that we can look at actions where it would take this away for parklets. So we're not necessarily overlapping that, but that is another avenue to make sure that the private parklet pays for that use of public space. Now, I believe this is one of the fees that if it's a public parklet and the public has the use of that it likely doesn't apply the same way. So this is likely specific to the private parklet that's controlled by the business entity. The third fee list on here are the water and sewer demand fees, and those are one-time connection fees. And this is another one that likely only applies if it is a private use. What would happen in a parklet situation is that is actually an expansion of a seating area. So it is increasing the operational area of that business and they can control it. And that does increase the sewer and water use of a business. And typically when a business expands, they're susceptible to paying these one-time fees. It's hard to say what those are. They're based on the individual business type and they're based on the square footage of that. They could end up being a few $1,000s in a one-time fee. They don't always apply to every situation though. So I think it's important to note that necessarily isn't across the board and it only applies to the private. So those are a few other fees in addition to what Raisa was mentioning on the parking side that could apply in this particular case. Next slide, please. So this actually brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. So Mayor, if you would like, we can pause for the council to ask any questions that Rice and I, on material that Rice and I have presented. We can take public comment. And we have highlighted the specific areas that we're looking for input, and we'd be more than happy to provide a refresher on these areas as we dive into those after the comment period.
All right, thank you so much, Gabe and Raisa. We will go ahead and do questions from council members, take public comment, and then come back and put that slide back up for your consideration from council members. Council, are there any questions to start? All right, I just had a quick one. Gabe, I wanted to make sure I kind of understood one of the policy considerations that you were asking about. Is there a scenario where this policy construct would allow somebody to have a parklet in front of a business that they didn't own without approval from that business? So for example, could a restaurant have a competing restaurant potentially set up shop right in front of their place with a parklet?
That's an excellent question. And we addressed this issue actually under the temporary program, that when we define the frontage of a business, it's typically from one edge of that business to the next, and it has to stay within the frontage. If you extend beyond that in any matter, then it usually triggers a public process where you have to get approval from the adjacent property owner. Number one, it can be a competing business. Number two, you're taking available space that non-competing business would potentially want to use. So our hope is that you stay within the footprint, and the footprint is a direct projection out from the edges of those buildings. And then if you go outside of that, that's when the permission from the adjacent property owners comes into the mix.
Okay.
That said, if I may, Mayor, if you've seen examples, there's also a question of are they public or private? So there are competing restaurants in jurisdictions where they'll have a parklet, but any of them, they either go in together with it, but anybody can use it. So it's a question of privatizing the space or keeping it public, one, and two, it is it would remain the requirement of the program to get the buy-in of the neighboring businesses.
Okay, thank you. And then what would the flow of traffic on, say, 4th Street start to look like? And I know in particular we've had areas that have been blocked off closer to the mall and then opened back up more further down the street. Would you envision that you would still have the complete ability to drive through there, or would we be talking about closing down specific sections based on which parklets were in effect or not?
I'll let Raisa chime in on the back end. The way we are envisioning is the street remains open, that all streets remain open. So the design of the parklet has to account for the fact that there is parallel traffic moving past it.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and go to public comment on this item. So I'll start with Eris.
Okay, can I take the mask off while I talk? Okay. Thanks. It's Eris Weaver from the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. One of the things that I have just totally loved during the whole COVID thing has been this transformation of coming up with alternate uses for public spaces that had previously been used just for storing private property in the form of vehicles. And so anything that allows this kind of creative alternate use of spaces, we are definitely for. One of the things that I would love to see is something worked into this for being able to transform, especially some of the formerly vehicle parking spaces into bicycle parking spaces. You can fit 10 or more bikes in one vehicle parking space. And right now, I keep hearing from cyclists the barrier for doing everyday errands that there's not enough decent bicycle parking in a lot of parts of the city. And we end up having to compete with pedestrians, right? We always put bike racks on the sidewalk. Rather than converting vehicle parking into bike parking, we convert pedestrian space into bike parking. So I would love to see some way for that to be worked in all of this. As well as to Mayor Rogers' comment about things, parklets or alternate uses being directly in front of business spaces, if that could somehow be expanded. And for example, as a nonprofit, the Bicycle Coalition would love to partner with the city to help make what I'm talking about happen in different parts of the city. That would be a public use of already existing public space. Still for parking, but for a different sort of vehicle. But that would not be tied to a specific business use. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Eris. We'll go with Thomas.
Thank you, and get used to the mask here. So what I saw with the utilization of these parklets was really fantastic. When you think of I think it's called MS Development or whatever the spot, Montgomery Village, and the people, when they commented about the purchase of Montgomery Village, was they wanted it to be the same as it was, which was, I mean, you know the difference between Montgomery Village and Coddingtown, right? I mean, Coddingtown, you drive up and there's no community around it. There's nothing going on. You have to go inside and everything is very sterile. Whereas you go to Montgomery Village and it's active and there are people there, they're walking around and that's the difference. So the difference here, and forgive me if I mention, I've done over 4 million square feet of commercial retail development like this. And it's equivalent of like 20 Bullocks, Wilshire, adding 20. So we didn't just add them or make them, we added them to an existing 1 million square foot commercial space. And the whole idea was like at Newport Beach, inside of the Fashion Island, was to take JCPenney's and convert that. And so if you go down there, that's a community market. What was JCPenney's, and you went downstairs and it was all seemed like a basement and everything. That whole thing was opened up and became a community market where there are many vendors and it's all vegetables and fruits and it's just very colorful and beautiful compared to like JCPenney's, right? The point is that's what this does. This is really fabulous and it's really active, but you do have to have the considerations of like the bicycles and the pedestrians. And I was just thinking, is that having the spaces be permanent, time-wise, is problematic from the standpoint of the parking. But having the flexibility of them moving them in and out, depending on the demand for parking versus the demand for the beverages or food. So for instance, like Russian River would have a different time frame of demand and when they would use those spaces than everybody else. But having that flexibility would be great and would be beneficial for the parking and beneficial for the restaurants and everybody. It's really fantastic. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. The last that I see for in-person public comment, we'll go to our Zoom. We'll go with Gail, followed by Kristen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll be very brief. I'm going to be making some comments later about safe parking for people that are without homes in our community. And I can't help but notice the contrast with the delight that we are probably all feeling about this very creative idea of parklets for humans to eat, to dine. But and these will be using public right-of-ways. But we don't allow in our community people to sleep in public right-of-ways, even though eating and sleeping are both very basic needs. That's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gail. Kristen, followed by Chris.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I would like to commend the Santa Rosa City staff for moving this item forward. I am very excited to see this transition from a temporary program and move forward towards a permanent program that could be implemented citywide. First off, would like to commend staff for moving very quickly to roll out the temporary program in response to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And I'm looking forward to a policy that actualizes goals that have been set forward in the specific plan and the general plan. I think these parklets make for great use of public space that are engaging and exciting and lead to more economic growth and opportunities within Santa Rosa. So thank you for pushing this forward. I really encourage the council to direct staff to layer in opportunities for flexibility when it comes to zones that either are paid or non-paid parking, so that there can be bringing in of experience from the temporary parklets, who these business owners are, what program or what would be incentivizing for them to build additional spaces that are exciting to the city. So please, I hope that you layer in flexibility with this plan and keep it going. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Chris, followed by Anita.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm Chris Wilson. I'm the Executive Director for the Historic Railroad Square Association. And, I applaud the creativity, and it's been so wonderful to be outside and offer alternatives for our businesses. And I totally agree with the idea of the flexibility of being able to move these around depending on demand is a very I'm all for that. I think a lot of our merchants would be happy to hear that too. One concern looking at the diagram that we've provided is that it shows the parking spots as parallel, not angled the way they are, especially in Railroad Square. And that would present a real problem with space issues, taking up a lot more parking than what we're losing now. So just wanted to bring that up and hope that you will consider looking at that. I'm not sure if your plan and diagram is set in stone, but would hope that you would consider that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. We'll go to Anita. Anita, are you able to unmute?
Mayor, I'm showing Anita as unmuted.
There's an Anita via Zoom. All right, Anita, we show you as unmuted, but it appears that you're unable to speak. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for additional questions. Gabe, I'll go ahead. I'm going to start with the question that we heard from the Railroad Square Association about the angled parking.
Yes, absolutely. And that is a great question. And it was one of the issues that we struggled with under the temporary program. In most situations, you'll see that parklet designs do focus on parallel parking. So there's less of an impact on the parking stalls. They may take 3. When you get into diagonal, you have to be more creative about the installation to avoid impacts. So typically diagonal parking's coming in at an angle, the parklets have a right angle, so they have a tendency to take more parking stalls than even perpendicular parking in some situations. So what that would boil down to is that I think still under a permanent policy is they would stay within the confines of the frontage of the building. So they would still have to maintain that footprint. And then depending on the discussion and how that goes along the lines of paying for parking, then likely those, if they are recovering some cost for that parking, are more costly installations because of that. And that is something that is fairly unique to the downtown and Railroad Square area because they do have that diagonal parking at those main areas where parklets likely will be desired.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you go ahead and put back up your slide on what direction you're looking for from council?
Perfect. So I'll start off and then Raisa, feel free to jump in. And Mayor, we can go one by one and get a comment and input, or we can go through all of them. Please let me know your preference.
Yeah, go ahead and walk through all of them, and then I'll have council members go through it like a checklist.
Thank you. So basically our public-private combination is mainly what Raisa focused on, is that the parklets can be installed for general public use. They are typically owned and operated in that situation by a separate private entity, but they are not restricted. So they're general public space similar to what the right-of-way normally is in general. The other piece is that they can be just a private extension of the restaurant, and that has a tendency to have different requirements. Or Rice and I have had some discussions with this, a combination of the two, and if there is really a hybrid approach. So it would be helpful to understand if council has a desire to go one way or the other with the public or private, or a desire to do the combination. The cost considerations associated with those were the last few slides. So clearly there is a discussion about parking offset. So a lot of these will go in paid parking stalls. And what is the council's desire to see that recovery element, or thoughts on how that would work? There are also the other ongoing fees that we had talked about with revocable license agreements. So it really is getting into some input on the overall fee package that a parklet would have that burden of. And then when we get into location considerations and design considerations, they really blend together. I think, you know, we always use Brew as an example, and I really think it does challenge what we traditionally think of a parklet. But I have been out there. It's a great space. The community enjoys it, and it's a different way to look at a parklet. But it also requires us to sharpen our pencils a little bit and figure out different design elements. That is in the middle of the street, it's going to bring forward other traffic concerns. So if there is a desire in the council to be flexible with those locations, that will help us, because we can then expand it out and take a look at those and analyze those as part of the process. And then when you get into the specific design, is we showed slides of what parklets traditionally look like. We can move forward with that general model and build our design around that. And once we create a foundation for parklets, we can always amend in the future and become more or less restrictive. But we're really looking for a starting point with that design. And we're leaning towards industry standards. And if that is a good direction, it would be nice to have that confirmation as part of this process.
And the only thing I would add is that linking the fees to that public-private combination discussion, because again, paid parking is downtown. There's no paid parking in other areas, outside the district. Is there a cost to the value of that, of taking up a parking space? I think Kim would say probably yes. And then also, depending on the type of it, are there nuances you want us to consider or direct us to consider and come back to you with on the cost of either privatization or combination versus free?
All right, thank you so much, Raisa. We'll start with Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I know I'm paraphrasing here, but this is such a perfect example of not letting opportunities that are brought on by a disaster go by the wayside. And it's kind of, if you'd asked me 5 years ago whether or not we would be having parklets on 4th Street or in downtown Santa Rosa at all, I'd say, no, probably not. There would be a lot of dissatisfied people, both potentially merchants and customers, and clearly that has not been the case entirely. And I'm curious. Some of these questions, I mean, I can answer them for myself, but can you give me a sense of and I think flexibility is going to be really important, because I think flexibility gives the opportunity for the merchants to make decisions that will best fit their business. So what is the Downtown Action Organization? What is their general feeling? I think there have been ups and downs with some of their concerns. I think that's probably the case with some of the merchants as well, and that's why I think that flexibility is so important. What has been the general overall attitude of the merchants when this came before them?
Well, in speaking with Cadence Hinkle, who's the executive director there, Cadence Allenson, she hasn't really heard any of the business owners complain about the parklets. It was more really specifically about the road closures. There is general anxiety in the downtown at all times about access to parking. But we did find that through the pandemic, which had lower traffic, of course, that adequate parking is available, behind off the 4th Street. So she has also, just to close this out, done numerous surveys, but again, those surveys are really specifically more about anxiety around closing the street versus the parklets themselves.
Okay, thank you. So a great deal of this for me comes down to the profitability of the merchants. And have you found that there has been a concern about merchants and their profitability, because they will be the ones charged with in kind of getting the energy around this extension to their business, and that new and that great experience of being outside where we couldn't before in many of the sites. We have weather considerations. We're not Palm Springs, and that is a consideration. But I know that as far as the profitability of the businesses, have you heard good things about their reaction to the yes? This makes up for not only does it make up for some of the help get us through a difficult time, but they see it as an investment in their future.
Yeah, so I'll have Gabe speak on his communication with the number of the temporary parklet business owners that want to go into permanent, because I think that speaks to it. So, but then otherwise, in answer to your question, two things. One, it really was when during the surveys and the block by block on 4th Street discussions of the value of this, it was very specifically what allowed for the survival of these businesses during the pandemic. But beyond that, then they have seen a residual increase in just sort of the joy of being outside and that option to have that. Moving forward, we don't know how long or people's risk tolerance for going inside or outside, always good to have that option. But in general, it's that placemaking element of it from that business perspective. I think that's been positive. From the community perspective, as I mentioned, we've received just so much positive attention on them wanting this outdoor experience and this placemaking experience that's been available in other locations for so many years. And so from both sides, in terms of the user who's spending the money and the businesses, it's been thus far a very positive experience. And then lastly, just to remind you that of the studies that I looked at in other places, including internationally, there's sort of generally there's been like 15 to 20% increase in business after the parklets, and that's been shown somewhat consistently within the Bay Area. I didn't look too in depth. There's not a ton of studies, but I did see that in at least 2 to 3 studies that I looked at.
Great, thank you.
And
Dave, yeah.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I've had the opportunity to work directly with a lot of the business owners through the temporary program. And what I've seen, I think, in the transition is there are some concerns about the desire of people wanting to eat inside, and that could be COVID related. It also could very well be that a lot of people like the outdoor seating, has a tendency to be seasonal, but it's a desirable way to eat. And I think that they're recognizing that. We haven't necessarily seen at this point a high desire to transfer from a temporary program to a permanent. I think there's other logistical challenges with serving alcohol that have to be vetted out by the ABC. Just simply the fact that you have a seating area that's separated out from your core service area inside the building. Sometimes that offers operational challenges that some of the business operators don't necessarily want to take on. But even prior to COVID, we were getting requests in our department about permanent parklets. So there has been a desire out there. And I think many of the individuals that have expressed those desires over the years are the same individuals that are expressing the desire to push forward with a permanent parklet program now. It's activation of the space, it's bringing more people in, it creates a different community vibe. All those have really been cited as the desire to do it. It's a little difficult to say at this point how many are going to take advantage of that, but based on my conversations, that is some of the feedback that I received.
Great, thank you. So you go ahead.
I was going to say, to be clear, we do not anticipate all of the temporary parklet users to move forward. It is costly, and we do not anticipate this to be as widespread as it is now.
Thank you. And I see it as part of the positive evolution of the downtown. And that that flexibility is important, because once the fees get fully implemented, and it's a bit of an unknown, it's hard for me to know. It will be hard for me to make a decision on fees when I'm not sure about the impact, the final impact to the merchants. I mean, those that may be really excited about moving forward once they see some kind of annual fee or no other fees that they weren't necessarily anticipating or accounting for, which could adversely affect their bottom line. So it would be a little hard for me to make a judgment on which ones we want to embrace and which ones we might want to let go of. The same consideration I have is with the parking district, and I know that they've taken it. A great deal of their income has been compromised by COVID and parking in downtown, and so it's hard to. As important as I think moving forward is with this program, and with that flexibility in mind, I'm also sensitive to the profitability of our parking district, with all of the deferred maintenance that we know sits out there waiting to be done. So it's kind of hard to. I guess I'm kind of in a wait-see mode and trying to make it as possible as much as possible to accommodate the merchants' desires, while still understanding that there are unanswered questions that we may not know until the program has been in place for a while. So I'm in every one of the questions, I'm looking for flexibility, and just kind of, again, that wait-see situation where we really find out what does and does not work. But thank you. You guys have done a great job in coming up with a program that I never thought was going to ever happen in downtown Santa Rosa. So you have accomplished what I thought was almost impossible, and not that I'm surprised. So good work.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. And I largely agree with what Councilmember Sawyer said. In terms of public or private, I'm inclined to go toward public. I think that this is an excellent opportunity for us to turn spaces that have been used for what's been noted by callers as public space for private storage. And if we can incentivize our business owners to improve these public spaces and have them available for their private uses during their business hours and public uses during non-business hours, I'm inclined to waive some or all fees as much as we can so that we can all have greater enjoyment of these public right-of-ways. And then, but also to that end, I'm in favor of an element that I don't see here, which is a design element. So most of these structures are lovely and a lot of care has been put into them. However, some of them are quite disappointing to look at. And our downtown is something that I know we all take great pride in as it is, but also have great hopes for its future. And so, I think that if we are able to waive fees and encourage businesses to do this, that we ought to say, and also we'll have some basic design standards, not make anything crazy or prohibitive, but just, some of the nicest ones I've seen are really very simple, but those awful plastic white tents, I think we can do better. I know our businesses can do better without spending a ton of money on them, especially if they're going to be permanent. And then in regards to the parking offset, I do have concerns about our deferred maintenance on our garages, but I also believe that parking needs to pay for itself and not. And so therefore, I'm just in favor of charging people who choose to drive their private vehicles to our downtown the cost of parking and maintaining the parking that is down there. And then an interesting thought came up for me on the parallel parking consideration, or the non-parallel parking, the angled parking. If we can use the overages that that come out of that, so where you'll have partial lots available left over that won't be part of one establishment's parklet, if that could be used for motorcycle or bike parking along the side of those parklets in those spaces. And then there was another thought I had that is eluding me right now. Can you clarify for me what the location consideration feedback you're looking for is?
Yes, absolutely. So the location considerations are really getting into more of that brew concept, which did occupy a space not in the parking in the street, or the bulb out concept, other areas of the sidewalk. And I think it does get into the flexibility, is that parklets traditionally talk about that parking area, but should we expand that program to look at these other areas that we think are eligible for basically a similar use?
Yeah, 100%. I think that the more flexibility and creativity that can be conferred upon our business owners and our staff to use these spaces in ways that are surprising and enjoyable has my full support. And I'll wrap up my comments there. I know I had something else, and if it pops into my mind, I'll raise my hand. And again, thank you so much for all the work that you guys have done on this amazing program.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I have no preference between public or private. I think it's good to offer both. In terms of the parking considerations and, I guess we should leave the fees in place for now to make the parking district whole. Although I do hope that the downtown subcommittee can actually take a look pretty comprehensively at our parking department. I feel like we're talking a lot about it these days and making quick adjustments, especially in response to COVID and other things, but at least speaking for myself, not fully grasping what the impacts are. But for now, I'm good with charging for it to make sure the district's whole. In terms of fees, I'm okay with fees. I wasn't at first, but then Gabe, you clarified for me that the annual licensing fee is only pertaining to private entities, not the public ones. And I like that we make that differentiation. Location, flexibility, definitely. And in terms of design, I also hope that we can be flexible. You know, one thing that you used the example of Brew. I love Brew because it's such an awesome expression of identity and just the place. And I, would hate for us to say, oh, well, this design doesn't fall within our guidelines. And I think this is the opportunity for different businesses and community groups to get really creative, and we should support that through flexibility. Thanks, guys.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. For myself, I love the idea that we're actually injecting some life into downtown and actually the rest of Santa Rosa. I do have a question, and it was brought up by the Bicycle Coalition. Have we looked at ways where we can actually implement parking for the bicycles in amongst these spaces?
So it would be at the design consideration of the sponsoring business, first and foremost, because it's not the city putting them in. We can look at ways to incentivize design considerations and other uses like bicycle parking or something like that. I think we can, because what I'm hearing is you'd like to see flexibility in terms of fees, location, design considerations, and we can see if we can come up with something like that.
I would, in fact, almost a form of a prorated structure, depending on the spaces that they could provide or the area that they could provide for the bicycles. I would love to see something like that. In regards to the other questions that you had, I like the industry standards in regards to the design, especially the guardrails or those that define the spaces of the seating arrangements. In regards to fees, I will leave that to the downtown folk to determine what fees and what percentage of fees. I would love to see some type of discount for the first year, as it is a pilot program, especially when we take into consideration the possibility of the water increase fees. I heard up to $1,000 if I wasn't mistaken. And in regards to the combination, both private and the public, for the uses, depending on the participation. I would leave it open to all individuals to participate in such a program. And I believe that was it for the questions that were required or asked of us.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for bringing this before us, because it is exciting, and I frequent downtown regularly, and it's lovely to see this change of our downtown. So for me, the overall concept is flexibility, because again, I don't think I want to put anything in concrete. So I'm more in favor of a public-private combination of it, whatever seems to make sense as we continue to have these discussions. When we talk about fees, my thought is let's have reasonable fees to incentivize this type of use. What that is, I would ask the subject matter experts, especially staff, if there's certain costs there, but let's make it reasonable, and how do we incentivize it? That also goes along with what we heard about bike parking. I would think there would be some common partnerships that if the business owners believe, let's cater to those on two wheels, that will incentivize them to come and use frequent those businesses. So I'd love for that to be an incentive to actually bring more people downtown. I am in favor of the industry standards with designs, and same thing with locations, flexibility, flexibility, flexibility. And I'm making the assumption, since I'm not on that subcommittee, that the downtown subcommittee has been discussing this and will continue to discuss this, because I really want something that's going to attract people downtown, and really people are going to love coming down to both downtown Santa Rosa and Railroad Square, because it's a beautiful place to enjoy each other's companies. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is actually, because it's a citywide program, we're taking it through the Economic Development Subcommittee so that we can have broader consideration beyond downtown.
Great. As long as there are some public input opportunity, have robust discussions, whether it's whichever committee, let's just make sure that the public and we're getting that feedback for what works and what doesn't. Thank you.
Okay.
And we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you guys very much for the presentation. I'm thinking a combination of the both public and private I do think right now we probably should do some parking offset, but it is a pilot program, so I don't want the fees to be too much to where it deters businesses from trying it. Design with some guidelines, but I would like the businesses to have the flexibility of designing something that works for the space in which they're using. So that would be my input.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to agree with my colleagues. This program, I've heard nothing but good things about from folks in the community. I've heard from business owners that it saved their business during COVID and that it created a sense of community when there wasn't one, when we were all coming out of shelter in place or finding other precautions around COVID. I am in favor of us continuing to move this project forward, and I think that what you've laid out is a reasonable approach for us to do that. I do like the combination of the public and the private. I do think that there should start with the parking offset as well as with the different fees that were laid out. Although I think that this is the sort of thing where, whether it's downtown or economic development, keeping an eye on how the program's actually being utilized, and if we need to come back and have a policy conversation about reducing those fees in order to drive some of that activity, if we're not seeing an uptick in the program, or if we're seeing people who were previously very supportive of the program not utilizing it, I think that we need to be able to make those adjustments as well. Outside of that, I agree with a level of flexibility. I think particularly when you talk about Brew, that's a great example, is that's a non-traditional space where our staff use their discretion to be able to create something that really has been incredible for the community. And I want to continue to empower staff to be able to make those decisions and not be completely hampered by council member comments as well as design standards, because we might not be able to picture what they're trying to picture. And it might end up being something that's amazing anyway. And so I think the sooner we can continue to move this forward, the more reassurance we'll give to our business community, as well as for the public who are looking forward to enjoying their summer out and about a little bit more. Raisa and Gabe, did you guys get the direction that you needed, or do you have any lingering questions?
That was perfect. Thank you so much. Gabe, did you have anything?
I agree. Perfect, as always, very helpful. And I think it's going to make our life quite a bit easier when we actually get a formal policy together and bring that forward for adoption, potential adoption.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. We really appreciate seeing it, and we're looking forward to it coming back to council. Mr. City Manager, item 3.2.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 3.2 is a presentation on our safe parking pilot program. Kelly Kuykendall, our Homeless Services Manager, will present this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and the members of the council. I'll be speaking with you this afternoon about a safe parking pilot program. Next slide, please. So this slide covers the purpose of the study session. Basically, we're seeking direction from council if you want to implement a safe parking pilot program. That would include issuance of a request for proposals for a program operator. And we're also seeking direction from council on the preferred city-owned location for the program. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an outline of the study session. I'll cover background, sort of leading us up to today's study session. I have a couple slides that covers the scale of the issue. That includes homelessness in Sonoma County, or more specifically, individuals living in vehicles and RVs. And then we'll cover some safe parking program models. And then lastly, we'll be seeking direction from council on the implementation of the pilot program and discussing next steps. Next slide, please. In terms of background, staff, we've been in front of you a number of times over the past 5 years. Looking back at my notes, I think this is the fourth presentation to council that involves safe parking. So in January of 2020, we received direction from council on a scaled safe parking program. I'll be discussing those program models in the next slides or the upcoming slides. as well as direction from council to identify potential locations to site safe parking in each of the 7 council districts. Most recently, staff was in front of you in July of 2020 and February 2021, providing a study session and an overview on our homeless services programs, and safe parking was part of those 2 study sessions. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the next 2 slides is to provide council with some perspective on the scale of homelessness in our county, and I'll drill down a bit into those living in vehicles and RVs. So this slide, the data here is from the most recent homeless count that was conducted in 2020. Many of you are familiar with this information. This is a refresher. Based on that most recent homeless count, we have approximately 2,745 individuals experiencing homelessness in Sonoma County. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see an infographic from the homeless count, and that provides a breakdown of that total between sheltered and unsheltered. In Santa Rosa, we're home to approximately 56% of the county's population. And if you break it down further between the sheltered and unsheltered, 77% of the population in Santa Rosa is sheltered. So that's based on that 77% is based on the sheltered number below in the slide, so the 1,043, and then 43% unsheltered. And that percentage is based on the percentage in the infographic there, the purple number of the unsheltered count. Next slide, please. The infographic at the top, that is from the homeless count as well. And that found about approximately 28% of the total population, so both sheltered and unsheltered, living in vehicles or RVs. If you drill down further into that and look just at the unsheltered data, it's closer to 47% of individuals living in vehicles and RVs. What that equates to countywide is approximately 800 individuals living in vehicles and RVs. In Santa Rosa now, this data is not available in the count. I did reach out to the county and their consultant to drill down on this data by jurisdiction. And so specifically Santa Rosa, the 2020 count found approximately 500 individuals living in vehicles and RVs. And then our homeless encampment assistance program, that's our encampment team, did a survey. It's been about 2 weeks ago, so a very recent survey. An officer and a sergeant that works with our encampment team went out and canvassed areas of the city where we know people are living in RVs and vehicles, and counted approximately 300 RVs and vehicles. This is a conservative estimate, right? We can't possibly cover, the entire city or capture all of them. Very similar to the homeless count. It's a snapshot, and similar to the homeless count, it's probably an undercount, but we did try to capture all those that where it was evident that somebody was living in the vehicle, whether they were in it at the time or there was evidence of someone residing in the vehicle. Next slide, please. So in January of 2020, staff was in front of council to discuss the Community Homeless Assistance Program. Safe parking was part of that agenda item, and that is where we first received the direction regarding a scaled program, which I'll go into more detail in some upcoming slides. And then again, the direction to have a safe parking program that included a site in each of the 7 council districts. So this was, the January 2020, just want to point out again that this was the first time that we heard from council about the council districts and the scaled program. We didn't receive any specific direction at that time that it be an overnight program. However, this is what we knew at the time based on a county program that was operated by Catholic Charities, and then also a very well-known safe parking model out of Santa Barbara that's operated by an agency down there called New Beginnings. So from this meeting, the January 2020, and what we knew at the time, this is where we built out the program models that I'll be discussing today. So our assumptions in developing the program models were that it would be overnight and scattered site across the 7 council districts and up to 100 spots. So not 100 spots at one site, rather 100 spots scattered across the 7 council districts. The size of each site is, of course, subject to that parking lot. Small parking lots can accommodate maybe 5 to 10, larger parking lots, maybe 10 to 20. The other assumption we had is that if council wanted to move forward with the safe parking program, we'd go out for a request for proposals for a program operator. Next slide, please. In July of 2020, staff presented a study session. We provided a comprehensive overview of our homeless services programs. As part of that study session, we covered the safe parking program models and the proposed locations. Next slide, please. Here's a summary slide from the most recent study session. That was February 9th, 2021. And just going to cover this briefly. So during that study session, we provided an overview of our existing programs, our COVID response programs, and then we sought direction from council on Tier 2 work plan priorities. So this afternoon, I'll be bringing forward one of the 4 items listed in the slide, and that's safe parking. Just to sort of summarize some of the direction we received from council back in February, council supported 3 of the 4 items here. At that time, council was not open to implementing an RV parking ordinance without additional options for individuals living in RVs and vehicles, such as safe parking. We also wanted to take a look at the impacts on other communities or cities surrounding Santa Rosa should we implement such an ordinance. In terms of feedback that evening, overarching themes included, we need to identify funding sources to implement these Tier 2 work plan priorities. That needs to be part of a broader discussion about goal setting and the budget. And I know later tonight, you'll be talking about the city's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And that another theme that came up many times during the February study session was the need for regional collaboration on any, homeless related efforts that the city is implementing. Next slide, please. So these are the program models that were developed based on the January 2020 feedback. They were shared with council during the study sessions in July 2020 and again in February of 2021. So the basic, I'll run through these briefly because I know I've shared them with council before. The basic program model is essentially opening up city parking lots for overnight safe parking. There would not be a program operator. There'd be some level of oversight provided during the evening hours through private security, and there'd be sanitary facilities provided. Again, no program operator with this model or the benefit of liability insurance that a program operator carries that could be extended to the city. The next model is a program operator. That's sort of the mid-range option. And so instead of private security, you would have a program operator. We'd have some basic services such as sanitary facilities. The program operator could handle the intake and the placement, monitor each site, and provide a hotline for any after hours issues that may arise. Of course, with the operator comes the linkage to services and the possibility for liability insurance covering the city of Santa Rosa. And the estimated cost is $315,000. Now, these are just estimates based on what we know from the prior safe parking program operated by Catholic Charities and funded by the county. And then the last option, the housing focus program, includes all of the components of program operator, but it has the intensive wraparound services, the case management, to help individuals move from an unsheltered situation or living in their vehicles and RVs to housing. Next slide, please. So I have 3 slides that cover the properties that we evaluated. I'm not going to go into great detail about the evaluation that's conducted tonight. I did that pretty thoroughly during the February study session. However, I'm prepared to answer any questions. Also want to point out there's a full list of the 100 or so properties that we evaluated that were included as an attachment to the agenda item. So I mentioned we looked at over 100 properties. We looked at parks, facilities, the parking district, and there were a number of criteria that we used outlined here in the slide. So we looked at number of spaces, hours of operation, proximity to neighborhoods, school, childcare, some safety components like lighting and visibility, ability to accommodate large vehicles, any environmental concerns, community benefit. So, many of the properties are parks. So what are the impacts to those programs by placing a safe parking program there? Fire risk, proximity to services, and the geographic distribution, given council's direction to try and cite a program in each of the 7 council districts. We also looked at former and existing safe parking sites. Next slide, please. So these were the potential locations that were shared with council in July of 2020. The direction that we received at that time was to basically go back to the drawing board and further evaluate all city properties and to come back to council with at least one site in each of the 7 council districts. You'll see in this slide, there were a few of the council districts where we didn't identify a city-owned property. Rather, we recommended that we seek a private partner. But the direction we received was to come back at a later date with one site identified in each of the 7 council districts. Next slide. So these were the potential locations shared with council during the February study session. You can see we identified at least one location in each of the 7 council districts. I want to emphasize that I'm not going to run through all the pros and cons or vet them this evening. Again, happy to take any questions that you might have. I want to note too that staff, it was a tough exercise, and we tried to pick the best from what we had to work with in each district. And the challenge that we faced is, as you see in the slide, a lot of them are parks, and some of the other facilities, none of them were intended for safe parking. So there's been some pretty strong feedback from the community so far that these locations are not meant for safe parking. And I just want to acknowledge that we know that none of these are ideal for safe parking, but we did our best to select the best option from what we had to choose from in each of the 7 council districts. Next slide. So this slide basically just provides a visual of the potential locations that were shared with council during the February 2021 study session. I want to point out a couple things. When I scaled this slide, the number 1 fell off. No slight there to the council member that represents this jurisdiction or this section of the city, but the red one is actually District 1. I know this is not the easiest to see, but I'll provide a little explanation here. So the orange dots are proposed safe parking sites. The green are existing. So we do have 3 faith-based partners through our Community Homeless Assistance Program, CHAP, that provide safe parking in Santa Rosa. It's very limited. So prior to the pandemic, we had a total of about 20 parking spaces spread across these 3 sites. Currently, it's at about 12. And then I just want to emphasize again, this is what was proposed as potential locations in February, not necessarily what we're recommending today. Also, the purpose of this map is to show the geographic distribution of the proposed sites. Next slide. Okay, so this slide brings us up to date and is the subject of today's study session. I think I ran you through about 14 slides, just a background, but I felt like it was really important to provide the City Council the context of, full context and members of the public of, what's occurred over the past few years to get us to today's study session. So also want to connect this back to last month's budget study session. If you recall, $315,000 was identified in the budget for the mid-range of the 3 options that I just covered. And so what we're suggesting this afternoon is that we do a single site, a safe parking pilot program on city property, that it be an overnight program, that it have a program operator, so that's the mid-range option that I just covered, and that it be a 1-year pilot. And after that 1 year, we evaluate scaling it up or other options. The thinking behind this approach, and I realize this isn't necessarily aligned with the direction that we received from council, is that let's start with 1 location that's more manageable, and then we can expand or amend that based on any learnings that we gather from the 1-year pilot and available resources. Next slide, please. So this slide, I'm going to run through some of the pros and cons of a overnight safe parking pilot program. And again, that's what we're proposing this afternoon. So let's start with the pros. I want to keep it positive. This is a more affordable option versus a 24/7 safe parking. I'll go a little more into detail on that on the next slide. This will provide a safe place for people living in their vehicles and RVs to be overnight with a linkage to services with a program operator. And this will be managed versus unmanaged. Some of the concerns I hear from the public about safe parking, and even before we implemented the safe social distancing program at the Finley Center, is, oh my gosh, is it going to look like the tent encampments, or is it going to look like the vehicle encampments? And that is not what we're proposing here. This will be managed. There'll be a program operator. We'll also have sanitary facilities on site, so trash receptacles and portable toilets and hand washing stations to mitigate many of the concerns that we see in the unmanaged tent and vehicle encampments throughout the community. In terms of cons, it doesn't meet certain criteria in the preliminary injunction, the lawsuit that the city is party to, specifically adequate shelter. The preliminary injunction requires the shelter to be open both day and nighttime. So individuals could voluntarily come into this program, but we couldn't necessarily use it to meet some of our requirements under the preliminary injunction. To give you an example, Sam Jones Hall does meet that criteria because it's open day and night, as well as the Finley program. That one was open day and night, and the that day and night criteria is one of many thresholds that we must meet to for adequate shelter under the preliminary injunction. But did want to point that out for the council. And then in terms of a potential barrier, the daytime exit, might be a hardship for individuals living in their vehicles to pack up in the morning and move on. I know I've also heard concerns from staff and members of the public about, where will they go during the daytime? Next slide. So for this afternoon, we've refined the 3 program models that were shared with council in February. We've eliminated the sort of basic safe parking program. Feel strongly that we do need a program operator to oversee it. You'll see an increase in the estimated cost. We had that mid-range option in February at $315,000. That's also what's included in the budget. So anything above that would require an additional allocation of resources. The biggest increase in costs would be related to including private security in both of these program models. The reason being, we did receive pretty strong feedback from the community prior to implementing the program at the Finley Center that they wanted staff or security, while the program was open. So in the case of the Finley Center, that was 24/7 staff or security. In the case of safe parking that's being proposed this afternoon, that's overnight staffed or with security. And so we have, they're very similar in terms of services of the models that he just covered a couple slides back, so I won't go into detail there, but did just want to point out the price increase. If $315,000 is what we have to work with and council wants to support safe parking, we can put that, in the request for proposals and, build the scope and budget accordingly. And again, just want to emphasize that these are estimates. If you support this afternoon, we'd be going out for RFP and we can further refine the services, the scope, and the budget. Next slide, please. So this slide covers the pilot program location. I know you see Municipal Services Center South in this slide, but I want to back up just a little bit and let you know that we did look at, after the February study session, we sat down again and we looked at all the sites that we had evaluated and recommended as potential sites for safe parking. From that list of the 7 or more, we selected the utility field office, which is on Stony Point at College, just sort of north of the site here in the slide. This was initially selected. The UFO could be used for both overnight and a 24/7 program. However, we selected the Municipal Services Center South as an alternate location for for the program, given that it's underutilized during the time frame versus the UFO, with where the parking lot and operations there are nearly 24 hours. It's also the site for our emergency operation center. In terms of what we're proposing to do at this site, it'll be 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., so 12-hour overnight program, up to 25 spaces. That's mostly vehicles, but we can make some room for maybe 2 to 3 larger RVs or trailers. Services will depend on which program model council wants to go with, and how we'll scope that program. And then site improvements, we are looking at installing some security cameras at the site, checking in with IT and Public Works on that. Looks like 4 cameras at about $4,000 a piece. So that's $16,000 for security cameras. And that's not part of, what we've budgeted for the program itself. Now I'll run through some pros and cons for the site. Again, I'm going to start with pros, keeping it positive. This is a commercial/industrial site versus residential. Want to highlight, this is not in a park. You'll see from the slide that I shared a couple back that a number of the sites that we selected were in a park. In terms of daytime use of the parking lot, this is recognized as a best practice for overnight parking, that you need to have an associated daytime use if you're going to do an overnight parking program. And then the visibility, we're looking at the back of the lot. There's good visibility back there. We have reached out. That would require working with Salvation Army that uses that back lot. I have reached out to them. They've expressed sort of initial support in collaborating with the county, the city. We don't have a firm commitment yet, but at least initial support for the program. And then general pros for safe parking. Again, this can provide individuals with a safe place to be overnight with linkage to services, and depending on how we scope the program, a potential pathway to housing. For cons, this is overnight only. So, there might be some challenges with the daytime exits, which I mentioned on the prior slide. And we're also going to have to think through how to manage vehicles that break down. Next slide, please. Okay, just a few more here. Other considerations. Before I jump into this, other considerations might translate to more money. So there's $315,000 in the budget that you'll be approving this evening. So we either have to scope the program to fit that, or if council wants, additional components, identify additional resources. In terms of public-private partnership, I mentioned we have 3 faith-based partners that offer safe parking under our Community Homeless Assistance Program. Part of the RFP, council might want to consider, extending this to, private partnership. The county program that concluded about 4 years ago, that was operated by Catholic Charities. The county had a site, and then they had a number of satellite sites at church property. So that's something that we could consider doing. Also wanted to make you aware that the $20,000 that council committed a few years back for this program has been fully committed. And the churches that have utilized this have expressed interest in applying in the future if funds were available. And those funds were made available to the churches to help them with things like sanitary facilities, portable toilets and hand washing stations, and trash service. In terms of 24/7 safe parking, why am I even bringing it up this afternoon? Because we now have the experience of doing the Finley program under our belts. And it was also something that was covered during the February 2021 study session. So I want to touch briefly on that. This would be similar to the Safe Social Distancing program at Finley. Rather than tent-based, it could be vehicle-based. The daytime exit likely won't be a barrier, because if with 24/7 operations, people won't have to leave during the daytime unless they want to. This is, however, need to highlight a costly option. This is essentially opening an outdoor shelter. And so based on our budget for Finley and then looking at other models in Sonoma County in the Bay Area, we're looking at least $1 million a year for operations, plus any site or capital improvements that are needed. One more point that I wanted to make here about 24/7 safe parking is for the Finley program. We set that up in response to COVID and had that for 6 months. And I think we learned through that we were able to use it as a tool for encampments. And we served those that had previously refused services. I think that was the biggest lesson we learned, is that individuals that we had approached encampments over a number of years who had refused, typical or more traditional shelter like Sam Jones Hall came into the Finley program. At one point in time, about 50% of individuals at the Finley program were people that had previously refused other shelter options. Next slide. So next steps for safe parking. Staff, we want to know, does council want to do safe parking? And if so, what program models and what location or locations? And then, the RFP, subject to your direction this afternoon, we'll go out for an RFP. Also evaluating a joint program with the county. I know that there have been some initial conversations between the city and county about a potential joint program. I'd look to the city manager or Mayor Rogers to provide an update on that. And then next steps for staff, we need to identify funding sources. So there's the $315,000 in the budget. I know I've said that many times, but if we're going to go above that, we will have to identify additional sources. Subject to your direction this afternoon, we'll issue a request for proposals and then return to council with recommendation for a program operator and design. The estimated timeline to implement the safe parking program is 6 months. Next and last slide. So there are a couple items here I want to update the council on, just related to homeless services in general. So we will be discussing with the Housing and Homeless ad hoc a number of items and then bringing them to the full council. One are the additional work plan priorities that were discussed with council during the study session and I reviewed with you this evening. So there are additional capital improvements needed out at Sam Jones Hall related to the construction of the sprung structure, which we're now calling the Sam Jones Hall Annex. That was constructed to restore shelter capacity to our pre-COVID capacity. And that facility needs a bathroom. We currently have portable restrooms outside of the annex, and then shelter clients can use the existing bathroom facilities, but there's a real need for a bathroom. And then alternative shelter, that was one of the other items that was raised during the February study session, and that would be a Finley-like program, but rather than tents, we could do alternative or temporary dwellings, similar to what the county and St. Vincent de Paul is doing out at Los Filicos. It could also include 24/7 safe parking. And then strategy, I'm aware that strategic planning efforts are underway through our continuum of care. But as a city, as an organization, we do need to look at our homeless strategy and our work plan priorities. So what are our priorities and what are the strategies that we need to implement to achieve those priorities and those goals? And of course, take into consideration the efforts that are underway through our continuum of care. I know as part of the budget study session, it was shared with you that we'd be bringing forward a homeless services request for proposals, not for the upcoming fiscal year, but the next fiscal year, so 2022-23. But prior to doing that, we need some input from the ad hoc and the full council about what our priorities are and what our strategies, so that can help inform staff while we're drafting the RFP. Lastly, we have a draft encampment policy that we'll be sharing with the Housing and Homeless ad hoc and then bringing to the full council. I don't have a timeline for bringing these additional items to the council, but we will be working with ad hoc and the city manager. So this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I'd ask to go back to the previous slide so we can keep it focused on safe parking. And then the top section, sort of those first few bullets, is just a reminder of the direction that we're seeking from council this afternoon. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much, Kelly. I'll jump in and just, without going too far into it, talk a little bit about the joint program potentially with the county. The County of Sonoma did identify $2 million in their budget just last week to be able to do something similar to what we're discussing today, which is either safe parking programs or potentially we have engaged with them in conversations of a joint collaboration between the city and the county. I can look to the city manager to see if he has anything else to add. It is very preliminary, but we are encouraged that the county and the city are working together, and I'm hopeful that we'll get something that we'll be able to bring back to council sometime soon, hopefully.
The only thing I would add, Mayor, is that the time frame mentioned was returning to the Board of Supervisors on August 24th with a more defined plan.
Great. Thank you so much. We can talk about that as we move forward as well. I'll go ahead and start with questions from council, and I'll start with Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Kelly, for this presentation. One of the questions I had was about it being the housing-focused option. I think it was the most expensive option. How do you envision that working when it's going to be from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.? And more specifically, is it going to be having housing navigators who are going to work with the city's housing authority, or can you elaborate on how you envision it working?
Yeah, so I get your point about the potential for limited engagement with the program operator, which is an overnight program. The idea that we have for the program, and again, we have to go out for RFP and see what operators would propose, would be that the program operator would be on site to check people in, and then again in the morning to check them out. So there's engagement opportunities in the morning, in the evening and the morning, and then, potential opportunities to meet with people throughout the day to work with them on, their housing plan, their housing strategy. It could be challenging with the limited hours of the program, but I do see an opportunity during the daytime for that. And that the housing focus program does have the staffing, does have the case management staff to assist people, with that transition plan to their temporary situation to a more permanent. And I think we're going to have to further explore partnership with the county in terms of, any case management available through the county. Also through our housing authority, I know we have these emergency housing vouchers coming in. So, in addition to sort of the wraparound case management support, we're going to also have to make sure that we can connect people with the housing that they need. So more to come on that. We have to think through it, and I think also leave it up to the operators to define how they would plan on implementing that.
I appreciate that, because that you alluded to my concern, which is, okay, so, operator A hires up housing navigators, but really truly delving into what's the efficacy of that housing navigation when you're really trying to design a program where people just have a place to pull up their car late at night, be safe, probably not going to fraternize for too long. They're going to go to sleep and then wake up at 7 a.m. and leave. And I'll tell you, my experience running the Armory winter shelter, which was, we were 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. There was no real time for meaningful case management, and I just don't think it's reasonable for us to assume that that's going to happen with those hours. So that was kind of a concern there, and that's why I was leaning towards the middle option. Obviously not the basic. I think you absolutely need to have a site operator for safety, for being there to provide some level of service to a higher needs folks who might be in the cohort utilizing the program. But I was a little bit reluctant or a little bit leery of housing focused. I would be supportive of housing focused if we do the 24/7 option. And I will just say now that I'm very supportive of that. I've looked at the success of recent villages, whether it was Los Guilicos or Finley, and I think that what you're proposing more directly emulates those successes, and that's where we should be focusing our dollars. But out of the first set of the slides you gave me, I'd be in favor of site operator and security. And then on the security point, I wanted to ask you, how much are you factoring in the cost for security?
I have to, and again, these are all estimates, right, based on what we know from running the Finley program. And so, once you go out for an RFP, we have to, further refine that. But it's so that we have the staff, like I said, staff in the evening, and then again in the morning, and then security on site overnight. Does that answer your question?
Well, it doesn't really. I was asking for more of a specific figure, but that's okay. I recognize that you are probably not in a position to provide it just yet. But what I want to say about security is, drawing from my own experience at Los Guillercos, is that we put security there because for two reasons. I'm going to be really blunt about it, probably to my own demise a little bit. The security was kind of a concession with the greater community. It was something that they wanted, that they felt was necessary. You touched on it similarly when you were speaking about the importance of security and site operators to the neighborhoods. I'm here to tell the council, in reality, security serves two functions. One is write incident reports for the police department and for referring crimes that happen to the police and for calling the police. Beyond that, there's really no role for it. You just spend a lot of money. And I think it's, I'd like to see a program that actually just utilized a site operator, save the city money, and because the site operators can fulfill those two same functions. Now, there is something good from the liability side of having an independent third party, in this case, the security officer, providing an incident report, particularly if that report pertains to, an altercation between the site operator and a client. But that's some food for thought there. As far as vehicles go, I think this probably goes without saying, but I do want to say it because your picture on slide 7 kind of made the hair on my neck stand up. It was a lot like what I've experienced previously when people saw pictures of the Joe Rodota Trail. And you even said this yourself, Kelly, this is not what it's going to look like, but I think it's important that we reiterate that that picture is not what's going to be in people's neighborhoods. It's going to be a very organized, very clean, very sanitary, very supervised environment, almost to the point where it probably is going to look sterile, too sterile. But part and parcel to what the site should look like is making sure that these vehicles are operating so that they can move to and from the site every day, so they don't just sit if we choose to go with just an overnight program. But whoever the operator is, also, I really strongly encourage the council to make sure that the operator offers a vehicle registration and insurance program so that those vehicles, once they leave our site, go onto the streets, are legal to do so. On your numbers, you had 25 or 25 to 50 for $410,000 as an estimate. If 410 is the amount you're estimating, I really hope we go to 50 spaces. 25 just overnight for $410,000 seems to be a little light to me. I did want to encourage you to extend this to private partners. I think the more we can work with private partners like the churches, the better, especially if CHAP dollars were utilized and there's an ongoing interest there. And then the last comment I had for you, and I recognize I'm getting ahead of public comment, so I may have more after I listen, but 24/7 safe parking, I'm absolutely in favor of that. I got to watch the city from afar with Finley, and I think it was such a success for the city. My question is why not do it again, especially if you're able to help more people and provide those housing navigation services during the daytime. Last thing I'll say is whatever we do, I hope it's low barrier. And thank you, Kelly.
If I may, Councilmember Tibbetts, I did look up the budget. I have them handy. I just had to pull them out of my stack of stuff for this afternoon. So for the models that were shared with council on slide 17, security comprises about $200,000 of the budgets that were shared with council. So there's a range of $395,000 all the way up to $660,000. So security is a significant portion of the budget, and we saw the same for the program at the Finley Community Center, as well as the non-congregate shelter program at the Sandman Hotel.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I guess what my feedback would be is if we're just going with the overnight option, maybe try to steer away from if cost is a consideration here, and if we can serve more people with less money, I think we should do that and try to circumvent the need for security. But if cost is not so much a consideration, then there are benefits to having security.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Council, are there any other questions? Council Member Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Kelly. A couple things on I think it's our public hearing. The funding source for this, correct me if I'm wrong, is the American Rescue Plan.
Councilmember Schwedhelm, are you referring to the $315,000?
However we're going to fund that, I think later on in this agenda, it indicates that it's the American Rescue Plan that will be funding this operation, whatever we choose.
That's a good question. I understood it to be general fund. They might be clarifying that during the budget hearing later. And I know that council will be having a budget hearing on these one-time funding sources that are coming into the city on July 13th. So the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong there. I knew it to be general fund, but that may have changed.
Mr. Coleman, do you have any updated info? Because I know the checkbox is towards the end of the appendix of item 15.1 does check American Rescue Plan.
So right now in the budget, it showed as a general fund transfer out of $315,000. And let me check with the budget staff to see whether they correct that.
Okay, my point being that, because I believe that is a significant amount of dollars, and if it's appropriate use for that, because anyway, when we come back for comments, but if we could get clarification on that. And then Kelly, you talked about for the Housing First program, a cost for 25 spaces or a cost for 50 spaces. Given the location, which I'm very supportive of, how would we accommodate 50 spaces? Would that still be on city property, or would we have to potentially work with some of the neighbors? You specifically mentioned Salvation Army.
I gave a range here for 25 to 50 parking spots to give council some options, but for the municipal services site, the back of the parking lot, I think we need to start it with 25 spaces. So I understand the economy of scale and wanting to get more bang for our buck with 50 spots, but having been out at that site and discussed it internally, I think that the maximum that we could do is 25.
And have we approached any of those other businesses? You mentioned Salvation Army, I think PG&E's back there. Given these hours, if we go to 7 to 7, have we entertained any opportunity to maybe expand it onto their lots? And again, just for scale of operation, one operator, you have a Stony Circle as a street to cross, but is that a possibility for getting up to those 50 parking spaces?
I have reached out to the Salvation Army and they expressed initial support. So we need to, pursue that further, subject to council direction this afternoon. I know PG&E is right there as well, but aside from just initial heads up, the city will be considering this on June 22nd. We haven't reached out to them to see if they want to partner and offer their parking spaces for this program.
Okay, thanks. Those are the only questions I have at this point.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. I know this has been a long time coming, and it's a very comprehensive report. I've had what I believe is a softball, actually. The timing 7 to 7. During certain times of the year, it's going to be dark. And is darkness an issue? Would there be a need to be flexible on the timing of the operation of the program? Is the lighting adequate at that site to mitigate the darkness that, because when it gets dark at 5 o'clock, people will be arriving in the dark. And it's less of an issue probably in the morning, but is that an issue? Is that something that needs to be considered, is flexibility and timing?
It's a good question. I know we're looking at security cameras for the site. And so I think we'll also, I haven't done it personally. It might be an evaluation that's underway by Public Works to look at the lighting for that site. So I'll make that note and I'll check in with Public Works to make sure that our evaluation of the site for this program includes the lighting. Or I think the challenge with a potential adjustment to the hours is that we have staff coming in, at about 7 a.m. in the morning and there till about 6 in the evening. So we've set that up because of the daytime use of the parking lot, but I think we can certainly look into the question about lighting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
I just wanted to get back to the question that Councilmember Schwedhelm asked. We have identified ARPA as an eligible funding source for that program, and the council would discuss that at your July 13th meeting and take a final action then.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Kelly, and all the great work that's gone into trying to make this council goal a reality. I'm curious to know, because things are so preliminary with the county and the site there, what I do know about it is that it would be an overnight, not a 24-hour site, and I do recognize that different folks have different needs, and so to that end, if we cite have we looked at a place that would accommodate a city property that would be appropriate, a good appropriate use for 24-hour parking at this point?
So
I
yes,
guess where I'm going with it is like, will we have the flexibility, like if we go into partnership with the county and use some of our funds to do something that meets one type of need, would we then have boxed ourselves out of providing another type of need?
So the site that's shared this afternoon, the Municipal Services Center South, that's a mouthful. That's overnight only due to the daytime use of the parking lot. Now the UFO, utility field office, so just north of that on Stony Point, that site could be used for 24/7 or overnight. I mean, we can't use the whole parking lot, right? Because there are needs for staff to park there. And we also have our emergency operations center at, working out of that location, but the UFO would be one of the sites that we evaluated that would work for 24/7.
And would it be possible or not possible? Would it be practically speaking, like, or easily operationally executed to switch that over if we do end up starting one thing? I mean, I don't imagine that the timelines are so swift that we would cite, a plan with the county and then this would already be up and running and we need to change course that quickly. But if we did want to be flexible, would it be very difficult, or would it just be another process that your team would have to execute?
Are you asking if we can be nimble?
Well, I know you can be nimble. I guess I was asking if you would be willing to tell me how difficult it is to be nimble.
Well, I think it's a hypothetical situation, and probably many things we have to consider to make it work. But if an opportunity came up for a potential partnership with the county, or if we wanted to shift gears to 24/7, I think it's something that, we could work through internally to address and make happen. Of course, consulting with the city manager on it and the full council, but.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm in favor of having an operator, but I'm also in favor, and I've said it before, definitely, of having a peer run sites. So is that something that we've looked into, or is it something that we would be able to ask an operator how they would be able to incorporate that in running operations, essentially having peer run sites?
So it's not something that we've incorporated in the presentation or the proposal before you this afternoon. What we put before you today is really based on what we know. And so that's the former safe parking program that the county funded and Catholic Charities operated. It's based on our experience with the Finley program, and then, also obviously running the Sam Jones Hall shelter. So none of those models have peer run. If that's something that the council wants, we can incorporate that into the request for proposals. I know Councilmember Tibbetts had expressed some concerns about, really just the cost of security, and maybe we could have that replaced with the operator staff. That's an option. I would want to check in with the city attorney and the risk manager about any potential liabilities of having, a peer run or peer led program. I'm not aware of any. That's just something that, comes up for me in hearing that.
Thank you.
All right, Kelly, I have a couple of questions about the UFO, Utility Field Office. What would the capacity, given how much we utilize in parking for our staff day in and day out, what would our capacity be if the council decided to do some form of 24/7 site there?
So we did look at that site, and I think, it's a much larger parking lot than the MSC site. However, that parking lot is used during the daytime and the evening. And so what we recommended was to start there with 25. There might be room to go a little bit bigger than that, but we're wanting to sort of start small and make sure we have a manageable program before we get too big.
Okay, I'd be interested in exploring that a little bit further, just because the scalability for the cost that we're talking about seems to make a lot more sense there. Also, I understand the concern of needing to figure out what to do in the event of an emergency, since it is our emergency operations center as well. But quite frankly, we could be flexible on anything during an emergency, and we do, in fact, have a homeless emergency that we declare every single month or every other month. The other question that I had was about the RFP. What would the metrics or deliverables that we would want to see from an operator to show that having, to Councilmember Tippett's points, having the more intensive approach was worth the bang for the buck of having them there on site?
So excellent question. I think, depends on how we scope the program. If we want, to provide people with a safe place to be overnight, then I think success is making sure they have that temporary shelter. If we're wanting people, a more robust program, wraparound services, housing focused, I think the goal there is how many people are exiting the program to permanent housing. And of those that are going to permanent housing destinations, how many of them are staying there? So it's going to depend on what program the council, what we can afford to fund, what program you want, whether it's just going to be a safe place to be overnight. There's definitely value in that, and there's a need for that in the community. But if you want a more robust program, the housing focused wraparound services, then the goal there, the success is how many people went to housing and how many stayed in housing.
All right, thank you. And then just as a quick comment before I go to public comment, the other consideration for security, and I hear Councilmember Tippett's concerns with that, but the other consideration that I want to make sure we're talking about as well is the safety of the folks who are living in whatever services we establish. Obviously, it's a safe parking site. I do want to just acknowledge that I've heard stories from folks trying to find a place where they are safe from one another or safe from individuals who would seek to take advantage of their homeless status to rob them or do harm to them. So I did want to acknowledge that that is also one of the benefits of potentially having security on site as well. And with that, we will go to public comment, and I'll start with our folks who are joining us via Zoom. Start with Vicky, followed by Gail.
Vicky, you're unmuted.
Vicky, can you talk? All right, we'll go ahead and come back to Vicky. We'll go to Gail, followed by Shirley and Bob.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Gail.
Okay, my name is Gail Simons. I helped Homeless Action run a safe parking lot with mostly 15 to 20 people parking overnight only in a small business parking lot. The hours were always 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. There was no trouble with the dark. We did not have security. We did not feel we needed it. So I'm really impressed by Jack's remarks. I think the security is just pushing the price way further than it needs to be. I know that right now there are probably 3 church programs in town, perhaps using the CHAP program. The 3 church programs could not have more than 25 people among them. CHAP program, $20,000 a year for 25 people is a whole lot different from what we're talking about. And it's getting people off the street, people who need a place to be where they're not harassed. when the Great Depression happened, my mother told me, she lived in rural Northern California, that there were great tent cities that went up in the countryside for people fleeing the cities in poverty. Those tent cities don't exist anymore. We got through that depression. We had a recession in 2008. We're having another terrible economic time now. I think it is our duty, the government's duty, to care for the impoverished and the disenfranchised and not do a Middle Ages or Dark Ages approach to poverty. So I think we should do a blended approach with some 24-hour parking and some 12-hour parking. We have two different lots that sound good. We could split that, have one at the UFO and one at the Municipal South site. And I think it might work. Okay, I think that's basically it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Shirley and Bob, followed by Cadence.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hey, hello. First of all, I would like to thank Kelly and, of course, the City Council for continuing this conversation. I'm Shirley Cheel, and I'm part of a team that operates a safe parking program and has done for about 4 or 5 years. We were greatly pleased to be part of the chat program, and so we've had some experience with this, and I have to agree with a lot of what Councilman Tibbetts said about things like security. And in fact, even the last speaker, of course, we operate under a much less costly program. I am concerned about, if it is an overnight program, about how any kind of services will happen. I'm concerned about the idea of what does it mean about linkage to services. Our folks that have been in our safe parking overnight, I guess linkage to services, they could call somebody about services. So I'm really in favor of the wraparound services. And if that happens with your site, I would really like it to include some of our folks in that, as we've had guests at our safe parking who've been sitting there for a couple of years. And it's tragic. It really is tragic. You have to realize that we do have a hotline. We do have a team of volunteers that supervise it. We've had almost zero trouble or problems. We actually went to 24/7 during COVID, and it was successful. I guess that was our pilot program. We had less people, but we're going to continue that. And I think that for you guys, I just encourage you so much to try and do the wraparound services, but make them matter. And that was the Housing First strategy, was to get people out of these temporary sort of situations and get them into some sort of permanent housing. So my thoughts for you are to do 24/7 and to get as much services for those people, because if they move out, you can move more people in. And I think it is that moving people along that's so important. So I really thank you on this. I know it's a difficult situation, and I know many, many neighbors are concerned, but they're comparing safe parking to what they see on the streets right now. And it is so different. You wouldn't even know our people are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirley. We'll go to Cadence, followed by Kelsey.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of council. It's nice to see you all. Cadence Hinkle-Allenson with the Downtown District. I want to start just by saying thank you to Kelly and her staff who've been working on this project. DAO is incredibly appreciative of the partnership we have with the city to tackle homeless issues downtown. We know how challenging it is to manage all the issues that arise while trying to find long-term solutions, so we really gratefully acknowledge all of your hard work. As you know, the downtown core currently has an over-concentration of homeless services, and the potential of adding a safe parking facility to the area would be really detrimental to our small businesses there. It would hinder economic recovery and make it harder for us to host successful community activities, as well as limit the beautification efforts that we could undertake. And many community members already cite homelessness as a reason they don't come downtown, and that's a perception we're working really hard to change. The DAO devotes a significant portion of our time and budget to supporting the homeless population in the downtown area, and our Street Plus team works daily to get them housed and into services with Catholic Charities, as well as manages the ongoing negative impacts to both public and private spaces. So we really appreciate the difficult position the city's in, and look forward to continuing to partner with all of you to address the ongoing issues. But as you're finalizing the location, we strongly urge you not to locate any additional services in the downtown area, including safe parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadence. Kelsey, followed by resident 0304.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, okay. Yeah, I was happy to hear some of this discussion, that the discussion is happening at all. And Mayor Rogers, your description of it as a crisis, I know that was officially, put in the books recently, and I absolutely agree. I just want to point out that the actions of the city and the county and law enforcement and all of the ways that our government have participated in this have contributed to harm, and that part of funding the solutions is about accountability for that harm. We know that the ways that we have dealt with encampments and people who are chronically unhoused or experiencing mental health issues is inhumane, and we have watched from a distance in horror as these things have played out. And I really think that, we all want a solution, but there is no amount of business interests or bureaucracy that can make up for what is inhumane treatment of people. And so, in terms of, I see the request for proposal. I like that idea. I loved hearing the county talk about in the budget hearings, just putting money out there into funding what's happening now, and then, coming up with the plans as we go. We just want it to be data driven. I know Housing First is a central tenet of how we can solve homelessness for people, and that we have to take a multi-pronged approach. I just wanted to point out, in terms of the request for proposal, that the people missing from this conversation is people who are experiencing homelessness and people who have worked with them already. And so that there are lots of community organizations that are filling in the gaps where government has failed, and that we could fund them, we could fund their work, we could support their work, we could decriminalize their work in a lot of ways, and essentially take compassion as the central, most important thing as we work together towards a solution. And I yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Resident 0304, followed by Stephen.
Hello, this is Steven Stankovic. I'm with Santa Rosa Plaza Mall as mall manager, as well as just a citizen of Santa Rosa. We just wanted to reiterate the importance of that safe parking may have with the city, in stating that there has been a large number of homeless services currently in the downtown core, and adding more homeless services downtown could be detrimental to both businesses, large and small, as well as any potential redevelopment opportunities in the future. We would strongly encourage, when looking at a site, that the City Council takes that into consideration. And also, one other comment I wanted to make is, in terms of the police budget, making sure that we are not cutting any police budget or anything like that in favor of these types of programs. We need to make sure that we're both regarding the homeless situation, as well as making sure public safety is utmost important to both our city and our downtown. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Stephen, followed by Annette.
Hello?
Stephen?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry. I'm on my husband's computer. My name is Anita. I wasn't able to get the Zoom on my computer. Anyway, I just wanted to make the mayor and all the community members and councilmen aware of a crisis situation that right now, this second, is happening in the South Park area of Santa Rosa. It's dangerous. The community has become dangerous. There are several streets that have, until 1 or 2 days ago, like 20 or 30 different RVs on it and tents, and there are needles. There were nude people in the street. I was harassed when I was driving around. Children can't walk there anymore. This is a very small community. It's bounded on 3 sides. It's not an open community. And not only is it happening in the one area that Eddie Alvarez knows about because he kindly attended a meeting, as well as Kelly, several days ago, but now it's spread to the perimeter avenues. And I really encourage you, Mayor, to come to our community and see what's happening. It's become a slum. It's become an absolute slum. There are rats everywhere. People have defecated in the streets. We've had news people walking around. There are needles everywhere. There's no time to keep this up. Every block is taking over. You need to do something about this. Please come to our neighborhood and see for yourself what's happening. My husband and I moved in and improved our house. We have a beautiful painted lady, Victorian. We have flowers everywhere. And now it's a slum. That's what's happened. And it's horrible. And it's happened really, really fast. And I called the police 2 months ago when this started happening, when there were 1 or 2 or 3 vans there, and then there became 5, and then there became 10, and then there became 20, and there's garbage everywhere, and people are camped in the streets now on some of the surrounding areas. Please come to our area. You need to see what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Anita. Annette, followed by Michael.
Hi, this is Annette. I live in South Park. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I would like to say I do very much appreciate that Kelly Kuykendall, Eddie Alvarez, and some of the Santa Rosa Police Department came out to South Park to meet with us. And we understand that they are under a lot of financial burden in trying to deal with this issue. But I do want to say that what's happened in our neighborhood in South Park is that there's a lot of mental and emotional crimes going on. The people who live here are afraid to walk down the streets. They're taking their animals and driving to other neighborhoods to walk their dogs because they're afraid to walk down the streets here in South Park now. And the businesses that are lined up around Petaluma Hill Boulevard, they're thinking of leaving because they're getting graffitied on. And we need some more services here. We need more police presence here so that we can stop some of the crimes that are happening. And we're very sympathetic to the people that don't have a home, but we don't feel that they have a right to come into our home and trash it. And we're not talking about a few bags of garbage. We are talking about hundreds and hundreds of pounds of garbage and human waste and needles. And I'm sure you're all familiar with all of this stuff that goes on all the time. But if you cannot cannot move these people out of our area, you need to provide some kind of garbage removal and some kind of porta potties for them, because it's turning our neighborhood into a health hazard. And it is not fair for those of us who live here who have to deal with that. The other thing is that down at the place that we have down there now, the people that are moving in there are very aggressive and they're very mean. And in fact, other homeless people have moved out of the area because they're scared of them. And I think something needs to be done to protect the citizens here so that we can walk down our own streets without being afraid, that we don't have to worry about getting some disease from the garbage and the stuff that's on the street that people leave. It really isn't fair for those of us who live here. I understand this is going on elsewhere, but if you're going to pay $1 million to house 25 people, you need to take half that money and do garbage service for the camps that exist, because our neighborhood is turning into a trash heap, and it's going to turn it into a ghetto. And it's going to be a lot less expensive to try to fix this situation now than it is to try to change a neighborhood from a ghetto back into a decent neighborhood. We are all trying to do the best we can here to make this a better neighborhood. And we have not gotten any help from the city in dealing with the problem that we have called about. And the other issue is we don't know who to call. It's so confusing. You don't know whether you call Catholic Charities or the city or the garbage department. Wherever we call, they say it's somebody else's problem. We need help in our neighborhood, and we need the funds provided to make this a decent living area like other neighborhoods in Santa Rosa. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing and hope you can help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Michael, followed by Alexis.
Hi, this is Michael. I just want to jump in here. I'm hearing a lot of the frustration of residents, basically having to live in the proximity of homeless people. And, part of me, I really think that we just need to come together as a community and realize that people can become homeless. This is a reality of where we live. I would love to see more services existing in my community, in the Sonoma Avenue area, because I know that that's what's required. We have to come together. We have to create safe areas for people to go. We can't just keep kicking people around, because it just pushes the problem around. It doesn't deal with actually providing a place for people to go or trying to address homelessness. It just basically just pushes the problem around. And so I really recognize the need for safe parking. I think that, spending a lot of money that's only going to help 25 people, I understand, the need to actually try to get people out of homelessness, and that's important. But this, unfortunately, it barely scratches the surface. If we're just talking about a couple sites, it'd be great to have, more sites, more safe parking areas. I know a lot of different sites were proposed, so I'd like to know if it's possible to expand that and include maybe some parking garages in downtown Santa Rosa or other areas where we can, spread the responsibility around. I think we all need to come together. We all need to contribute. Yes, many of us don't feel safe being in the vicinity of homeless people, but many people on the street also don't feel safe, because instead of addressing their safety concerns about who they're surrounded by, and that was mentioned by Chris in one of his comments, the police just come down and force everybody to leave. So, we need to create real community-driven responses. And I'd like to see, in any ways that we can engage the community and make this a process that we can all be a part of and something that we can all contribute to. Yes, to garbage services. That is a very low ball. We should be doing that. Unless the goal is to keep justifying sweeping communities on the basis that there's garbage that could easily be removed. We absolutely need to focus on those. Those are more affordable solutions, and I'd love to see more safe parking.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. We'll go to Alexis, followed by Saves.
Hi, this is Alexis. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay. I just wanted to piggyback off of what Michael just said, is that we have watched, we're hearing people from the community say, oh, all these people are moving into our streets and we're creating a quote unquote ghetto, which, by the way, Anita, pretty offensive term, especially given the fact that it sounds like you're a very white woman. So I want to talk about the fact that we have virtually programs that are easily accessible to most unhoused people. You guys want to talk about covering parking spaces for 25 people? That doesn't even cover RVs. I mean, it's not only completely preposterous that we're talking about 25 parking spaces to help with an unhoused crisis right now, But the fact that you're talking about $1 million, I know that's great, sweetheart. I'm on the phone right now. I know, good job. The fact that the fact that there are no, sorry, got a little distracted there. We're talking about spaces. We're not talking about RVs. We're talking about, I mean, we really have virtually no low-income housing for people who need to get back on their feet. We have people who are still unhoused due to the fires, like, 3 years ago? I mean, it's preposterous. We're talking about security. I mean, come on, Tibbetts. Seriously? We're proposing $1 million for this? It's just, it's kind of beyond me that you guys are really, this is kind of the bare minimum. It's disappointing. We're really not even at a point where we can provide 50 parking spaces. It's just really, truly disappointing. And to the people that are talking about what's happening in their neighborhoods, you can directly thank the city council for that. You can directly thank the police department for that. They're continually moving people out of safe places and pushing them into neighborhoods. And that's where we see a lot of these issues happening. If you guys want to talk about really talk about helping the unhoused, then we would love to see more than you proposing $1 million 25 parking spot deal. It really kind of makes it sounds like a joke, truly. And I'm not trying to be rude to the folks on city council. I'm being genuinely truthful when I say this. This kind of sounds like a joke. 25 parking spaces for the hundreds of unhoused folks. And I'm speaking from someone who regularly goes out and provides out of my own pocket through, I work with a lot of friends and other people. We regularly provide food, water, clothes, deodorant, whatever to our unhoused friends. And I can honestly say that this is kind of a slap in the face. And I really hope that you guys re-examine the true issues that are behind this, like the fact that we have no affordable income housing. I mean, come on, let's get to the root of this before we start calling the police on people who have nothing and taking what little they have away from them all over again. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Alexis. Saves, followed by Gregory.
Sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is Patrick O'Loughlin. I'm with Saves, and we will be bidding on operating the safe parking program. So this is a very important meeting to me, and I love what I'm hearing. And the first thing I say is right on to Council Member Jack Tibbetts. He knows what he's talking about. Listen to him. 24/7 is a much better solution. Less security makes much more logical sense. And lowering the cost overall is really what needs to be done. $1 million for 25 people is not what you're proposing, but still $300,000 for 25 people to only be there for 12 hours really can be lowered. So overall, I want to say yes to safe parking. Your data shows 28% of the homeless population lives in vehicles and RVs. Super targeted program. Makes a lot of sense. We're not building expensive houses. And I think there's two things I really want you to hear, and it's been said already, but we want 24/7, not overnight. And even if the RFP comes out and says overnight only, you're going to see a proposal from us from what we think we can do for overnight, because it's where the services start. It's where people graduate from living on the streets to living in a home permanently. That's the first one. And the second one, which we haven't talked about much today, but was in all the comments, is no to parks and libraries. I think it's just going to upset people in the community. It's not going to work well. The area behind the utility field office is a great area. Stony Point is a great area. Maybe parking garages on 5th and 7th possibly, but there are other options. And also as part of our RFP, I'm sure we'll come up with some other options. Also, buying or renting a commercial lot is another option. It doesn't have to be owned by the city. It can be rented by the city. So the last point I think I'd make is let's get the RFP going. We will turn it around quickly. I'm sure other organizations are hungry to see this program implemented, and let's get it up and running as quick as we can. So that's all I have to say. It's a great program, a couple of major tweaks, and we're excited to be seeing it happen. We hope we're the vendor that gets it, but if not, we're glad to see the cities doing it.
Thank you, Patrick. Gregory, followed by Allegra.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I've said a lot of things in the past, and I don't want to go on too long, but I do want to comment on the kind of connectedness to the prior study session where you were, really, telling everybody how well your pilot program for parklets worked. I hope we're here a year from now talking about how well this pilot program worked, because I have high hopes for it. But when we were talking about safe eating, it was natural for me to think about, well, this is sort of like safe sleeping. Branding is important, but if you're going to look at the overnight versus 24/7, you really have safe sleeping and safe living. But more importantly, you have safe survival, which is what I think of as the overnight, versus safe empowerment, which is what the 24/7 overnight, 24/7 with services. We know, all of us who've been in this business, that you've got to try to help people get from where they are to where they will go. And if you have those services, if you have that route, if you have that ladder out, then you're going to be able to help people improve their lives, and you're going to make a dent in this crisis. I give people a lot of hope sometimes when I point to usually years before, but in this case, only months or within the next year, a lot more money coming down the pike. You all know that Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden are putting in their budgets money for housing vouchers, for new facilities, and program money. So I want to give you some hope that if as this city, you start taking some real pilot projects under your wing, you won't be left behind by the funding sources. They're going to reward you. We will, as a community, reward you by upping our own volunteerism. So please take this opportunity, figure out a way to put together a good RFP that is broad enough to allow for all of the options. It's clear that 25, 50, whatever spaces is not going to solve the problem, but it will send a signal, and it will allow a lot of us to have the hope that we can turn more of the money that comes from the state or the federal government or out of our pockets into things that will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Allegra, followed by Zara.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to really echo the need for more sites. I think that one site, 25 spaces, is like, that doesn't even scratch the surface of the problem. It almost feels like being set up to fail. I also agree that addressing the root causes, our housing crisis here, our lack of support for low-income people in general, and our attitudes. I mean, I think that you can hear on from some of these other comments, the attitudes towards people without housing are pretty offensive, pretty upsetting. These are human beings, and it's really sad to me to hear our fellow community members spoken about in that way. I think that the bare minimum, again, is like, yeah, trash service, yes, bathrooms for humans. I think we all know that that's like a bare necessity, a bare minimum necessity. So please consider expanding this. Don't set it up to fail. Don't make it just 25. Several sites, several locations, so that people can get from here to there and have services where they need them. And just like, please care about other people. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Vera, followed by Heather.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for all the work you are doing. Safe parking is an important step toward addressing the urgent need of providing safe and legal shelter for the unhoused. We would like, I'm a member of Homeless Action, I forgot to mention, volunteer there. We would like at least 4 sites to be selected at the conclusion of these discussions by the City Council, with at least 2 of those being designated as 24/7 sites, with the ability to serve people in RVs and trailers. Due to the dire need for safe shelter, we also request an expedited RFP for the management of all sites so they can be up and running in the next 60 days. We would like the city manager to contact the administration of school districts and the junior college for possible sites in their control and for possible collaboration for homeless students and their families. There are 3 sites we support, one of which has been mentioned, the area behind the utility field office on Stony Point Road, and 2 floors in 2 parking garages on 5th Street and 7th and Mendocino. Additionally, we feel the city council should consider 655 First Street, where the West America building is, and 952 Sonoma Avenue. We do not support putting safe parking in parks or city lots used by city staff on a daily basis or the public in the case of parks. This would only potentially serve to put the unhoused in uncomfortable circumstances from the moment they arrive. If the city council should choose not to use their own city property for sites in every district, we recommend leasing unused lots. We have several good options if the council decides to go in this direction. Offering safe parking is less expensive than current costs of sweeps, policing, and public works. It is time to take quick action to implement safe parking, a critical component towards solving the issue of homelessness. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Vera. Heather, followed by Lee. Did we lose Heather? All right, Heather, if you get a chance, go ahead, jump back on, and we'll come back to you. Let's go to Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
I don't, oh, there it is. Okay. First of all, I have so many things to say. One of them is I'm really saddened to hear people worried more about paint and flowers than human beings. I think this is a direct it speaks to how badly we need community involvement and care so that we can all work together to solve this problem. Now, I will also say that this problem is in existence because you have defunded everything that could have possibly prevented this situation to be coming to this crisis point. I am in support of 24/7 care. I'm in support of peer-run sites. I'm in support of multiple sites, including the Stony Point and Garage Point places. I also want to say that, you know, I'm very concerned about faith-based being involved, especially now that we know how much harm the Catholic Church has done to our Native American community, and knowing that Native Americans are among the highest group of unhoused people. We have they're the lowest percentage of people oppressed or people in this country, but yet they are unsheltered the most. So faith-based programs are very concerning for many reasons, and that's obviously one of them. I think that we have the opportunity to care for people in a way that we did during the fires. During the fires, we had mobile laundry, we had mobile showers, we had mobile toilets, and we could easily afford cleanup. So I don't know why the city doesn't offer that. It's inhumane. It over and over and again, I see the choice to care for those who have so much and those who have so much power, and their voices are so much more important, and they are the few. The many are the people who are struggling to find housing at all. The many are the people who are struggling to have 2 or 3 jobs to live in the cheapest apartment, which is nearly $2,000. This is a problem because this is what city planners and city council, you have done this. You have defunded humanity and funded militarization of a police force. This is a crisis. It's inhumane. You could buy a hotel, honestly. I leave my time.
Thank you, Lee. We'll try Heather one more time.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. This is Heather from Sonoma County Acts of Kindness. And I heard Shirley talk earlier about how they've been quite successful at doing a 24/7 parking at the church. So I'm curious if anybody had talked to that particular church and asked how well that program is working and how much that costs. I'm also where I generally am in the evening times and weekends out with the unsheltered community that this call is about. So I'm going to actually turn it over to one of our unsheltered folks that does live in an RV out here so he can take a moment to talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for taking out your time and really addressing this issue because, you know, it really affects a lot of people, and it's sad to see how many different groups of people have been affected by this. You know, I myself am a college graduate and a ex-business owner who now live in a trailer and have to worry about whether or not the police are going to come in the morning and tell me I can't be here just because I'm trying to stay in a safe area. And it's really hindering on, you know, the amount of places where we can go, because there aren't any places we can go. And every time we get a little community set up and things are going really well, and we all look out for each other and we clean up and we do these things that any normal person would do where they live, we get harassed by the county and the city and told that we can't be here. And, you know, I heard it brought up that during the fires, they were going around, and yes, they did have toilet services and animal services and laundry services. You know, I think that if we had a 24-hour safe parking program, that would be such a weight lifted off of everybody's shoulders in this homeless community, and it would really give us something to look forward to, and it would help us get into housing.
Thank you so much for your comments. We need you to please wrap up. Okay, we'll go on to Alice.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So thank you, City Council, all of you for your service, your interest in providing safe parking, and for providing much more funding than there's been for the CHAP program. This is a great step forward. This funding should provide close to as many parking spaces per dollar as CHAP provides for night parking, based on what Shirley was telling us, plus the addition of day parking and wraparound services. 726 unsheltered residents in Santa Rosa with 300 to 500 people and vehicles represents large-scale inhumane conditions and suffering for which we need to quickly ramp up sites for all of those vehicles and individuals. The UN declares it a human right for all to have a legal place to safely exist with sanitary facilities supported by our Sonoma County Human Rights Commission. Thank you to Councilmember Tibbetts for pointing out that security services can largely be provided by on-site staff. In addition, given that neighbors to the Finley tent camp had few or no security problems from the camp, suggests security spending needn't be as high for this and future camps. Even if starting with security, it should be stepped down as it proves to likely be unnecessary. So please include that as part of the RFP. For those concerned about safe parking in their neighborhood or district, safe parking, especially 24/7 safe parking, are designed to alleviate the very concerns that you are expressing, and those concerns visited my neighborhood. I would greatly appreciate a safe parking site across the street from me where I could volunteer most easily. Finally, in selecting a site, please prioritize number 1, shade. Number 2, tied for shade, is access to clean drinking water. And number 3, a short walking distance to a supermarket for daily food, given residents don't have refrigeration, and bus routes, which tend to converge at supermarkets. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. We'll go to Vicki. Vicki, are you able to unmute? Okay, we'll go on to resident 9616. Are you with
Hi,
us?
can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, thanks. Kelly, I had a couple questions on your presentation. I was wondering if the vehicles that would be parking would be registered and operational, and would they be able to come and go between the 7 and 7 hours, or once they're checked in, they're there for the evening? And then if there is going to be a plan set up for what happens during the day when they have to leave, because I feel like that's probably where we see most of the issues. I am a property manager for the Stony Point Lakes, which is right next to Finley Park in 131 Stony Circle. So we're going to be neighbors to this location. And the other thing is, I know that there's been a lot of comments about how successful the Finley location was, but I don't think anybody had checked in with us as the neighbor to see if it was successful on our end, because we actually had a lot of incidents and had to end up hiring full-time guards. And we had vehicle damage, break-ins, tires slashed, graffiti, vandalism. So it definitely is impactful, because I think a lot of times when they just kind of don't have a place to go, they just kind of wander around, and and it just kind of creates an environment that can always be safe. So I was just trying to see if there's some sort of plan for the day use. And I think that's about it.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and ask Kelly those questions when we're done with public comment, but I took a note down. We'll go on to Corey. Corey, are you able to unmute?
Hello?
There you are.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I do stay in a trailer out here, and to be able to have 24-hour, 7 days a week safe parking, but with services provided for us to help us get into housing, and also to have, like porta potties and garbage, possibly showers that come when on a schedule would be very helpful. And then if the sweeps could stop, because we don't have any place to go, and we just need if we had a safe place to go, we'd all be in a place together, and we wouldn't have to worry about moving every morning or whenever we wake up. Sometimes randomly, it's really not that fun, but that's, so yeah, 24/7 safe parking with like wraparound services to help us get off of the streets and into housing would be greatly appreciated.
All right, thank you, Corey. So that's the last hand I see on Zoom. So I'll close public comment on our Zoom, and I'll bring it to our in-person public comment. We'll go to Katie first, followed by Victoria.
Hi, my name is Katie Stagnaro, and I also am with a new nonprofit in Sonoma County called Impact Foundation. I just want to, I was going to say so many different things, and then I heard all these people talking, and I once lived under the 6th Street Bridge and was vacated constantly from my tent. And then I lived behind the Dollar Tree, and I know what it's like to be ripped out of a place where you're thinking, okay, I can get a good night's sleep. I also know what it's like to be on the streets and not know what's going to happen to me in the middle of the night. I think that the 12-hour safe parking for 25 spaces, thank you, but I honestly think it's a joke. Like, these people, they need so much help. They need hope, they need love, and listening to somebody in the South Park community refer to these people as if they're animals. If it wasn't for somebody going and hitting those streets with love and with compassion, I wouldn't be standing here today. I probably would still be out there. If it wasn't for other services, I probably wouldn't be standing here. So today, I just want to use my voice for the homeless community, because I'm planning with the Impact Foundation. We will be hitting the streets. We will be out there with love. We will be passing out. Tomorrow, we will hit the South Park neighborhood, and we will be spreading hope. We will be passing out Sharps containers for that community. We will bring them water. We'll bring garbage bags. We'll bring them food, and we will love on that community. It is just, in my eyes, it's so important to have some place that's 24/7, especially for women. And I have a soft place for that, because you don't know what it's like out there. I do. I know what it's like out there on those streets here in Santa Rosa, where there's no safe place here when you are homeless. And it doesn't matter if you're addicted. It doesn't matter if you're mentally ill. And right now, my fear is now we have the COVID restrictions that are going to be ending. So what's going to happen with some of these families that are going to face eviction? These families are going to hit these streets, and they're not going to know what the heck to do. And what are we as a community? We're not doing anything. We're just going to give you 25 spaces. I'll tell you what, the homeless community, they will provide their own security. You give them the space, you give them the ability, they will take care of each other. And I can guarantee you they will keep that place clean. You just need to be loving and compassionate. They deserve everything that we have. And if it wasn't for love and compassion, I probably wouldn't be standing here. Thank you for all those who loved and had compassion for me.
Thank you. Victoria, followed by Adrian.
Hello again. My name is Victoria Yanez, and I am an attorney who volunteers with Homeless Action. I'm happy that we no longer are going around criminalizing the homeless as much as we used to, but we're still in the Stone Age in terms of development of our homeless programs. I have lived experience. And I want to, first of all, I'm speaking with the spirit of Kelly Jones behind me. Kelly Jones was killed from standing on the sidewalk on Roberts. She's a homeless woman. So her spirit is here with us. I also want to call on the spirits of our murdered and missing Indigenous women, because Indigenous women are a big part of the homeless here in Sonoma County. Now, I'm not going to give up a second of my time. I don't care if I have to torture you with my silence. I want to thank, I am no longer homeless, and for this I have to thank the activists in Sonoma County and the volunteers, churches, etc. Because even though Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000 states that the county shall provide minimum subsistence needs, this Depression-era surviving welfare program, the General Assistance Program, basically doesn't work here in Sonoma County. They give no housing, virtually no housing. But, you know, it's commendable for the county and the city to do a program together. Now, it's deplorable that we only have 25 spaces. I'm embarrassed. And for $1 million, are you kidding? Let's just go buy places for people. For 25 people, we can buy them places. I don't understand why we're not getting more creative. And I support the 24-hour. I think we should have one of each kind of the parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Adrian, followed by Anita.
Thank you, council members, and thank you to all the members of the public who are here. And it just shows this outpouring of concern that we have in our community for homeless people. It is our duty as a government, which is part of our society, as a society, to take care of people who are impoverished. It's just our duty. And the Human Rights Commission has just passed a resolution very recently saying that homelessness in itself is a health crisis in Sonoma County. We have to do something. We have 300 to 500 people, by your own statistics, by your own police checking, who are living in vehicles around Santa Rosa. Where are they going to go? Where can they go? We should be looking at this. Let's just take the conservative figure, 300. Where can 300 people park safely tonight? And where can they be tomorrow so caseworkers and other people can find them to help them? Jack Tibbetts is entirely right. No one is going to come at 7 o'clock after a hard day. They're only going to do their survival stuff and try to get to sleep. And they're definitely not going to do stuff in the morning at 7 a.m. to try to get into a house. We need a 24/7 so people can find each other, so people can be together and say, where did you look for work? Where have you applied for a house? So they can sit down in the middle of the day and have a group to say, what are we going to do about addiction here? How am I going to handle my addiction? How am I going to get into recovery? How are you doing? Those kinds of things can happen in a 24/7 site. They can't happen in an overnight site, and 25 slots, it doesn't work for 300, 500 people. It's not even close to enough. So we need multiple sites. I suggest that you look behind the utilities field office. There is a large tract of land there. It maybe needs a little gravel or something to work, but that's a place where we can have a large safe parking program. Look at the two unused parking garages. We can definitely use one of those floors. And just, you get the neighbors. You know, we're hearing them here today. That frustration is real. They're not fools. They know when their neighborhoods are crummy. The garbage people, the trash people said they would come and pick up the garbage in the camps. Then they refused to do it. So it's not good for anybody. We need to get a place where people could park. And if we don't have places for RVs, that is the most visible and most obvious problem for neighbors. So we've got to at least one of these sites has to hold the RVs that we have in our city. So thank you very much. I'm Adrienne Lobby. I'm the co-founder of Homeless Action.
Thank you, Adrienne. Anita, followed by Thomas.
Good evening. I want to welcome the newcomers, Gabe, Natalie, Eddie, and Raisin. Am I saying that right? I'm so thrilled to be back. I just want to jump on a couple of bandwagons here. First of all, I want to say that the way that you handled the merchants' needs in getting them the correct things so that they can set up their restaurant as opposed to the way that you are handling the needs of the homeless people. I've been coming to this room for 3 years and I see nothing. So congratulations for at least considering something. Actually, it's really called discrimination, isn't it? Because the merchants are much more important. And you know it and I know it, but I want to put that out there because it's not just that you're ignoring people who are desperate for a place to live, but you're providing to those who want to have a restaurant downtown. Do you see the disparity there? Well, I wanted to point that out because it does look like discrimination to me. And also, I want to let you know that we don't really need a lot of services because like the I did what?
Speak a little closer.
I am what?
You need to speak a little closer.
Closer. I have to be closer. Did you hear? You missed everything I said? Okay, so just like the lady said, who is homeless, we don't need a lot of services. What about Housing First? Housing First is about not having services, so cut the services out because that only leads to a problem with codependency. Right, Victoria? Like, nobody can take care of themselves if they've got somebody leading them around by a leash. So I want to really go for cutting down the services, but providing the space. 3 years we've been asking you for space. We had an encampment. It worked very good over behind the Dollar Tree, remember? Because they managed themselves. So thanks for considering this. I hope you get on board quickly with providing something because I see nothing but people walking around with huge bundles of
Thank you so much, Anita.
That they need.
Next, we have Thomas, followed by Pat.
Hi, I thought I was going to be the anchor leg, but maybe Pat's going to be after me. So
I'm very encouraged and yet disappointed. I want to thank Kelly. Kelly is holding down the fort. This is great. I don't know where we would be without that. Okay, but at the same time, I think it's disingenuous that they did not come back with what the council directed, and to come back with one space for 25 people. So it's just completely unresponsive. Do forgive me. You have the fairground, the vet, and the Bennett Valley Senior Centers. You can use those. The county has already agreed to negotiate with you. I know you saw that. They were going to offer $2 million. So we know. And they've already agreed to negotiate over the use of the space, and they're going to give you $2 million. Let's use those, please. There are the spaces. There's a space behind the utility building. There's a space in front of the UFO, which is the parking. There's at least 200 spaces there. There's at least 100 spaces that are not used on a daily basis. I want to go into the statistics for a second. Over 2,500 homeless, 38% are sheltered. That's 1,000. 780 or 790 are in Santa Rosa sheltered. That leaves 200 in the rest of the county. The rest of the county is unsheltered. That means they have 800 unsheltered, because they have 1,500 here and 1,000 elsewhere, 2,500. 800 unsheltered. And what that means is they feel really impacted for unsheltered. And you're talking about Santa Rosa saying they have unsheltered problems? It's nothing compared to the rest of the county in unsheltered, right? So it's tremendous. But there's 500 supposedly in cars and 300 in Santa Rosa. Got to deal with that. You're barely dealing with 10%, not even 10% if you deal with 25 people, 25 cars. You have 300 cars and RVs. I want to tell you that Dave Berto told me that there's no insurance. There was no insurance premium to his use of his place ever. He never paid additional for that other than what he paid generally for his insurance. This is not a 5-year problem. People are missing out. We lost about 1.5 years. You got to add some years back. I've been 9 years coming here regarding this. Georgia Berlin was proposing it, and Shirley Zane adopted it. Over 8 years ago, they had that safe parking at the county fairgrounds for over a year and on their site for over 3 years. That's 4 years, and it ended over 4 years ago. So you know how long we've been doing that. It needs to be 24/7, please, and you get HUD funding for that by having electricity and having sanitary service. That's all you need, and you can have HUD funding.
Thank you so much, Thomas. We'll go to Pat, followed by Cynthia.
Hello, council. Hello, council people. Yeah, okay, so I'm asking you folks to fix the problem of some of these unsheltered folks. And how is it that you know that the problem is fixed? There are no more sweeps, because the sweeps have they worked ever? How much have you spent on them? And have they provided a solution to the problem? No. Okay, so if the need is 300, meet the need. And it's the need of the homeless. It's not your needs, it's their needs. You need to come up with solutions that help to provide solutions for their needs. And that's how you fix the problem. 25 spaces is a Band-Aid on a bleeding head wound, okay? This is an emergency situation. Band-Aids don't work. You need to provide the assistance to meet the need. Okay, so because the homeless are out there doing their thing, that they draw this criminal element to them. And I've seen this, and this is why Kelly got killed on the street, because of that criminal element. Why are cars getting broken into and all this stuff? Because there are criminals, gangsters in Santa Rosa. Why, yes. I don't know about your neighborhoods, but in my neighborhood, people are doing, donuts all the time, and they keep doing them. So don't tell me that they're not present, because I know they are. You don't need to reinvent the wheel here when it comes to providing spaces for these folks. This is not a new situation. Other places have met this problem and solved it. Look to those solutions. The people here have seen that there are solutions, and they know what those solutions are. Pay attention to them, because they can help you fix the problem. And the other thing that matters is that when you get a Section 8 voucher, it does not allow you to rent a market rate apartment. Right now, the apartments are available for $2,000 a month. That's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Vouchers don't cover that. And the housing authority in the city doesn't answer their phone, don't return emails. And that's not just for clients, but for landlords as well. So if you want to fix the problem, address this and figure out how, if you are lucky enough to get a voucher, that you can afford to rent an apartment.
Thank you, Pat. We'll go to Cynthia.
I believe she left.
Cynthia left?
I believe she left.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any voicemail public comments?
Hi, my name is Mark Kirby, and this statement is regarding Agenda Item 3.2 concerning the Safe Parking Pilot Program. When beginning the study of this program, you used specific criteria when selecting proposed sites to be considered for this program. These criteria included proximity to services, proximity to neighborhoods, schools, or childcare, and fire risk. The Rankin Valley Library site within District 3 was not identified as a potential site during the initial July 2020 assessment, and the city elected to seek a private partner instead. Then, on the February 2021 assessment, Rankin Valley Library suddenly appeared as a potential location with no reason given for its addition. This site is a poor choice for consideration as the library is directly adjacent to Maria Correa High School. There are students on campus at all hours of the day, arriving around 6:30 a.m. for the first classes at 7, continuing through until sometimes 10 p.m. at night for athletic events, musical and choral events, and other club activities. This library is also located in a residential area with little or no homeless services nearby. Additionally, as a fire risk, this site makes a poor choice as fires actually burned several of the classrooms at Maria Carrillo in 2020 and closely threatened the school in 2017. The council seems overly focused on some kind of equitable geographic distribution of this program versus choosing a correct option that might actually benefit these people in need. Instead of trying to put a proverbial square peg in a round hole, why not use existing structures or lots that are actually designed for parking? Garages. After hours at the downtown garage areas would also put these people in geographic proximity to the services that would help them if they truly want help. I further feel that the costs associated with this program would amount to a gross misuse of taxpayer funds. Your single site pilot program cost estimates spending up to $660,000 a year for just 50 parking spots. When you expand that out to the 300 to 500 vehicle number estimates, that comes to between $3.96 and $6.6 million a year. There also seems to be no mention of policies or procedures to ensure that only safe registered vehicles would be allowed to participate in this program. I feel that no sites in proximity to any schools or child care facilities within Santa Rosa should be considered for this program. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bridget. I am a citizen in the community and a taxpayer, and I do not know the agenda item, but I am very shocked and am pleading, begging, do not put a homeless whatever in the parking lot of the public library where my children walk from school every afternoon and go to check out books and wait there. I've seen plenty of homeless places. Unfortunately, they're not well kept and there's garbage outside, and we don't need kids going in and out of there. There's not very much room, and please do not do it. There is plenty of space to the right of Oliver's, that big empty area. It's safer because people don't go in and out and kids don't walk by. It is not a good place. I beg you to say no and vote against doing that. I don't know what I'm going to do for childcare afterwards, and that's where I pick them up, and that's where they go to get books and educate themselves. I cannot have this. Please and thank you.
This is Lisa Clausen, and I am calling in regards to the City Council trying to use the Rincon Valley Library for homeless parking or homeless encampment. I will have a daughter entering the high school right there, 9th grade this year. I am completely against it. I think that's one of the worst decisions our City Council could ever do with having a lot of young children in that area. We all know that they are not clean and that they do drugs, and it's just not a safe place for them to be. So I'm voting no. If anyone cares, I would appreciate that we do not have a homeless encampment next to a high school and a middle school where our children are trying to learn and be happy. They do not need to be stressed out about drugged out people. Thank you so much.
I'm calling in regards to a text that I just received about the homeless parking at the Rincon Valley Library parking lot. I am completely livid right now to hear this information. Our children's schools are over there. It is known that the homeless encampments are people that do drugs and solicit prostitution, and they're mentally ill, a lot of them. I understand they need a location, but please do not put them next to where children attend a library, attend school. Do not put them near there. That is a horrible, horrible idea. Horrible. I think you guys can do a lot better than that. And if you need a special committee put together with parents in the community, we would be more than happy to sit down and brainstorm, because your brainstorming obviously is not good enough if this is what you're coming up with. I am absolutely appalled and disgusted in this even being an option. My name is Regina Rowland. My address is 123 Shaw Avenue in Kenwood. I'm a business owner and in Kenwood, and my children attend RVMS and the high school Maria Carrillo. And please consider these comments. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Just leaving a comment about the the topic open for discussion about the homeless parking in the Rincon Valley Library parking lot adjacent to Maria Carrillo High School. I would object to that location, and I'll share why. Period. While I am sympathetic to the plight of the homeless, absolutely, I don't feel that a location right next to a school is a wise decision. Period. We had a event on June 5th at the park there at Rincon Valley Park, and there were two homeless men who sat near our party, and I brought them a plate of food for lunch, and they seemed to appreciate that, and everything was fine. And then one of the men started making sexual gestures towards two of my young nieces, and so we actually had to call Santa Rosa Police Department to address that, since he was becoming a little bit sexually assertive, not necessarily aggressive, but some inappropriate sexual gestures and actions were being made, and he was being a little bit aggressive towards my husband when we asked him if he could please leave once he started doing the obscene gestures. So we started out giving them lunch and trying to be kind and respectful, and that's the result in that instance. So not saying that that's a situation in all homeless encounters, but I don't feel that location next to a school that would be wise or in the best interest of the students. Okay, so I would object to that location. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Allison Mulligan, and I reside in the Rincon Valley area. I'm calling to address the proposal to have a homeless parking available at the Rincon Valley Library, and I strongly disagree with this.
The parking lot that is in question is incredibly small and is really only enough for the people that are using the public service that our taxpayer dollars pay for. Additionally, the park is surrounded by a beautiful area that I personally coach at. I'm a high school coach for Maria Creo track team, and I could say that there's been times where our facilities have been broken into, particularly over in the Polville area where there are some mats where we've found that it looks like people might have been sleeping under there and they've ruined these things. Those mats cost $20,000 to replace, which we do not have the funds for. And I also have a child who participates in sports at the park, a soccer player, and I don't feel comfortable with her being in that area knowing that there's transients around using the facilities and the bathrooms on a park that, again, we paid for to beautify on behalf of residents that pay their taxes. There are other locations that supply more parking. Particularly, there was a mobile home, I believe it was off of Mendocino Ave, across from where the Round Barn Hotel was, and that was a mobile park that is quite large, which would be suitable. It's also near public transportation, and it's also near a lot of places where there would be jobs for people should they want to find them. So I think there are a lot better places than the one in question, and I also think it's really irresponsible to put this near places where children play, and our kids deserve to have beautiful scenery for themselves to thrive around, not a decrepit park that's not cared for by people who really don't care about themselves. Sorry, I'm getting angrier the more I talk about this because I just feel like the city's really let so many things slide and let our beautiful community that hosts tourists from all around the world look like a third world country. So please use your brains and your will and do not allow this and find some better location that will be better for everyone. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Natalie Hogan, and I'm calling regarding Agenda Item 3.2, the Safe Parking Pilot Program. As a city resident and community health nurse, I am calling in support of starting a safe parking program here in Santa Rosa. I believe this is an excellent step towards achieving functional zero homelessness in our community and provides basic human rights to some of our unhoused community members. However, providing overnight safe parking for registered-only vehicles is not enough. As a nurse, I struggle to find my clients as they get continually displaced and have to watch as they forego important medical appointments because they cannot leave their vehicles in fear of being towed. Please expand the Safe Parking Program to provide 24-hour access to safe, secure parking with appropriate bathroom and garbage facilities. Having 24-hour parking will allow folks to follow up with medical and social services during the day. And if you are unable to approve unregistered vehicles access to these programs due to liability, then please create funding and an easy, accessible way for folks to get their vehicles registered. Please make the humane decision in supporting our community by approving 24-hour safe parking programs immediately. Thank you.
Hi, this is Arlie Haig. I'm with SAVES. I would like to impress upon the City Council to please consider 24/7 safe parking, as the just overnight is not going to encompass the type of vehicles that are out there that really need to be off the street. And we also need a village where it's monitored and maintained and is a transitional housing option for the homeless. Okay, thanks.
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comment on item 3.2.
Great, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Kelly, there were a couple of questions there that I'll start with for you. The first was whether or not vehicles who participate in this program would have to be registered and operational.
Yes, Mayor, I think, at a minimum, we would need for our vehicles to be operational, right? I mean, especially with an overnight program, the idea is that people need to leave in the morning. Maybe a little bit more flexibility there with a 24/7 program, but some of the vehicles and RVs that I've seen out in the community that are not operational are in pretty bad shape, and I would have some safety concerns allowing non-operational vehicles to come in. That said, I think Councilmember Tubitz raised it in the interest of staff, and certainly welcome the feedback from the full council, I think we want to make this as low barrier as possible so that we're serving the individuals out in the community that really need it. So for registration, I know with Catholic Charities program that was funded by the county, that was not a requirement. And my suggestion for that would be that we connect these individuals with resources in the community that would assist them in getting their vehicles registered. I know that the county has a flexible fund set aside for individuals living in RVs and vehicles and encampments that they identify for closure and cleanup, similar to our encampment program, where they can assist individuals with certain things. So I need to look into that program more fully and see, how the county is using it. But I think that we could possibly assist those that need help with registration.
Great, thank you. And will people be able to come and go between the 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. timeline?
So, we can have it as a requirement, that they sign when they enroll in the program, that, we ask them not to leave during the evening. But I don't know that that's something that we can actually enforce. And I'm thinking about, Sam Jones Hall, that's 24/7 operations. People can come and go from the shelter. It was the same thing at the Finley program. There are program rules and a good neighbor policy that we ask participants to follow. But we can't make them, stay in the program overnight if they wish to leave. And so I made a note of that, and I think that's something we're going to have to think through, more fully as we look at the program design and scope and some of the program requirements.
All right, thank you. And then we heard quite a bit from people saying this is only 25 people that we're talking about. First, I want to push back a little bit on that notion. We're talking about 25 people at a time for a year, and it's not just for the parking spot. Can you walk through for us why the cost is what it is, breaking it down on what some of our estimates are? And we already heard the $200,000 estimate for security for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week for an entire year. Can you walk us through some of the other elements as well?
Yeah, and I do quickly want to say that I don't think that what we're proposing tonight, at least not what I'm proposing tonight, is going to solve the issue of vehicle encampments in Santa Rosa. This is a pilot program. This is a first step. And 25, I know, there was a slide in there tonight that we just recently estimated about 300 vehicles and RVs in Santa Rosa. So I want to acknowledge that 25 is not going to fix that, but it's a step in the right direction. And in terms of costs, would it be helpful to pull up the slide? I think it was slide 17. Yes, that has the program models. And I can run through these and want to emphasize these are estimates, right? Based on what information that we have today, and this would be different once we go out for RFP, depending on the program proposals that we receive from the different agencies. But for the program operators, sort of the more basic of the models, for 25 up to 50 spots, are you wanting me to go like, I realize this information is not available to the public, the actual budget, just the estimated numbers. So are you wanting me to go sort of through the budget?
I think it'd be helpful for people to hear some of the assumptions. Like, for example, obviously many of the people we heard from would care that the people who are administering the program make a livable wage to live here so that they themselves wouldn't end up homeless. And so that's around $120,000 a year for some of the staffing. Just back of the napkin as we were talking about this. Could you walk through some of the assumptions in your model for staffing, for liability insurance? We already heard security, just so that people start to understand a little bit more why this costs more than a couple dollars per spot.
So for the overnight program, the $395,000, there's staff, there's operational staff, about 1.2 FTE, so full-time employees. There's a oversight supervision staff. The combined there for staffing is about just over 60,000. Well, then you factor in benefits, that brings it closer to probably about 85,000 a year. And my math isn't going to add up exactly here because I'm providing estimates. So staffing right around 80 to 85,000 a year. You have your portable toilet rental and cleanings. That's estimated at about 19,000 a year. There's a vehicle potential need for a vehicle rental, for if there's going to be staffing overnight and not just the security. That comes in about 25,000. The security, again, that's a bigger ticket item. That's 200,000, and these are all yearly costs. And then there's things like supplies, contingency, and administrative support that make up the balance of the budget. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And the one that I was curious about too is liability insurance, and then obviously the housing focus program. That's more than I would assume the 1.2 in terms of estimated needed staff for it.
Yes, that's an excellent question. So with your program operator model, that doesn't include staff, but not the specialized staff. And so for the 25 parking spots, that $520,000 budget, certain things don't change. You have your core staff that I already mentioned, but then you add 1.5 FTE for the housing navigator and housing stabilizer. Things like security don't change. Your supplies and some of those other miscellaneous items, don't go up, but you're looking at increased costs for benefits, adding those additional positions. Some of them are fixed costs, but once you start adding in staff, that's where the cost comes in for the housing focus program, and that's the specialized case management staff.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Tibbetts, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question, Mayor. I just have comments when you're ready.
We'll see if there are any other questions first, and then I'll come back to you. All right, I'm not seeing any, so go ahead and kick us off.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So I after hearing the presentation, I am very much in favor of the 24/7 model, and I really think we need to strive for the 50 spaces. I think that is what's going to allow us to be more housing focused. And I know that the council over many years since I've been around, we've really strived to only do or really focus on housing focused services. And just from a practical standpoint, a lived experience standpoint, I think it's going to be very difficult to do meaningful housing focused shelter if we're just talking about 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. If the council disagrees with my preference or my recommendation, then I'd like to see that we go with, I think it was the overnight 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. with a single site operator, and not do a housing focus model. Just because, again, I'm uncomfortable paying for something that I don't believe is going to really yield the greatest results in the way we intend them to. On the item of security, I think we should do no security or reduce security. One thing that actually was just mentioned to me not long ago was that security may be beneficial at night when a single site operator might have more difficulty hiring employees at lesser rates to pull graveyard shifts. So I think, you can actually have security at night and single site operators during the day, but keep that security cost down, because it is huge. And I think at the end of the day, we have to balance public safety also with, judicious oversight of taxpayer money. And, when it comes to the item of security, there's a clear balance there. When we're talking about $200,000, you just showed us a slide that said we could set up another one of these sites for $165,000. So that's a big impact. Again, I mentioned it before, but I'll say it again. I hope we will extend this to our private partners in the faith-based community, or whether they're, not faith-based, but groups that are interested in providing support, and they may already have relationships with some of these folks. I'm actually thinking of Sonoma County Acts of Kindness as being an example who may be interested. I don't know. And then this part I think is going to be really important, and that is making sure that this is low barrier in all aspects. And I also want to add to that this should be a harm reduction model. And I think that the council needs to start having a public conversation about the efficacy of harm reduction. I know that we haven't been harm reduction entirely in the past. And again, when I think about all the money we spend from the taxpayer on this, it does absolutely no good for the resident of Santa Rosa who's paying taxes for us to spend money on shelter services or housing. Somebody goes into the shelter and then is ejected because they're carrying drugs or drug paraphernalia. I know that's not entirely the case with all aspects of our services, but only recently has government really started to shift away from that model, and we need to get away from that model. Because if we do that, we haven't connected with the person, we haven't offered them meaningful service, and those drug needles are just going to end up in the creeks and in the front of the downtown business anyways. So I hope that if not today, as we go forward, we start addressing this issue head on. And then the last thing I'll say is if we do decide to go on the 24/7 model with 50 spaces, because this is a pilot, I hope that we can look at setting, and maybe not now, maybe later in the budget portion of this meeting, but setting aside more money to actually grow this program. Because what I don't want to see is, frankly, what we did with Finley, which was where it was so great, but we used one-time money and then it went away. And so I hope that we can look at setting aside, I was going to throw out, if this program costs $1 million, let's look at setting aside $3 million, so that if it is successful, we have funds on hand to create more of these or continue this one for 2 or 3 more years as more low-income housing and homeless dedicated housing comes online. So those are my thoughts, Mayor, and thanks, Kelly, for this presentation.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Let's go to Council Member Fleming.
I agree with Councilmember Tibbetts' comments, and I'm in support. I was hoping to wait to hear what more of my council members think. I don't feel particularly strongly about anything except moving forward in an expeditious manner. So that's where I'm at with this. Okay,
thank you. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Fleming just wrapped that up for me. Well, let's get started. Jack, I agree with everything you said. I mean, one of the things that really resonates with me is if we do end up, which I hope we don't, a 12-hour program, which I really question the efficacy of. I think it feels like a Band-Aid, and I know that staff is trying to do the best they can with the dollars that they have. But I think that if we do a 24-hour, 24/7, that we will actually be able to do more of the housing first model. And if we did 12 hours and people were not, what's the point of offering services if no one is really going to take advantage of them? So it does feel like a Band-Aid. I would prefer to go back to the drawing board if necessary and look at 24/7 as an actual and 50 spaces as an alternative to the smaller program. We've thrown so much time and energy and money at this challenge, and I'm looking for as much efficacy as we can get for the smallest amount of money that we can pay. I'm putting $1 million price tag. I shudder at that, and I believe that we can do. I believe that we can provide more a reasonable amount of services for less money. And I'd like to, in the spirit of boldness, take a really strong look at the security question and wait and see how much security is actually necessary, if it is at all. It sounds like a slam dunk that we are going to need it, but I'm hearing that that it's not necessarily the case. It may not be intuitive to think that we don't need security, but I would like to give it a shot without and try to take that money and use it for programming and for other services for our unhoused as opposed to a security company. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. What could I add to that? Nothing really. My colleagues have said it well. No security. We shouldn't be fearing each other. I believe people have the solution. So if we were able to employ the residents of the camp, whether it be for trash cleanup, it's something that I would love to see happen. And if we aren't going to go for the overnight, or if we're only going to go for the overnight, I don't think we're going to get the results that we're looking for. We will still have the RVs strewn throughout the city of Santa Rosa. There will not be a move in the right direction. And I believe we will not lessen the gap that we're seeing in our communities, which is vilifying those that find themselves in a financial situation or a mental health situation. So with that being said, I would like to see the 24/7 model, and I would like to see it run without the security, and really, as stated before, those resources dedicated to the services for those individuals who are residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to go back to, you don't have to put it up, but slide 11 that Kelly talked about, the criteria that the council initially had, I think it was in July 2020. I'm very supportive of that, which then translates in, I wasn't supportive of what we heard in February of 2021 in some of the park and school sites, even specifically in District 6, at a park next to new housing subdivision across from a high school. I don't think that's the appropriate location. I get we want to spread the opportunities throughout the city, but again, I'm more in favor of the criteria. We need to do this in an intelligent way, and I think the criteria that was on slide 11 should hold fast, and I believe this location is presented today, and thank you, Kelly, for bringing it before us, meets that criteria. So for me, our whole system of care is actually in this evolutionary change. We've just reestablished a new continuum of care. We've now started a couple strategic plans that hopefully will be implemented countywide. And one of the key drivers of that for me is the relentless pursuit of housing. It's got to be there. So for me, I want the investment that's going to be housing focused. And I think a lot of folks, even though I've never actually managed a program, but my assumption would be we have the case managers, and the key thing too is not everyone can be a case manager, but you have to be highly trained and skilled outreach workers and case managers. It's a connection tool when someone I would envision first gets there, they check them in. We're not going to be working through the midnight hours as to how we're going to find housing for that person. What's their housing plan? What's their support system that they need? But it's a contact with that outreach person and or case manager says, okay, how can I get a hold of you during the daytime, on the weekends, building that relationship with that outreach worker. I agree with what some of my colleagues have said. It would make no sense to talk about how we're going to find housing when you've just it's at the end of the day, you just want to go to sleep. To me, this program should be a safe place to spend the night, but it's a pathway to housing. It's not a destination. And without those wraparound services, and without the case managers, the housing locators being part of the system, I think we're kind of setting up our own isolated, just safe parking. And I want it to be part of the system. One of the things that we're doing on the continuum of care at tomorrow's meeting, the state just appropriated approximately 278 emergency housing vouchers for the county of Sonoma, 128 of them going to the Santa Rosa Housing Authority. In order to get those, and we've identified what target groups, and hopefully the COC will be voting on that tomorrow, it's got to go through coordinated entry. We need those trained outreach workers and case managers to let the folks that would be using this facility, here's how you get into coordinated entry. So you might be eligible for the housing vouchers. And again, once they get into housing, it doesn't end there. We need those wraparound services once we get them housed. So the continuum of care is also looking at some of the emergency solutions grant and other funding sources to get those wraparound services. We need to be, in my opinion, incorporated and be part of this, the system working together as a whole. There's a recent community in Canada that we just learned of with the unique name of Medicine Hat, but they just achieved functional zero. And one of the interesting things as I'm doing some research on that, they said about 99% of their placement success is not about new housing, It's about system changes and working with what you have. I believe we have those resources here. We just all need to get on the same page. And I'm committed the continuum of care is starting to get on that same page. We're just about to get a new interim executive director of the Community Development Commission, and it's all about collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. So I know one of the other things, Kelly, you asked about evaluate joint program with the county. I know myself and others on this board, this body have talked with supervisors to try to do that. We're much closer to doing that than ever before. And I think the 24/7, because I think there are some county-owned properties within the jurisdictional limits of the city of Santa Rosa that would be ideal for that. And I believe with what the county is doing now, what the continuum of care is doing, and trying to get this all together with what we're doing here, I think the safe parking can fit within that system. And I think that would be it. But again, I'm very supportive of going forward with the housing focus program, the 25 spots to start this pilot program. Oh, one other thing about the security. I get that, where some people are saying, you know, what's the need of it? It depends on what population you're hoping to serve. So if we wanted to take the more functioning folks who are experiencing homelessness, using a VI-SPDAT scale of 0 through 4, pretty much high function, can probably end homelessness on their own, you're right, I don't think there'd be need for housing. But I want this to be a low barrier shelter. So more vulnerable individuals, and at least to start the program, we need to have the security there. Absolutely 100%. If nothing else, because there is the feeling of safety versus statistically it's very safe. But it's that feeling of safety and to be able to model that, saying, yes, we can do it. And if we go a couple of months and there's been no issues, then let's talk with the service provider about, okay, we can pare it down, or just having drive-bys, you know, where security will come through there. But absolutely, I think it's huge to get there because it's that feeling of security, feeling of safety in the area around where this proposal is, I think is very important. And I don't want to have one incident ruin it for all of us. So let's start out with the security. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So just really quick to touch on the security aspect. I don't feel like we need security. I have spoken to people that were previously security guards at facilities that we've had with both the county and the city. And they pretty much say that they don't do very much all day, but write reports and go to the next shift. So for $200,000, I think that money could be spent somewhere else. I would be in favor of us connecting people with the vehicle registration program and resources that are out there to help them, because I would like this to be a no to low barrier program. Collaboration with private entities, it sounds like they're doing it, and they're doing it a lot cheaper, and they can do it with minimal resources. So I would be in favor of that. I would love to see the 24/7 parking site. I think if we're going to provide additional services, I think that those would be hard to provide at night. So I think the 24/7 parking site is needed. Still on my, maybe not peer run, maybe that's not what I'm trying to say, but definitely empowering our unhoused community to help them build a community. And that's not by, in the site that we propose, and that's not by putting security guards or having, people that are over them. We still have police if anything occurs, which people normally call police if they need assistance, and we still would have the operator there. So I'm not in favor of security again. And I think that allows pride in the community and allowing them to build rapport. If we have someone like a village operator or something, someone that's over that particular village. And yes, housing focused. So I think that sums it up. I hope, Kelly, I had a lot of notes. I hope that I was able to answer some of, or all of your questions.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'll be brief as well. I also am in favor of the 24-hour 50 spots. I think we have money that's slated from the American Rescue Plan Act that is specifically to try to address the impacts of COVID. And this is obviously one that we've seen throughout the last 14 months or so. I also wanted to punctuate the point that Councilmember Schwedhelm made, which is that we're working really hard to create a system that works. And every single council member here has mentioned at one point or another that Santa Rosa can't shoulder the load of the entire homelessness problem for the county alone. We need to be good partners, and what we do needs to fit within the system and trust in the system and the operations that we're creating. So I do agree that we need absolutely the wraparound services to make this housing focused so that this isn't just a stop or a mitigation, but is actually focused on better outcomes for the folks who are living on the streets. And we do have to have a conversation about what level we're actually talking about on the VI SPDAT, because we have been approaching this problem for the last number of years, trying to take the most vulnerable, trying to take the most difficult folks who we know utilize the services the most, and getting them into transitional housing and then eventually off the streets to the extent that we can. Is that what the council is still talking about? Because when I do hear the questions about security, when I do hear questions about being run by folks who live there, we're not talking about the same population that we've been targeting with our services and resources over the last couple of years. And then finally, on the question of security, I sat through the entire public meeting that we did on the Findlay Community Center, and I listened to the concerns that we had from those same neighbors, many of them that we're talking about now. And it was a promise that we made to them that we would provide security services if for no other reason than to alleviate their own fears or their concerns, because there is a level of unpredictability that scares people. And in exchange for that, they came along with us. They were supportive of what we were trying to do and of the process. And so while it might seem unnecessary if you look at some of the data or what folks would like to push out there, it is all about building not just capacity within your community, but trust and buy-in from your entire community on the things that we're trying to do. And so I wouldn't be ready yet to abandon security. Yes, we can approach it from a perspective of let's see how it goes. And if we have those conversations with the community, and in particular with the neighbors that are impacted, I'd be open to reducing the security. But in the meantime, what we've heard from folks is that that makes them feel more supported in their efforts, and that makes them more willing long-term to help us in addressing this problem. With that, Kelly, did you get what you need?
I do have a couple quick clarifying questions. So the site that was selected for overnight, what I'm hearing from council is the preference is a 24/7 program. So it won't work at the Municipal Services Center South. The only site that we've identified to date that would work for 24/7 is the utility field office. So just want to point that out. And I'm hearing 50 spaces. I'm not sure we can accommodate 50 spaces for 24/7 because that means we lose those parking spaces in that parking lot, because people aren't leaving during the day and that part of the parking lot isn't returning to its sort of daytime use. So I will need to check in with the city manager and assistant city manager, Jason Nutt, on this to see how, we might make 50 spots work at that site. I'm not sure that we can. And then just to point out, that the 25 parking spots that we put out there were for vehicles with some ability to accommodate a few RVs and trailers. So if the interest from council or the need from the community is that we need to accommodate more RVs and trailers, then that will mean fewer parking spots because those take up more real estate. Just wanted to point that out for council. And then in terms of, I know I covered this during the study session, and this is, a policy decision. It does sound like some of the American Rescue Plan Act funding is maybe earmarked for this, and you'll be having a fuller conversation about this on July 13th. But the 24/7 model is more costly, and the ARPA funds are one-time funding. So we do need to look at, how are we going to sustain this program in the long run. I know we're starting with a one-year pilot, but how do we sustain it beyond that if we want to go beyond the 1 year. So I think I have what I need. I just want Mayor, maybe acknowledging that we're at the UFO rather than the recommended overnight program. And that we'll look into if we can accommodate 50 spots.
Yeah, when I said the overnight, or excuse me, the 24/7, I was picturing the UFO from our previous conversation. And for me, 50, it's what we can accommodate there. And I'll open it up for council members to see if that's their understanding or if they would like to give different direction. Councilmember Sawyer?
I'm good with the UFO, and as to accommodate as many as is reasonable, and that what we can accommodate. I would love to see a number of RVs removed from our streets and our neighborhoods. It seems to be the one that the vehicle that gets the most attention. So I'd love to be able to see some accommodation there. And as far as the security goes, I'm willing to allow to start with security and allow the reality to dictate its continuation or its reduction, and give it free rein to evolve as necessary. So I think we're getting close to a resolution.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I'd like to see us try to aim for 50, and I don't know if it would be possible to offset some of the size of the vehicles with a few people who are in tents or they're smaller footprint type of things, or if this is only for people who own vehicles. I get that that's the intention of it, but if it makes it pencil out space wise and it works from a security perspective, I'm fine with being a little bit flexible. And I still feel like, let's give it a chance without the security and bring it on if it's needed. That way we can, because we're sitting here asking for a much more expensive proposal than we started with. And, Councilmember Tibbetts has, an incredible amount of experience with this. And I tend to believe that if he says that it's not really a thing, I don't really want to pay people to sit around and write reports if we don't need to. I'd rather spend the money investing in services.
Okay. Sounds like you've got your direction, Kelly. Thank you so much.
I do. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. So, Council, I'm going to hold us for one quick minute, and we're going to do the consent calendar. So that way we could release some of the staff that's standing by tonight. We'll then take a dinner break since we've been going since about 10:30 this morning. And then we'll come back for item 15.1, which will be our budget discussion. So, Mr. City Manager, if we can go on to our consent calendar.
Mayor and members of the City Council, the consent calendar tonight begins with item 12.1, a motion for a contract award for the annual Slurry Seal program for 2021. Item 12.2, a motion for a contract award for the Roseland pavement maintenance for 2021. Item 12.3, a resolution for award of a purchase order to InfoSend Incorporated for utility bill printing, bill inserts, and mailing services, utilizing the City of San Luis Obispo Cooperative Purchasing Agreement. Item 12.4, a resolution on appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021-22. Item 12.5, a resolution for the First Amendment to the FOO 1219 Financial Audit Services Contract. Item 12.6, a resolution for submittal of a substantial amendment number 3 to the fiscal year 2019-2020 action plan. Item 12.7, a resolution extension of a proclamation of the existence of a local emergency relating to the 2020 glass fire. Item 12.8, a resolution for extension of a proclamation of existence of a local emergency relating to the threat of community health posed by COVID-19. And finally, item 12.9, a resolution recommending the extension of the proclamation for local homeless emergency.
All right, Council, are there any questions on the consent calendar? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. If I missed it earlier, I apologize during the comments of abstention, but Vice Mayor Rogers, I will have to abstain from item 12.9 if you don't mind.
Okay. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question on item 12.1 and 12.2. Same company, all for pavement. One's got a 10% contingency, one's got a 20% contingency, which are several tens of thousands of dollars difference. I'm just wondering why.
So I think Grant Bailey is the staff person for both of those agenda items. If we could promote him.
Mr. Bailey's mic is on. If you would go ahead and address the question, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and Vice Mayor Rogers and council members. To address your question, Councilmember Schwedhelm, so the 12.1 is a construction contract to perform an annual slurry seal contract. You hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. I'm Grant Bailey, supervising engineer and project manager for both of these projects. So to address your question, Councilmember Schwedhelm, the annual slurry seal project is a routine slurry or pavement maintenance project that has pretty limited maintenance work that's performed, where the Roseland pavement maintenance project is a more robust treatment where we're performing more aggressive treatments with some asphalt replacement as well as a slurry seal on top of that. And as you know, we annexed the Roseland area from the county in 2016, and there's a large amount of work that needs to be performed to the streets that were selected. And so we increased the contingency for this contract in case there was a need to address additional distresses to the pavement once the contract began.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, Councilor, are there any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment on this. Madam City Clerk, do we have any?
Mayor, I see no hands raised on, we have a hand in the room, but we have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yes, it's not on. I don't think that's on. Is this on? Oh, okay, thank you. Thomas Sells, yes, I'm a registered civil engineer, and I can tell you that depending on the pavement quality, the condition of the quality of the pavement existing, of which Roseland suffers from a lot of deferred maintenance over decades. And depending on the quality, if you have a slurry seal pavement, which he's saying this is an annual contract, it's already been determined that that's quality sufficient enough to receive a slurry seal and maintain its quality of rideability or drivability. The others, which are not annual contracts, their quality, we know what their quality is. There's a lot of remove and replace, and the exact amount of that is very difficult to determine, even just by looking at it. Even by close examination, it's very hard to determine exactly, particularly in little areas and things that you're gonna have to remove and cut out, and how you may end up having, you think you're just gonna do pavement, but you could be doing curb and gutter as well, and that can get very expensive because it depends on what happens underneath the pavement. Once you get under there, it's like going into a house, and you're gonna have a contractor come into your house and repair something that's ruined in it. Once they get into the wall, then they're gonna tell you what it's gonna cost. That's why there's 20%. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. I'll go ahead and bring it back. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
We had no pre-recorded voice message public comments.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor? Oh, it looks like we need to promote the vice mayor. She got dropped down to an attendee.
Sorry. I move item 12.1 through 12.8 and waive further reading of the text.
I'll second.
Motion from the vice mayor, second by Councilmember Alvarez. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
I would also like to move item 12.9 and waive further reading of the text.
I'll second.
Motion by the vice mayor, second by Councilmember Alvarez. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
All right, thank you so much. So as I mentioned, we'll now take a dinner break, and we'll come back at 7:55, and we'll start with item 15.1. So we'll do 15.1 at 7:55. All right, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll and resume our meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us?
Yep, here.
Thank you. Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Standing Manager. Let's do item 15.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, item 15.1 is a public hearing. The matter before the council is the public hearing on adoption of the City of Santa Rosa fiscal year 2021-22 operations and maintenance budget and capital improvement program budget. Our Chief Financial Officer, Jan Mazik, is going to do the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. Before we begin the discussion of the content of the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, I think it's appropriate for the city to acknowledge the passing year, a year filled with uncertainty and challenges, a year that would require action immediately after adopting the FY21 budget, only to shortly thereafter amend it in acknowledgement of the potential unknowns that lay ahead during the year. No one could have known or possibly predicted the outcomes of such unknowns, and while the year was challenging, I encourage the council, leadership, and staff alike to recognize and appreciate experiencing a year that ended much better than anyone could have predicted, thanks to the collective efforts of the organization. This proposed budget begins the next phase of our ability to tackle the difficult challenges we must confront and begin the conversation on how best to deliver services with the allocation of constrained resources. Through this next year, together, we will need to determine how best to navigate not only for fiscal sustainability in the upcoming year, but in the years to follow. So as we go through the presentation, do recognize that it is with an eye towards delivering best outcomes possible with a budget balancing strategy that we view the 21-22 budget. If we can go to the table of contents, please. I'm going to pause here for a minute. So this slide provides the outline for today's presentation. And as we consider the adoption of the proposed budget before us, it may very well be that 2022, FY22, is a pivotal year, beginning with leadership transitions. Labor negotiations are not factored into the budget. Practically speaking, its cost impact will invariably challenge financial priorities. Of the one-time monies that remain, it will matter how we use them. Do we leverage them for longer-term investment, or do we spend them to solve a problem of the moment? Committing and adapting to living within our means will mean having a cost structure that can be supported by a reliable, recurrent stream of revenues. Slide 3, please. Taxes for California governments is a complex, limiting construct, so we need to be strategic and proactive as to our options for generating revenues while managing the one thing within our control, and that is expenditures. Reauthorization of Measure O is consequential for public safety and financial flexibility alike. Our approach to the renewal of this measure must be timely and our communication on point and meeting the moment. Incremental approaches to other revenue growth will include bringing the city's master fee schedule in line with something close to full cost recovery where it makes sense. Similarly, cannabis tax may have some upward revenue potential. Our ability to manage liability costs will augment our efforts to bring better balance between expenditure control and increased revenue potential. To that end, we are exploring a financing of the city's existing amortization for its unfunded PERS liability. And this item is forthcoming in a study session to the full City Council in July. Next slide, please. Let's go to slide 5. Thanks. The city-wide expenditure budget comprises other funds in addition to the general fund. It comprises enterprise funds for which the city charges fees in exchange for service delivery, water, wastewater, transit, parking, golf course. Special revenue funds house purpose-specific funds such as Measure O for public safety, homeless services, and parks. This is also a fund where we accounted for the first tranche of American Rescue Act dollars and where we will account for all associated expenditures. Similarly, debt service funds are housed here and are attributable to a variety of purposes. The largest single item in this particular budget reflect expenditures for water related to capital improvements, which will be paid from bond proceeds. Correspondingly, the CIP line also reflects that sizable increase in the budget. Next slide, please. There have been no changes. There's been one change since the study session. It was the gas tax revenues are now estimated less by about $395,000, and TPW altered a corresponding amount within projects. Next slide, please. Next slide, thanks. In forecasting general fund revenues, it seemed prudent to use year-over-year measures, which included both fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21, given the current fiscal year and the impacts of the pandemic. So you'll see that comparison in the slide in front of you. Property tax reflects a moderate increase of 1.9% in the upcoming budget year. And while we agreed, and I know we talked about it a little bit at the last presentation, 9.1% does seem robust for sales tax. However, Avenue Insights has continued to express confidence in that number, and we've left it the same. With recreation and parks resumption of activities, we are anticipating near normal performance, and thus the forecast there as well. Overall, revenue assumptions reflect an increase of 3.8%, or $6.5 million as compared to the current fiscal year. Let me point out that there were one-time revenues both in fiscal year 20 and in fiscal year 20 and in the current fiscal year. The decision to show revenues as such in the current fiscal year reflects my own preference for the treatment as such, so that we don't make a mistake of including them as part of recurring revenues, which can happen typically when they're in much smaller amounts than these. And we're always reminded that they must be deducted from recurring revenues. Next slide, please. Notwithstanding that there are increases and decreases in operating expenditures, the general fund remains relatively flat at 1.5% as compared to fiscal year 21. In attempting to begin the process of reassessing the city's overall cost structure, salaries do reflect reductions of 16 full-time equivalents. The other reduction is a change in fire cost recovery expenditures in the bottom line. These expenditures offset increases to CalPERS for the unfunded liability component. Liability insurance saw a sizable increase of 27.4%. Utilities and professional services expenditures show moderate increases of 5% and 7%, respectively. Continuing to the next slide, additive to the operating budget are additional expenditures that require the transfer of general fund monies to other funds for a variety of purposes consistent with council action. Homeless services, you can see listed here at 3.6 million, capital improvements at 3.1 million, and a variety of other miscellaneous funding recipients. Together, general fund transfers total 9.3 million, in addition to the operating expenditures that we saw on the prior slide. Next slide, please. This slide represents the summary of the general fund proposed budget for fiscal year 22. Total recurring revenues and transfers in are proposed at 180.7 million. Total expenditures and transfers out are proposed at 190.6 million. The budget will be balanced using reserves of 9.8 million. Next slide, please. Anticipating that council would want to know the impact of reserves or to reserves as a result of the proposed expenditure budget, the current slide chart provides an estimate of where we are. I'd like to emphasize that these are estimates only, and we won't know with certainty until the city officially closes its fiscal year, and that is with the financial audit having been complete. Reserves at the end of FY20 were 21.9 million. The city planned to use 9 million to balance the current year's fiscal budget, with a subsequent decision to repatriate $40 million to the general fund reserve. Reserves are estimated to be 52.9 million at the close of the current fiscal year. That would include the accumulation of 12.9 million remaining in the current fiscal year. As such, should our estimates be reasonably correct, we expect to close the current fiscal year with reserves, with a reserve amount approximating $52.9 million. The next slide 13, please. Next slide. This slide provides a citywide summary of positions by department. Citywide, we started the year with 1,254 positions. We're proposing a total of 1,238 positions for fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed reduction of 21 positions. This does not take into account the additions, which you will see on the next slide. Salaries and benefits make up 78% of the city's general fund. Commitments for other purposes, such as debt service, council priorities, and the like, make up the remaining 22%. This means that any attempt to control expenditures will likely come from positions. In taking cost control steps, the city managers and departments agreed to reductions totaling almost $3.5 million, as shown at the bottom. Next slide, please. This slide represents other general fund full-time equivalent changes, meaning additions to the general fund. And in the next slide, reflected on this slide are non-general fund position changes. There are additions of 4 personnel in TPW, reductions to Measure O baseline equals 3 police positions. The appendices include a slide showing the history of, next slide, please. Next slide, thanks. The appendices include a slide showing the history of general fund reserves over the past 5 years. The council and the public have not seen, and the city council and the public have not seen this slide, and we will publish this corrected presentation tomorrow morning. All slides presented in this part of the presentation are provided as supporting information related to the foregoing presentation, which you saw. Our Deputy Finance Director, Alan Alton, is available to speak to the Measure O Public Safety Special Tax and the associated baseline adjustments required. Real estate property transfer tax calculations related to transfers for homeless services and affordable housing is provided here as well. Additional requests for funding, which we have provided, is also included, and the summary of reserves for recent years, which Alan can speak to also if needed. This does conclude my remarks regarding the FY22 proposed budget for the City of Santa Rosa, and your questions are welcome, and I would turn it over back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Council, do we have questions? All right, Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Jan. Just trying to follow the math, and if I could just start with the fire departments. So in May, and on, I forget what the number of the slides was, in May we were told 5 firefighters will be losing the position, and now it looks like fire department will be losing overall 3, and is that because on slide 16 we're adding a limited fire inspector, and then it's even with losing the IT person and then buildings plan examiner? Is that how we came up to that net -3 firefighter positions?
So both, let me say this, largely these positions were all vacant positions. And so, the city manager then and, department heads, spoke to, I think, conversed about those positions. And I wasn't a party to those decisions, but I assume there was agreement on vacant positions.
And if I could, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how we got to 3, and I think
Yes, and so initially it was proposed for the 5. One of those was a transfer of the IT person to the IT department. And then through the additional needs process, they identified a backlog with fire inspections and justified the additional position to meet that demand. And so that's why you see it added back in under non-general fund FTE adjustments.
And then I didn't see any information about the impact of losing net 3 firefighters, because it sounds like different positions. Where would we get that information? Because I'll have some of the same questions for the police. Right now we just have numbers here, but what does that mean about the service delivery and the impact of firefighting in Santa Rosa?
Yeah, Chief Westrup is available, and if we could promote him, I think he can respond to that question.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Rogers, and members of the council. Scott Westrup, Fire Chief with the City of Santa Rosa. To backtrack real quick, what you're looking at that net 3 loss position on the position control list is exactly what you were referring to, Councilmember Schwedhelm, where We're losing 5 positions, but we gained 2 positions in the limited term fire inspector and the limited term building plans examiner as part of the vegetation management program. So we're losing the 5 firefighters as part of the budget reduction costs, but we gain those positions in a limited term status and then add on the position that we transferred out to IT is where we come up with a net 3 FTE for the fire department. But we are still losing 5 firefighters as part of the budget reduction process.
And my question is, so what's the net operational impact of losing 5 firefighter positions, quite frankly? Absolutely.
So as we discussed in the previous study session, we're a little nuanced in that our budget really is comprised of about 86% of salaries and benefits. So when we get into the service and supply and where we're going to make cuts, we're really limited on what we can actually do with a smaller service and supply budget. And so the 5 positions for us is what it equates to. If you remember, I explained that it's not like an office for us. We have to have seats filled on a fire engine. So we have to meet that 39 position minimum daily staffing. So these 5 positions would account for 2 people over per shift. And what that does, it gives us the ability to reduce the overtime line. So if somebody calls in sick and we have to fill that seat on a fire engine, we can then move one of these extra personnel up into that position and not fill it with an overtime position. So we figure that it's about conservatively estimated about a $53,000 savings in having a person hired full-time over filling with overtime. So that additional 2 people per shift also gives us the ability to more easily upstaff during red flag or PSPS events, also during floods or any other major disaster. And what it equates for operationally is essentially 2 pieces of firefighting equipment that we could put on the road if we were to hit the all call and recall the entire department again, as we've done in the Tubbs fire, Kincaid fire, and the Glass fire. So it does limit us there. Sort of one of the nuanced things though is that losing those 5 positions brings us to constant staffing. So there won't be any overt service impact delivery because of that. So we will still have 10 fire engines and 2 fire trucks on the street. They will still be advanced life support. We'll still have 1 on-duty battalion chief. So there won't be a major impact externally to day-to-day service delivery. It's really in those exigent circumstances that we'll see an impact. Internally, those positions also create a position where we can reduce wear and tear on our employees by not doing so much forced overtime, where since we have to have those positions filled, we'll go into a mandatory overtime thing. So that really helps reduce the injury and illness prevention, both on physical and mental health. So it kind of gives a little bit of safety valve in there. So our folks aren't working 120, 144 plus hours at a clip during the summer. And then really it increases our capacity to send strike teams out and then backfill. What's one of the balances we have is if a neighboring county is on fire and there's houses burning down and lives are being lost, we'll send everything that we can, but we still have to get back personnel back into the stations and get equipment staff back up so we can continue to provide day-to-day service to the city of Santa Rosa. So it gives us that ability too. So that's really the impact is there won't be a direct day-to-day impact to service delivery, but it's really the exigent circumstances. And then also internally, it causes quite a bit of strife on us if we lose those positions. And we've worked for years and years and years to get to that 2 over position. And fortunately, those positions are vacant right now. So it won't be issuing pink slips, but it certainly would be a hindrance to the fire department to lose those positions.
And so if I heard you correctly, this will not have any impact to emergency response times?
It won't have any, no, not on a day-to-day basis. It should not.
Okay, thank you. Jan, the next question I have, I think would be for you. Given our last discussion on the safe parking, I know 315K was allotted. I think we exceeded that. How do we work that into what we're going to be discussing today?
So we, the Deputy Finance Director and I prepared a preliminary ARPA spending plan, which we're going to come back with to the committee and council. And we actually did, I think the number, I'm doing this from memory and I'm not looking at the number now, but I believe it was $1 million that we proposed in there for safe parking.
Okay, so it sounds like this is just a placeholder, the decision, or more conversations on July 13th.
It's proposed in with ARPA funds. And yeah, the budget was already prepared and done, but we put in $1 million for safe parking program in the ARPA proposed presentation or budget.
That will be seen on July 13th, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I have some questions for Chief Navarro, I guess. Is he available?
He's being promoted as we speak.
Good evening.
Great, thanks for joining us, Chief. I would have asked this question on the other item with Measure O, but so I totally get we're losing 3 positions due to the revenue stream of Measure O. It says 3 police officer positions, but I know in our long-range financial planning and audit subcommittee, we saw if Measure O is not extended, there's a list of tasks and duties and roles and assignments that they do. What roles and assignments will we be losing when these 3 positions go away from the Measure O perspective?
It's a very good question, sir. So we've already lost some of our abilities with proactive engagement with the community and also helping with calls for service on patrol. Those 3 positions were part of our school resource officer program, and they basically were taken out in January and frozen up until this year. So we've seen a decrease in the ability to handle some of our community engagement. And as we move forward, we are looking at continued, I guess, an impact in calls for service because the other positions were rolled back into patrol. And we're looking at, the potential of Measure O, basically losing Measure O in a couple of years. And so we're having a strategy, or we're discussing strategies on what that looks like, but that's 16 additional positions outside of these 3.
Right, so with these 3, let me just ask specifically, because I know Measure O did fund some of the downtown enforcement team. Are we losing any downtown enforcement team members by losing these 3 Measure O related positions?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and then the same question for the other 6 positions. Do you know the specifics of that? And my next question would be, what impact is that having on the police department response time to emergencies?
Sure. So those positions have prevented us from being able to backfill some of our special assignments, which assists with clearing calls and clearing investigations. It's made an impact on our daily patrols and our calls for service. I believe the last time we spoke, we had a discussion about our calls for service response time. And so what we've seen since holding back those positions back in last July, since August, we've seen an uptick in not only calls for service as we start lifting or coming out of COVID, but also our response time is starting to lengthen. And so our priority 1 calls, which we, best practices and our desire is to have under 6 minutes, we're creeping up near 7 minutes. We're at 6 minutes and 53 seconds since August. And that is directly related to having less officers on the street and available. And so that's one of the impacts that we're having right now. Based on that staffing. The other thing that we're having issues with right now is, again, overtime. Last year, we spent about $400,000 just in backfill. And so much like what Chief Westrope was saying, we have to address backfill to address staffing issues with overtime. And then that compounds the issue with spending more money in overtime and also wearing some of our staff out.
And I think it was last week or maybe the week before last, Lieutenant Phillip, during our Violence Prevention Partnership Policy Team meeting, gave the policy team an update about some of the recent shootings that unfortunately our community has experienced. Have these staffing levels impacted the department's ability to respond to and solve some of those recent shootings?
Yes, we've had, I think since January 1st, we've had over 30 shootings. We've had 3 homicides and a vehicular accident resulting in a fatality. Some of the impacts with reduced staffing impacts, again, responding to these calls in a timely manner, and then also the investigations. The majority of these shootings, we believe, are gang related. And since it's been 18 months, so about 18 months ago, we had to disband our gang unit because of low staffing levels. And so we have not been able to staff the gang unit up again. And our gang unit and our school resource officer teams were really they were at the front with addressing youth violence, gang violence, both proactivity and also with the engagement of the community and referring individuals and families over to the Violence Prevention Partnership. So all of that has really taken a back seat. We're still putting things together. We do have a school liaison sergeant that works with the violence prevention program, but we lack that detective and investigator for the frontline investigations to bring these things to closure.
And are you still able to participate or lead in the GREAT program in Sonoma County?
No, we are not. We our main instructors were both gang officers and also SROs. We have neither of those programs right now. And so we do not participate in the GREAT program.
All right, thank you. No more questions.
And Mayor, if I could, just by way of explanation, these cuts came about as a result of discussions with the council back in the last fiscal year, where a decision was made to bring the police department down to a baseline level in order to shift funds to other programs and priorities. And so what we're doing this year is coming back with recommendations to eliminate those vacant positions that the funding was reduced for and caused them to be held vacant for the last 18 months, as the chief is explaining. This is not something that the staff came up with. We're following the direction and implementation of the council direction.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Colon, for that explanation. And I remember those conversations well. What concerns me is things have changed. And the reality of the implications of the decisions made then are coming to roost now in our city. And it concerns me greatly that our response times are increasing, pushing that 7-minute mark. The reduction in services that, especially when we see the impacts on our Measure O funding, the officers and the duties that they were performing, and the duties that were being performed by the officers that now that we have these positions that have been eliminated, although bodies did not go away, a continuation of a shortage of staffing in the police department does give me a high level of concern. I think of public safety as a core service, probably at the top of the ranks of core services that our city provides. And I would be interested personally in knowing what it would take to relieve some of the pressure on our police department when it comes to those positions. So I find it personally unacceptable to see the impact based on the calls, not the increase in calls for service and the response times gives me a great deal of concern.
Chief, I don't know if you wanted to respond there. I can go on to the Vice Mayor.
Well, if you don't mind, Mayor, let me put this into a question as opposed just a comment. What would it take? What positions would need to be changed or eliminated to bolster our police department? And if those, and given the impact on our fire department as well, what would it take to change the direction of the response times in our public safety departments? Increase the speed in which they respond to emergencies.
So, Councilmember Sawyer, for us, it would. We're looking at we had six positions cut. There were 4 officers and a dispatcher and a IT supervisor, and so we're trying to absorb the supervision of our IT and our IT technicians through another supervisor. We've also lost the 3 Measure O positions, which are all officers. So from the general fund standpoint, the 4 officers and a dispatcher would help alleviate some of the overtime that goes on in patrol and also in our dispatch section. Our dispatch is understaffed, and we're moving into additional mandatory overtime for them because of people leaving. And it would also help us with our reducing our response times and also re-implementing a gang unit. Our gang unit at one time was up to 7 detectives and a sergeant. The 4 officers would not allow us to go that far into it, but it would allow us to start moving back in a direction where we can be a little bit more proactive in our investigations and also our proactivity and alleviating some of the patrol staffing shortages. So 4 officers and a dispatcher would assist with direct frontline services.
Thank you. And I understand it is not lost on me the pain that would be experienced from different departments in the rest of our city. These are some of the very tough decisions that sometimes need to be made. But it does greatly concern me that we are losing individuals in our public safety divisions. Changes can always be made to the organization, and we can definitely become more efficient and change how we deal with the community. And we're looking at that currently. But I don't believe that they are necessarily tied. I don't think it's necessary to reduce members of our police department while we go through changes in how they function. And it just gives me a great deal of concern. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Hi. Chief, I had a question about the Measure O in the gang unit. What positions currently is Measure O funding specifically?
Measure O is funding our downtown enforcement team, our members of our downtown enforcement team, members of our traffic bureau, so our motor officers. It's also funding I believe a records tech, a dispatch supervisor, and a lieutenant. And so it's helping us staff throughout the department, but the majority of them are in our field services department, including downtown enforcement team, traffic bureau, and then patrol officers that work patrol right now.
And when we talk about response times being at 7 minutes, can we talk a little bit about what type of calls those are?
Sure. So we break up our calls for service into a number of different priorities. We usually talk about the top 4 priorities, and then there's a bunch of other ones that our dispatch handles. Our priority 1 calls are usually like emergency calls for service, such as domestic violence or domestic disputes, suicides, prowler calls, accidents with injuries, our shootings, and major assaults such as stabbings and fights. Those are priority ones. We are at, since August, we have that calls for service, or the responding to that has gone up to about 6 minutes and 53 seconds, so almost seven minutes. Our priority 2 calls, those are things such as alarm calls, verbal disturbance calls, thefts, calls regarding potential mental illness, or something that could be, they're not sure whether it's a medical or a potential injury, such as a person down, and then also checking the welfare. So those are some of our priority 2s. We're over 11 minutes in those particular areas. We also, with our priority 3s, those are things such as what we call cold reports. So somebody has a burglary the day before and they call us about it. Traffic hazards, noise complaints, and city ordinances. We are over 21 minutes in responding to those priority 3 calls. And then our priority 4 calls, those are things such as parking complaints, towing vehicles, abandoned vehicles, and asking for officers to return phone calls. And we're almost about 30 minutes in response time to those.
Okay. And are we looking for any relief from, I know we're going to rename our model and it won't be Cahoots, but are we looking for any relief from that program as far as the demands that are placed currently on our officers?
Yes, we hope to see some relief, but what we're being told by the experts in the field is it's about 5% once it's fully implemented. So that's a 24/7 program. We're going to be starting our program in the fall at about 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's not going to be fully implemented. And so we're not going to see the full effect of that. It's also, when you're talking about the response program, you're really talking about those priority 2 calls and the mental illness and the potential homeless issues. And then again, when you're talking about, we go to about 143,000 calls for service a year. And when you talk about 5%, I'm not a math person, but I think that's about 3,000 calls. So you're still talking about 140,000 calls for service that our patrol staff are going to go to. So it's going to help us, but it's going to help us. We may not see that 5% until it's fully implemented in about 2 to 3 years.
And then lastly, what would be the price tag for, if someone knows, I'm sure I can do some math somewhere, but for these 4 officers and 1 dispatcher?
I believe it's about $800,000.
And that's pension, everything, or is that just salary, Chief?
I'm sorry, it's about $910,000. I believe I think that's everything. I could double check, but I'm pretty sure it's everything. It's about 910.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
We have any other questions from council members? I did have a question for both chiefs. So Chief Westrop, if you could come back as well. What's the lead time for filling some of these positions within your department?
So for the police department, we currently have 6 vacancies right now. And then we have 7 people who are, we're constantly recruiting. So we have 7 people who are able to go to the academy in July. So we have 6 able bodies that have gotten through the process. We also have a couple of lateral officers from other agencies. And so we have up to 9 people that could potentially be hired in the next several months. Now, the academy ones you're not going to see out on the street for several months, but the laterals would help us immediately. And then the academy grads will be in the long term. And then with dispatch, again, we're down to 23 dispatchers, and we are slated to have, I think we have, check my notes real quick. I think we have 3, we're down 3, and then we expect 2 additional ones to leave in July. So, and we are currently in the middle of a recruitment right now. I don't have the numbers that are of the viable candidates that are almost at the end, but we do get several of those coming through the process.
And for us, Mr. Mayor, we keep a current both lateral and entry level list ready to go at all times. So we've shortened our reaction time to a conditional job offer to unconditional job offer to about 60 to 90 days, and without cutting any of the background information out. So we've just compressed it to where we can get people on board faster. So we're at a turnaround time of between 2 and 3 months to get somebody on board.
Okay, thank you. Chief Navarro, for the dispatcher position, we've talked a little bit about the impact from the other positions. With the elimination of this additional position, is there a operational impact? Are calls going unanswered, or functionally, why is that position important?
So, Mayor, that goes back to our responding to the calls for service. So the minute somebody picks up a 911 or calls 911, and it goes from answering the phone to sending us and us responding, that directly impacts that ability to dispatch. We are seeing an increase in the time of actual picking up the phone, we're also we're not where we should be. In 2015 we had a staffing study for our dispatch center, and it recommended that we should be at 28 dispatcher positions, and we are currently at have 23 budgeted. So we are understaffed, and it does impact us from the phone ringing to the time they pick it up to the time they dispatch the officer and the time the officer gets out to the call.
So if you could help quantify that for me. So the goal, so we're hearing this goal for priority 1 response times at 6 minutes. The goal is X. Somebody calls, the call is answered within 5 seconds, and now we're seeing it at 7. How do we quantify that position? What metrics do we use?
We do have a metric. I don't have it with me. I could definitely get this back to you, and I'm checking with my staff right now on the amount of time it takes for the phone to ring and the time for it to be picked up. The other impact, the calls for service for Cahoots, although that may reduce some of our priority 2 calls for our line staff in the field. Those calls for service are still going to come through our dispatch center, and still going to impact them. But I'm trying to get that quantifiable number for you right now.
Okay. While you look for that, we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Oh, I had another question for the chief. So it would be great if we had an infinite amount of money and we can give everyone what they ask for. But would it be helpful, Chief, if you received a letter of resignation and you were able to fill that position concurrently with the position already being filled, or is that not helpful in your line? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes. So I think I do. It does take us about a year to get through an entire process for a new officer. A lateral officer, it could take about maybe about 6 months. But we are trying to reduce that timeline. The issue is we don't have as many officers as we used to. So what's happening is that it's impacting the calls for service that we usually go to. So we're having to change the types of calls that we're going to that we used to go to, and looking at how do we, what are the expectations for our community, and trying to figure that out. And so, when we had 100, several years ago, we had about 190 officers. We could do a lot more. We could deal with some of the things more proactively, and we're just not able to do that anymore. So, but the fact that we have, we still have some budgeted positions, it would be great, and we're trying to do what we can from the recruitment standpoint to fill those as quickly as possible. The fact of the matter is we just don't have as many officers or staff as we used to. And that's what's the issue.
I guess my question would be, when are you able to fill the position? Let's say, Sergeant such and such is going to retire in 6 months. When are you able to fill that position?
So as soon as I get a letter of intent to resign or retire, what we do is we send a memo over to our Human Resources Department and ask to fill that position. And so we have to have that notification from the employee. The employee could do it in anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months and let us know. And it really depends. It depends on the staff member and what their comfort level is on when they want to tell us.
Okay, thank you.
And then Jan, I just wanted to confirm, so it looked like we had 3 police officer positions that were lumped together for reductions for $585,000. Those are the Measure O positions, I believe. And then you had a separate police officer position that was listed for $195,000. So 195 seems to be the number total comp per officer, police officer position, not the dispatcher, but for the police officer positions, it's about $195,000 per, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just get back to your question, the goal is to answer a call within 3 rings, and so we are currently meeting that. We're doing that through mandatory overtime with our staff.
Okay. Do we have a number for how much? I heard from mandatory overtime, 400,000 or so last year within the police department. Do we have that designated out into which particular position?
I don't have that. I can try to get that for you.
Okay. I'd just be curious to know how much we're spending in mandatory overtime for that position versus how much it would cost us to hire an additional person at that position. But we'll go ahead. We'll go to public comment, and then perhaps when we come back, Chief, if you have that number, we can talk about it.
Mayor Rogers, do you want to open the public hearing?
Yeah, we'll open the public hearing. And it is a public hearing, which means that everyone has an opportunity to speak on it. There are 2 different ways that you can give live public comment. One is in person here in the chamber, and then one is live on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start with our folks on Zoom. And I have Alexis, followed by Allegra.
Hi. I have a lot of issues with can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I have some issues with the examples that Chief Navarro is using. Number one, what has been shown is that poverty breeds violence, and we are coming out of one of the worst. All of us are recovering financially from this pandemic. And as we heard about in our last couple of meetings, the city has only doled out, 10% of the budget to help people with rental crises and things like that. So I would say that the increase in recent activity would be directly correlated to the poverty that we're facing right now in Santa Rosa. So to say that adding more police officers after the police just cost the city, over $1 million in payouts for the the horrific things that were done during the protests, I mean, how could we then say, oh, we're cutting the fire department's budget, which we need, I mean, in this county more than anything else, we're cutting the fire department's budget and we're going to increase the police department budget, even though they cost the city more than any other sector. That to me is really tone deaf and bizarre. Also, Chief Navarro is saying things like referring to, recent violence and things like that. But if you look at statistically, the crime rates have been decreasing over the last couple of years. So talking about a recently occurring violence, it really doesn't justify $900,000 additionally to a department that is already overinflated. I mean, honestly, we have an unhoused crisis like unparalleled in the rest of Sonoma County. And here we are talking about $900,000 towards an additional $900,000 towards the police budget. It's really blowing my mind. And if you guys want to directly address violence within our communities, address the poverty, address the people that are struggling right now, because that is how you address violence. That is how you address your community. By investing in them, investing in community programs, giving back, having programs for single parents. I mean, there are countless ways that we could be preventing this violence. And instead, we're going to give a bigger budget to the badges and guns who keep causing more violence in those underserved communities. I mean, my mind's blown, you guys. Come on. We're better than this. We can do better than this. Let's be better than this. Chief Navarro, it's a real big stretch to say that you need 9 additional officers. And furthermore, resource officers, quote unquote, in high schools is an additional way to cause violence against underserved communities. So I absolutely advocate that should never return. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Alexis. Allegra, followed by Alan.
Hi, good evening. I want to echo a lot of what Alexis just said. I would say to you that the police are already eating up over a third of the city's budget. And if they can't find a way to stop violence with that level of funding, then maybe it's time to find an alternative. The SROs is a total red herring. Like, they haven't been invited back to Santa Rosa City Schools. So calm down. You don't need to fund them. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them in the other school districts either, because it's the school to prison pipeline, and that's a racist construct. So please spare me. What about funding for a Cahoots program if the response times are a big problem? What about poverty prevention and housing assistance as a way to prevent gun violence? The city council could consider city level gun control. There are so many ways to solve these problems and not just keep doing the same thing that doesn't work again and again. This is the department that was literally assaulting our citizens a year ago. And now you're asking residents to accept cuts in services, and you're asking us to refund the police at the 11th hour. This is disgraceful. Why would we give them more money? Do we want them to go buy another LRAD? Do they need to come and continue to escalate at First Amendment protests? This is not the way forward. The community wants change. We've said it over and over again. You've heard it over and over again. We want new approaches to public safety. This is more of the same. I yield my time.
Thank you, Allegra. Alan, followed by Michael.
Hi, thank you. There have been a lot of shootings in Santa Rosa lately, and the reactionary response to this would be to increase funding for fully increase the number of boots on the ground. But according to a Washington Post investigation last year, increasing the number of boots on the ground police officers by increasing police funding does not directly lower violent crime. Sometimes it lowers it, sometimes violent crime increases. It doesn't have a direct correlation. What does have a direct correlation in reducing violent crime are economic assistance programs. Individuals commit violent crimes for various reasons, but most of them are tied to economic and social stability. It would cost us less as a society to provide for everyone than to deal with the cost and ramifications of increased violent crime because people's needs aren't being met. It's vital that those programs, when enacted, not be conditional. If you only give assistance to people without criminal records or people who are legal residents, there's a huge swath of the population who won't have their needs met and they'll turn to violent crime. So in addition, Councilmember Sawyer asked about what the department could do to relieve pressure on the police department so they can respond to issues faster. I'd suggest that stopping the constant harassment and removal of homeless encampments would be a good start. And just overall, in general, cut police funding, not increase it, and give that savings to programs that will help our citizens in need. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Alan. Michael, followed by Kelsey.
Hello. So let's see, there's been a couple of things going around in this discussion. One of those was the response times to 911. Another thing we've heard about was the recent violence that's occurred. And to me, it seems like we're talking about the recent violence that's occurred. The two things that I heard from Chief Navarro were, because the response times to 911 aren't, they're not causally connected to that violence. It's the lack of a gang task force and the removal of SROs from schools. And we're not talking about the SROs from schools because that is the school board's call. So what we're talking about is hiring more officers for the gang task force to fill those positions. And I'd like to encourage us to take a step back and make sure that we're listening to the communities that are truly affected by these issues. Do we need, is the police gang task force, is that a solution that is going to actually help reduce violence? Or could it possibly, exacerbate that violence? Are there other alternatives that we could look at? These are questions that I think that we need to keep in mind. And I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers, but I believe that if you look at things like after-school programs, if you look at childcare, ways to actually help the families of communities that are dealing with the effects of the pandemic right now, those are all things that come into play. The fact that there are police officers, enforcing the laws against people who are perceived gang members, that might curb violence, but I don't even believe that it does. And it certainly, brings in all kinds of issues. We saw that this wasn't particularly Santa Rosa's area, but we saw that how disparate police enforcement in different areas where there's a perception of gang activity or more violence led to incidents like the shooting of Andy Lopez. And that's not okay. So we need to be really, really careful about jumping onto a bandwagon that, hey, there's these incidents that are occurring in the news, they're high profile, we have more gang violence, we need more police. Are there alternatives? Have we explored? Have we done the research? Do we know that this is actually going to help the problem and not worsen it? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. We'll go to Kelsey, followed by Lee.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Barrow. Thank you for hearing me tonight. Firstly, I just wanted to say that I think it's important that the council members consider how anything that the police chief says about what the police department needs has an element of self-interest. You're asking someone whether they would like more money for what they are doing, and the answer is going to be yes. So I guess I'm asking, how then has the community been involved about what we want to pay for and what we don't? We know that there are reactionary, punitive, force-based systems in many aspects of our society that aren't very effective. They're not supported by data, and they don't change things. They support the status quo in that way. We know then that as taxpayers, we are paying extra to brutalize people and to not help them, including things like mass incarceration that guts whole communities and doesn't make change because of things like the previous Measure O that requires a 6 out of 6 city council vote to change or decrease the budget for law enforcement and police, you are very much the gatekeepers of the changes that are being called for from the community. And I guess the question then is the status quo, how things have been, okay with you? Do you think that this is working? And how can, you be advocates for change rather than sort of enforcing that we maintain this sort of draconian, harmful system that we know doesn't really help. And I agree with everyone else that poverty is very much at the root of it. And when we're talking about ending poverty, we're talking about money. What we choose to fund shows our values. And it's always a conversation about how the money isn't there. The money isn't there to help people. The money isn't there to keep children from going hungry. The money isn't there to get people out of 105-degree heat and put them in some kind of shelter. All of that is completely unacceptable. We need to go back to the roots of our humanity and involve the communities that are being affected in what they need to make the changes. Nobody wants to live with high crime. Nobody wants to live with violence. The people being affected are the ones who are demanding the change, and we must listen to them, and especially including communities of color, our Black and Indigenous, and all people of color in our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelsey. We'll go to Lee.
Hi, thank you. Although I'm angry, I really do appreciate your work, all of you, even though I have some strong issues against some of your thinking. What I want to say right now is that the community demanded a decrease in community engagement by law enforcement. We demanded that. Law enforcement, especially in our schools, demanded a decrease in community engagement. I echo what others have said and add that gang violence is due to extreme poverty, and poverty is due to lack of leadership among elected officials, lack of care for those who need it the most. Additionally, domestic calls are 2 to 4 times higher from families of law enforcement. So their own families are not as safe as regular civilians. Instead of funding constant harm to our most vulnerable, please fund community programs. Please consider climate resiliency plans and because environmental justice is directly related to social justice. Also, I can't help but have feelings after listening to Sawyer quote Malcolm X in regards to seemingly supporting law enforcement. Like, it makes me feel like there needs to be some serious cultural sensitivity training within your city council. And again, I think that we have made the community members have made it abundantly clear. We want you to fund people, and we want you to care more for those who need it, and not for property and the very wealthy who fund programs and fund. The wealthy really tried to stop Measure P. Like that Measure P was supported by a massive landslide because the people by 70% wanted it. Okay, so we're still you still seem to be focusing on this small percentage of people who are very wealthy, who have a lot of power and control, and who want some sort of nice paint and flowers instead of caring for humanity. And I think we're going to, this is becoming, it is not becoming, it is an absolute crisis. It's an environmental crisis, and it's a social justice crisis. And you have the opportunity to help us, but you can't help us if you keep doing exactly the opposite of what we, the public, have asked over and over and over. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Lee. That's the last live public comment I've seen. So we'll go ahead and go to our voicemail public comments.
Mayor, there were no voice message public comments received on item 15.1.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council members. First, I'll see if there are any additional questions before we go to a motion. Jan, go ahead.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to come back and clarify the distinctions between the two budget items regarding police. So in the general fund, there are 4 positions that are there. Measure O, though, is something different. Measure O, I believe, is on slide 17. That was one of the appendices. So the Measure O requires bringing police back to baseline. That's a different subject. It's the 4 positions that were focused in the general fund. So I just wanted to make those distinctions.
And Mayor, if I could add, just so we know the relative numbers that we're talking about, because that may be helpful to the council as they're deliberating on these issues. The 3 police officer positions and the dispatcher, as the chief said, would run about $910,000 in ongoing general fund resources. The 5 firefighters would be an additional $945,000, and those would be ongoing general fund expenditures. So the 2 of those would equal $1.845 million that we'd be adding to our general fund deficit, and that, having heard the council's discussion, we would be looking for reductions or revenues in other areas of our city operations. 77% of our general fund, or as Jan said, or 78% go to salary and benefits. If we don't touch police and fire, that leaves about $71.7 million left to work with in all of our other general fund departments. So parks, recreation, finance, et cetera, et cetera. We'd be looking to capture that $10 million in the current general fund proposed budget, plus an additional, let's just say 2 here. We're looking for 12 ongoing. And that's a big percentage of 71.7.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. I know most of this conversation is centered around police, but I do believe it ties to issues around recreation and services that we provide. And to that end, I'm curious to know, I know it's such a small line item on the budget, but if the cuts from parks will still be impacting the ability for us to serve snacks and food at our pools this summer. The reason why I asked this question, I know it's a small detail, but after going through such a difficult year, I'm wondering if our school children and their families are going to be able to access the most basic pleasures of summer and that recreation service.
So I don't have that information myself, Councilmember Fleming. It may be that Jason Nutt or one of the directors in the recreation area has that information. Otherwise, we can get it back to you. Mm-hmm. I know there is a school lunch program that's funded through federal and state dollars. I'm just not sure about the staff.
I'm greatly appreciative to that. I'm wondering if we're going to, take all of our services down to bare bones. I do see Kelly pop up.
Good evening, council member. Yes, we are reducing the snack bar budget at the Finley Aquatic Center. Families will be allowed to bring their snacks in themselves, and we will be looking at adding some snack machines at the facility.
And what is the cost to providing the snack bar?
It's about $40,000 a season, and that includes the seasonal staffing and the supplies.
And is that a net, including the revenues for charging for the snacks?
No. That's just the cost.
So what's the revenue on that then?
It breaks about even.
So we're cutting a service that breaks even.
Correct.
Thank you for that information.
Are there any other questions?
I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sweathelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a clarification. I wish we had another name, but the Cahoots program, 1.1 million that's in this budget, and that's in the police department budget, correct?
Yes.
And are there any police officers that equal or that are included in that 1.1 million, or are they all civilian positions?
I'd ask Chief Navarro to respond to that.
Yes. So there are no officers in that model. It's all civilian personnel, and it is in the police budget.
Great.
And this is it's a pilot program for this year, so it will include civilians, a paramedic from the fire department, but no officers. We would be managing it just through in-kind services.
Great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry. I have to go back to the snack bar. Why is a self-funding service being cut? Can she come back?
I am here.
Oh, why is a self-funding service being cut? I don't understand. I'm sorry.
We had to cut the Ridgeway snack bar last summer, and it wasn't too desperately missed, and so we just decided to go ahead and cut the staffing and the supplies for the Finley pool, and then get some snack machines in. It's a practical move because we had to cut some of our general fund budget.
Okay, I still don't understand, but I'll okay.
Well, if I may, through the mayor, Claire Hartman, interim assistant city manager, and I wanted to respond to a couple of those comments, the budget reduction in recreation, and why would we cut a program that recovers revenue for itself. We did need to make reductions to meet the baseline, as been stated. And we did look through all of the different avenues. We were as strategic as we possibly could be. Every cut that we have in recreation, it's already a tight budget, will have impacts to services, but also to revenue. So not just the snack bar, that is an example of what we had to do, but also in terms of facility rentals, we needed to cut 2 of our recreation specialists. They are vacant positions, but they're vacant because we have been experiencing responses to the COVID pandemic. Right now we are ramping up services, but to make baseline, these were the areas where we needed to make the reductions. So a lot of our positions and services make revenue and they are offset. But in the end, we're looking at reductions in expenditures. It just has those further impacts.
Councilmember Fleming.
In total, the reduction target in recreation is 170,000.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director Hartman and Kelly. The reason I bring this up is because of the strong correlation between the violence that we're seeing in the city of Santa Rosa is not a Santa Rosa problem. It is a national problem with large cities, and we're not a large city, but large cities across the nation seeing a 38 to 42% spike in gun violence. This is not a local problem, and it is not a problem about police staffing. It is a problem that has to do with our strategic disinvestment in our communities. And while I understand that it makes perfect sense to, try to look at every department to make cuts, I think that we're looking sometimes in the wrong places. And it may not seem like it was hugely lost, but are the families who would frequent the Ridgeway snack bar. They are our frequent customers at city council meetings, coming to tell us what a big difference it made in their experience. I'm guessing that they're not, because the families who have, gym memberships to the Flamingo or the lovely place on Montgomery Avenue, where most people that I know go to, have these great services, and they're not the people who show up to our meetings to complain about one fewer service, because they're frankly inured to services being taken away. And this is not a slam on the Parks Department or anything like that, but I believe this is the time to invest rather than disinvest in our services that we know to be upstream counter indicators for gun violence and for this type of thing that's very expensive. I mean, asking what it would cost to change our response time by a few seconds or a minute is nearly $1 million, or to fund a gang violence unit, nearly $1 million. If you spent half of that on recreation services this summer, you would see an amazing return down the road. And I know that we all know this, but I bring it up not to have a headline be about city, cut service that breaks even. It's more like, wait a minute, we have gone so far from like this upstream investment that we know works to having this discussion about how many police officers we should add, when just, a couple of months ago, we're settling massive lawsuits. And a year ago, we were sitting through hours and hours and hours and hours of public outcry around not doing this, which brought us back to baseline with our police department. So I just wanted to bring that in for a little bit of perspective as we go forward. That's all I really have to say about this, is like, let's try to keep things in balance as we move forward.
Are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is in regards to the school resource officers. When was that program ended? When was the sunset of that program?
Councilmember Alvarez, the program was basically put on hold and in the summer of 2020. There was an ad hoc committee that was done with the city of Santa Rosa School Board, and there was a recommendation to bring it back with some revisions, and by the ad hoc committee, school board elected to keep the pause on. And so as we were facing the Measure O issue, we looked at where our Measure O positions were, and that was the best place to really take the Measure O positions out of, and then take the rest of the SROs and put them back in patrol. The only other options were the downtown enforcement team or the traffic bureau.
Has there been any additional interest from this ad hoc committee to reinstate this program?
We haven't had any conversations. It was an ad hoc committee, so I don't know if they're still going, but we've had some communication, a couple of communications with the superintendent, but I believe they are going through some leadership changes, and so we do anticipate having some meetings here in the near future about what the relationship looks like. But at this point, we don't have the staff to do that.
And my last question, in regards to the gang task force, should there be enough resources for those additional officers? Would this be a program that would be reinstated?
The gang unit?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, that would be one of the areas that we're looking at. The biggest, our first priority is to make sure that we have enough staffing in patrol. But that is one unit that does a little bit of everything. It does violent crime investigations directly related to gangs. It also does a lot of community outreach and engagement, and works. They're the liaison with our violence prevention partnership, and so they're key into a lot of different things that we're doing. And that's one of my goals, to get that team back.
Now, in regards to figures, I know, and I'm sorry if you don't have this information available today, But since the inception of the gang unit, do we have figures that have shown the reduction in shootings and gang membership and gang violence or anything of that type? Any figures?
We have seen over the years that violence has been reduced, and I'm not going to say that's all the police department. We've had a significant partnership and collaboration with all of our nonprofit partners through the Violence Prevention Partnership, and then also the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force prior to that. And so it really takes a holistic approach. None of us can do it on our own, and again, the gang investigators and the sergeant assigned to those teams play a vital role in that partnership and working with them to address violence in neighborhoods and work on engagement.
But there's nothing specifically that says this gang shooting or this amount of gang shootings per year were reduced by this X number, is there?
I would have to go back. We have for years have tried to take a holistic approach, and so we're definitely they've definitely been successful at clearing gang cases throughout the years, and everything that they do ends up being in line with some sort of prevention and intervention work, working with with our nonprofit partners. So I don't have the data on me, but I do know that there has been. As one of the other council members alluded to, that there has been a reduction in violent crime in the past, or it might have been public comment, but a lot of that has to do with the work that we've done alongside with our Violence Prevention Partnership and nonprofit partners.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, what I was trying to understand for myself was the amount of gun violence, gang violence that we have here in Santa Rosa compared to our neighbors on a national level. I thank you.
Yeah, I can't tell you what it is on a national level. I can tell you that we are the busiest jurisdiction in Sonoma County, and we're probably one of the busiest ones in the region with the amount of the population that we have and the amount of calls for service that we get and crimes. And so we have seen an uptick this last year as we've been loosening the restrictions up.
Thank you, sir.
Council, any other questions? All right, Mr. Sawyer, this is your item. Let's go ahead and put a motion on the table for discussion. Councilmember Sawyer, you're muted.
At least I'm consistent.
And I waited until you started talking.
I introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the budget for the City of Santa Rosa for fiscal year 2021-2022, the Capital Improvement Program budget for fiscal year 2021 and 22, and establishing reserves for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Waive further reading.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, I had a motion from Councilmember Sawyer, a second from Councilmember Tibbetts. Let's go ahead and open it up for discussion. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the, I'm going to end this with offering a friendly amendment, but I want to give a little bit of history. And so I totally get and understand the 3 police officers' positions being lost via Measure O because of revenue. So Measure O was passed by the voters as an enhancement of public safety, but if the quarter-cent sales tax is not sustainable for the positions, I totally get losing those positions. But historically, the Santa Rosa Police Department has been a community-oriented policing department, and others engaged in the community. And as we start losing these positions, we lose that ability. And it really struck hard on me at our Violence Prevention Partnership, of which I've been chair since then Mayor Sawyer appointed me. And when we'd have a number of shootings that did involve some youth of our community, we'd have a crisis response team there. And talking to our community engagement director, she had started talking about, oh, we're going to recreate that, or we're going to create this crisis response team. That had been in place for years. When Chief Navarro was a gang detective, it was there. And it was talk about community. You know, there was one phone call to the schools, one phone call to the outreach, and all of a sudden we're working together to prevent future violence. Because not all crimes are equal, and when you talk about gang crimes, one of the biggest fears is retaliation, right? And that's based on you need relationships. In other words, police officers, the community working together to prevent future violence and to stop that. And so when we made the decisions last year to freeze the budget, well, now we have a little bit more data, right? We've also now gone down this path. We're going to be creating this cahoots team, but we don't have data. I heard the chief said our hope is it'll reduce calls for service. I have that same hope. But to me, especially with the amount of time it takes to get officers qualified, and Chief Navarro talked about academy positions. One of the ways that the city of Santa Rosa Police Department has tried to get as diverse as possible is by hiring those for those entry-level positions, right? Because the reality in police work, the lateral pool has not been very diverse. It does take longer, but it also adds to the diversity and richness of the department. And at certain points, I know there's a question about how long does it take to fill positions. Previous councils had authorized overstaffing because it takes so long to hire a dispatcher. The dispatcher turnover rate or the amount of training program, it takes several months. It's not as quick as some other positions. And so for that, I would just ask for if Mr. Sawyer would accept a friendly amendment, I would like to take $1 million of the $52.9 million projected reserves one-time costs to refund at least 4 of those police officer positions and the dispatcher position. I don't have the exact dollars, but also with the caveat, because I think we do need to look at the city services as a whole. Quite frankly, we're fighting the structural deficit. I think we need to reimagine city services, right? Because when this council, as Mr. Colin shared with us, put a hiring freeze, that was just a point in time. So if a position happened to be vacant, it was not surgical or strategic at all. It was just stop, and I get it, stop the bleeding. We have not yet, or this council, I don't think, has gone into what are the impacts of these different positions. And again, we use that with our transportation and our transit department, where we reimagined the bus. I think we need to do the same thing with cities. And what is this council okay with? So as we start cutting positions, and not just police and fire, but every department, because we cannot continue to maintain the level of services that we have now. As Mr. Cullen said, this just starts exacerbating. As we all also know, we still have not come to contract negotiations or an understanding agreements with all of our labor union. I think we need to take a look at that across the board. But I just can't say, I don't think the police department current staffing level is being able to meet the expectations of our community. So with that, Mr. Sawyer, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we add $1 million 1 year only to this budget so that we're able to maintain staffing or at least get 4 positions back for the police department.
Councilmember Schweidon, because I agree with the strategy and the spirit in which it's offered, I will accept that amendment.
Does the second agree?
Agreed.
Okay, let's keep going with comments. So the new motion on the table is for the budget as introduced, but with the 4 police officer and dispatcher position added in. Are there any other comments or motions? Vice Mayor?
So what happens after the year, Mayor? Or Schwahum, one of y'all?
What my thought is that council take a more comprehensive look. What are all the services that we provide? And wherever that dollar amount is, that revenues and expenditures have to equal each other. So whatever that dollar figure is we need to cut, let's look at the city as a whole. Where are we willing to stop providing services to the city? It may come from the police department, and we may say, yep, police department, we're going to cut another 10 position. Here's the impact, but we're okay with that. And I don't think this council has had that comprehensive analysis of all the city services to decide as to what services the city of Santa Rosa will provide to its community.
Wouldn't it make more sense to have a comprehensive analysis and then add from there instead of, it seems like we're doing it backwards when all the departments took a cut.
I guess we could debate that, but I don't think, you're right. All departments may have taken a cut, but I don't think it was strategic. I don't know if we totally know the impact of each of the cuts through each of the departments. That's that comprehensive conversation I want to have. And I know, having lived through it with the Great Recession, when a former city manager made some decisions and all of our parks went brown, got a lot of community feedback about that. I'd like to have that thorough of a discussion prior to making any significant cuts so that we are stabilize our budget.
And just to be clear, that former manager is now sitting here.
No, it was not you. It was your successor.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, Councilmember Schwedhelm, I appreciate how I can hear the seriousness and the passion in your voice about this. And when you did explain how this team does respond to these shootings, it does make sense. But I also have to agree with you about having a strategic approach to having these conversations. And I think that you and I are on the same page. I've been asking for this for years, to talk about the impacts, what the relative impact, value, and outcome of each department and each position is. I am challenged to support this because of the ad hoc nature of it. And so I'm wondering if you would consider, also adding some amount of services back for our families, since we know that the lack of services in recreation programming is so directly associated with these types of spikes in violence. Or if you feel that we should just add to one department, without doing this analysis. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are.
I'm totally open to your suggestions, because I see Recreation and Parks is losing the 1.10 positions. What is that impact? I think it's a half-time and a 0.6 recreation specialist. I don't know what the specific impacts to the community would be, but I'm definitely open to that discussion.
Yeah, well, and I would love to hear from the community. I mean, I don't know how many positions have been lost over the past few years, really. We're seeing, in police, we've lost a number of positions over the past few years, in parks and programming in particular. I think that we're dealing with the cumulative impacts. And so I would like to bring us back to programming levels that we had a few years ago, but I'd be interested to hear from Ms. Magnuson.
The two positions that we're losing in recreation is a rec specialist in the neighborhood services section, is a half-time position, and then a part-time position in the community center section. That person supported rentals and senior programs at the Steel Lane Community Center. And then there's some temporary seasonal staff dollars that we were cutting, and then some services and supplies to Finley Community Center.
What would it cost to not take out? I apologize that I can't see this super well. To not take those things out and add the snack service back at Ridgeway.
I think it's $170,000 for all those combined.
That's it?
Yes.
And then to reinstate service at Ridgeway pool would what be another $40,000 or $50,000?
It's about $35,000.
So I would suggest that we add back $200,000 to the parks budget for them to add programming as they see fit, and its personnel.
And then the other portion of the parks is the two groundskeepers, which are now in TPW. They're line workers to maintain our park restrooms. And that's the $183,000. Correct.
Yeah, I would suggest that, if we're gonna take a public health approach to violence in the city of Santa Rosa, that we make Parks and Rec whole as well as police on this count. So I would make a friendly amendment to Councilmember Sawyer, adding in the two groundskeepers as well as the 1.5 on the other slide, the staff member, the half staff member, and then the finances for supplies and adding back in Ridgeway services. I think that'll be about $400,000 in services and personnel.
Councilmember Fleming, is this a 1 year recommendation as the other one was?
It is a 1 year recommendation. I am strongly with Councilmember Schwedhelm that we need to do a strategic and in-depth analysis across the board. And I think that the time of reckoning has come, but I'm unwilling to let a summer go by where we don't invest in our most vulnerable families.
Well, I agree with that strategy as well, and I will accept that amendment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
I'll second it, but before I do, I want to ask a question of Ms. Magnuson. We've discussed briefly, I brought it up a couple of budget sessions ago about employing the use of seasonal help to kind of clear some of the backlog we have at our parks, particularly as it pertains to things like seasonal snack bars, groundskeeping, or enhanced park maintenance during high traffic times such as summertime. Have we ever since then kind of taken a look at it? Because again, I'm definitely with Councilmember Fleming in the sentiment here, but we do also have a budget reality, and I'm sure our city manager is looking at us and looking at the budget going, okay, where are we going to get this? Well, we're going to go out and probably pass another sales tax measure. And so I'm just wondering, because we are so flush with one-time money right now, is there a strategic way we can address the needs of our parks using seasonal help?
Yes, there is. I think we are looking at a new program to expand our park monitor program, which is a seasonal program. And those positions would be supporting the groundskeepers and the skilled maintenance workers out in the parks. They'd be supporting our park permit program, our picnic reservations. The intention is to have more of a presence in our parks, more of a customer service approach. That's one of the programs we would be looking at wanting to expand if we were to have the additional funds.
And I think Jason Nutt could probably respond to the groundskeeper, park maintenance question.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. The two groundskeepers positions were specifically slated to manage and maintain the public restrooms that we have throughout the park systems. And so the loss of those two groundskeepers does force us to keep those restroom facilities closed. It also forces us to limit the amount of maintenance that we do in and around some of those parks. So that's the type of impact that we have there. Kelly was right. There are certainly aspects of the two departments working together to make sure that we have a good, consistent program out in our parks during the summertime, utilizing both skilled maintenance workers and the recreation specialist staff that she's been discussing. So working together, we can do likely a better job of being able to enhance the experience for the public that come in. That does get more difficult as we begin to reduce the number of maintenance worker staff that we have available to be able to provide services to those park areas.
Thank you, Director Nutt, but I guess let me ask the question more directly. It seems to me that if these two groundskeepers, if their primary role and function was maintaining our restrooms, I'm not seeing why that couldn't be accomplished through seasonal help. Is there a reason why we can't use seasonal help for those functions?
From a maintenance worker standpoint, Councilmember Tibbetts, we've had a very difficult time securing seasonal support staff. We have had that in our repertoire of hiring over the last several years. We have limited success. It comes and goes. There are times when we are successful at bringing in seasonal staff to come in and support. There are other times that we've not been successful. And so I know that we are currently out trying to find additional seasonal support for these types of activities. But so far, I'm not aware that we've been able to secure any staff on a part-time basis to come in and provide those services. We've also talked about trying to develop a homeless service program that would utilize jobs training in an effort to help develop skill sets for certain members of the community and be able to provide support to our maintenance staff. That is not a program that's been moved up in the priority setting with council when it comes to homeless services. So it has sat in the bottom of the list at this point. We've not been able to advance that to this date. But there are things that we believe are out there that we can potentially do to increase the number of staff that are available to assist in this.
He's pretty good, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm struggling with this one because I feel like this is one of those moments in the budget where we either need to try to nudge staff in the direction of trying something new that may be to the benefit of the long-term fiscal health of the local agency, or we just say, okay, we got to keep services. You know, I'll keep my second in place, but if any other members of the council kind of agree with my sentiments, that I feel strongly that we should be looking at seasonal help here, and if identifying potential help is an issue, well, instead of paying $24, maybe we look to paying $35. But, you know, my point is that in the long term, we don't have unfunded liability issues with seasonal help. We don't have to worry every year due to, you know, the elastic nature of our sales tax base, where we are at the whim of the economy. We don't have to worry about keeping these people or hiring or freezing. And I just really, really hope that if we don't this budget cycle, some budget cycle, we take a look at seasonal help to meet the needs of our public. Victoria is right, especially when it comes to parks. Parks is always getting the hatchet first in the budget process. But I just think we can be more creative than we're being, quite frankly. I will say, Jason, I do appreciate the work that you did on the homeless hiring program. If you tell me a number right now, what you need to make that actually get higher up on the priorities list, I'll support it. But thank you for the responses. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Tibbetts, just to add one more thing, we did, as we were looking at the potential of losing these two positions, we did look at trying to expand services through our janitorial contract. That came up with a number of about $216,000 to provide restroom maintenance services and cleaning through that contract. There may be the potential, as Councilmember Schwedhelm alluded to during the study session, to utilize Measure M for that. Measure M does not allow us to supplement doesn't allow us to supplant services. Therefore, I could not pay for the two groundskeepers that way, but there may be other mechanisms that I could try to utilize, which I would bring forward in the future if need be.
Thank you, Jason.
Vice Mayor.
So to say that I am confused would be an understatement. I feel like we're doing what previous councils have done, although we're saying that, oh, we're only doing this for a year. The reality is we're not going to hire officers for a year and then fire them after a year. And if we keep spending more than what we're making, we're going to be in the same situation that we're in previously before we were able to get the PG&E money. So with that being said, since everyone has an ask, I guess my ask would be that since we are in fire season, that we restore some of our firefighters back, right? And also that we invest additional monies into our community engagement, since that is one of our priorities. So I think that we all have asked. I think that all of the departments deserve more than what we fiscally can give them in the long term. but we're not in that situation. So that would be my ask, is that we have additional monies for community engagement and that we restore at least 2 of the firefighter positions back. Since we're having a prolonged fire season and this doesn't seem to be going away.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, I wanted to make one more. Councilmember Tibbetts brought up a cost-cutting idea around seasonal labor, and I had another thought that I've been meaning to bring up for a while. I'm not going to ask for it in this motion, but I would like staff to come back in the next cycle with it, which would be, I know so many volunteers in our park system, and one of the things that they constantly ask for is a volunteer coordinator. And so I think I'd be very interested to hear in the next round of budgeting what the cost and what the potential benefit to having an organized parks maintenance program would be. Because I know, for example, in my district, we have one park that's entirely maintained by volunteers. And I'd be very surprised if we couldn't get some significant cost savings measures out of professionalizing the volunteer side of that with a staff member and harnessing all of that volunteer labor going forward. So again, not going to ask to fund that this time, but ask to hear that in upcoming budgets.
Kelly, did you have a comment?
I was just going to add that Recreation does have a full-time volunteer coordinator, but that person does have several other responsibilities. But we do coordinate with park maintenance on several ongoing projects. We support the Rural Cemetery Volunteer Committee, the Bennett Valley Vision, several projects in the community, and there is room to expand that program. So I'd be happy to talk to you more about it offline or give a presentation.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how we could expand that going forward. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just expand on it just for a second? For Councilmember Fleming, the San Jose Police Department also has a volunteer coordinator, and they are volunteer. So it's a volunteer coordinator currently. I'm sure they would like some remuneration, but he does the best that he can. He does a great job at coordinating.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I think that, one of the great things, I know this is really tense, but one of the things I think we can be really proud of about our community is our intense level of engagement and volunteerism. And so anything we can do to support that will help our bottom line and build our community.
Good point.
So Council, I am going to pull this back just a little bit and make sure that folks remember that we are talking today about our structural budget. And then we also have an opportunity in 2 weeks to talk about the use of our one-time funds, whether it's from the American Rescue Plan Act or our PGD settlement funds that remain. So I did hear significant concern from folks in public comment, and I hear it from council members about strategic investments in our community that I think we all agree do end up hopefully reducing poverty, reducing violence, reducing dropout rates in high school, reducing recidivism rates, a host of issues where we know that upstream investment works. Some council members have heard some of the programs that I've asked staff to bring forward. They are strategic in reduction of poverty. It includes things like a pilot project for universal basic income. It includes things like a worker program, guaranteed work for folks. And then obviously we've also invested in childcare as well. I know that other council members have ideas on what they would like to see with those one-time funds. I would encourage us to hold some of this conversation for that discussion as well, particularly if the words came out of your mouth for 1 year only. I'd suggest that we pass a budget that we can rely on, that is structural, and we can come back and make more strategic or surgical decisions about later. But then anything that is one time or for 1 year, I would suggest that we come back and talk about it in a couple of weeks with those access to those funds. With that said, the motion that's on the table right now and has a second is to return the 4 police officer and dispatcher positions, as well as the 2 caretaker positions and the other section, about $170,000 worth of sections, including the aquatic center in the parks reductions. So I just want to make sure council is clear on where we're at with the motion, and we have a second on the table with that as well. Are there any other? Councilmember Alvarez.
I will not ask. In regards to the money being refunded to the law enforcement police officers, there is one issue that I have with it. We heard that dispatchers have dropped from 28 to 23. I believe we were just speaking about response times for quite a bit there. And I'm wondering if we're going to improve response times by employing more officers or employing more dispatchers.
I think that's a question for the chief.
Yes, sir.
So, Councilmember Alvarez, the response time does come from the officers who will have to respond. The dispatcher, what that's needed for is really to make sure that we are not using as much overtime as we are right now. The mayor had asked earlier, it is about, we do spend about $100,000 in overtime in dispatch, or we did last, that's our average. We do anticipate that that's going to go up a little bit more with some additional people leaving if we can't maintain these positions. But the response time is basically from the officers. The calls for service that we do, it's based on the state asks us to pick up a 911 call after 1 ring. We're at about 3 rings. That's our average.
Now, Chief, I hear not only in the police department, but in other departments where overtime seems to be a great amount of cost or increase of cost. So would it be not advisable to maybe hire a couple of dispatchers along with the suggested police officers so we wouldn't have this increase of overtime costs?
Yes, again, if we're talking about staffing, we've had staffing studies in the past that have, by 2022, we're supposed to have 188 sworn officers and then also 28 dispatchers. So we are not there in either of those staffing studies. And so we do anticipate having another staffing study coming up by the end of the year or early next year. We're working on that right now. But both staffing studies in the past, we are not at the goals or the recommendations for those staffing studies.
And lastly, I haven't been here on the council for more than 6 months, maybe even 7. I've lost track of time. But in that time that I have sat on this board, I've seen a council that is very proactive in issues that we address, whether it be the homeless issue that has been going on for years. And yet we are proactively creating programs to address this issue. What I'm seeing with whether it be the law enforcement or whether even the fire department, we're being reactive in the sense of the investment that we're attempting to make in these 2 different departments. And I would like to see more of a proactive sense. And I believe some of that was spoken to in regard to the recreation department and the recreation efforts, whether it be the swim center on Ridgeway, Go Ridgeway, and other services, including the child care programs. And me personally, I would love to see us move into more of a proactive direction and investing into those type of situations. I won't ask for them, but I definitely believe in the strategic planning that are going to move forward. And such as our mayor just stated, if we're going to be looking at programs for 1 year, are we really going to be able to make the difference that we're seeking? Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I also neglected to mention, I think that we also have to talk about the elephant in the room, and that's the increase in our UAL payments, our unfunded liability payments each and every year. You see it in this year's budget at $30 million. It was $28 million, I believe, last year, and it's expected to continue to rise to $44 million unless we do something about that. And Jan, I know you mentioned we do have a study session that's coming to the full council on a pension obligation bond. That is something that I would hope that council would continue to look at in terms of how to prevent the crowding out of services. And I think if each of us was told you've got $28 million a year that you could be spending on community investment programs, I think we all would be able to spend that. I think that there's more than that need in our community. But until we actually get to a place where our pensions are back to being funded appropriately, that's going to continue to be a drag on our ability to deliver services within our community. So Jan, when is that discussion coming?
Mayor, I believe it's coming July 13th. I just wrote the staff report, and yes, I believe that's the date.
So is it the same meeting as when we discuss our one-time? Perhaps this is a question for the city manager.
Actually, it's coming. Actually, no. POBs are coming on 7/20.
Okay, so it'll be the meeting after we discuss our one-time funds. Great.
Yeah.
So I think I understand what the council is, what the motions before the council are doing is extending some resources on a one-time basis to the police department and our recreation services, as well as restoring two of the groundskeeper positions so that we can keep restrooms open, with the understanding that we are going to have a dialogue about what are the tough structural decisions that we're going to have to make based on priorities and strategic discussions about impacts to the community, revenues brought in through those services, and the positive impacts created in the community, as well as potential negative impacts if we cut or eliminate or reduce a service. That still is going to get us back to a point where this council is facing very difficult decisions. And we're in effect kicking the can down the road, 6 months or so, but you're going to be back here probably with me in November and a new city manager in January, February, having very similar discussions, but hopefully better informed as you go forward and make these tough decisions.
I appreciate that, Mr. City Manager, and I think that the good news about our July meeting is that's money that has to be spent. We'll be able to delineate a little bit better between what are the investments that we have to make in our community right now, and what does a long-term structural budget look like that meets the needs of the community. And that's the conversation that I think many council members, it sounds like, are interested in getting to. Are there any additional questions or comments from council members? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll. Again, the motion is to pass the budget as written with the amendments of adding in the 4 police officer positions, a dispatcher position, as well as restoring the cuts to the Recreation and Parks Department.
And groundskeeper. Did you get the groundskeeper? Because that was TPW, which...
Yeah, oh yeah, thank you. And the 2 groundskeeper positions that were moved over to TPW.
And the Bridgeway services.
Yeah, that's in the Recreation and Parks cuts.
Yeah, they weren't cut in this budget though, so I wanted to be clear.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
No.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers voting no.
All right, thank you, council. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume the rest of our meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost there. Probably what?
Help yourself to our candy bar.
Good, thank you.
I will listen for you if you go knocking.
Promise.
Yes.
Thank you. See, I love you. But you're a Chief fan. Can I trust you?
I'm also a Giants fan, die hard. All my life. So, can you hang your hat on that? Okay. Oh, God, come on, Tom.
Let me see. Let me see who it is. Let me double check which one Liz sent me. Might have been on this. Just one moment. Hold on, I have to.
All right, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll so we can resume?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Okay. And council, unfortunately, in my zealousness, I forgot that there were additional resolutions that we need John to read on the last item.
Just give me a moment. I thought I remembered there being several. These are the additional resolutions. Yes, there are a number of them. I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing that public facilities improvement fees funded PFIF projects contained within the city budget and the capital improvement program document continue to replace the PFIF map and list on file with the city engineer and making certain findings with regard to CEQA requirements for the adoption of the city budget and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Sawyer, second from Councilmember Sweathelm. Are there any comments? Great, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
And I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending the city salary plan and schedule and authorizing the city manager to implement these changes included in the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget and waive further reading of the text.
I would second that. Does that need to be modified with our adjustments to the motion and the friendly amendments?
I think I heard Councilmember.
This is the this is the salary plan. That potentially. I guess we better check with the city attorney.
So you're looking at the resolution FTEs.
Yes, you would have to add back in the full-time groundskeepers and I believe all the positions that were restored should be amended in this resolution.
Right, those positions are deleted in this resolution, so they need to be, those provisions need to be deleted from this resolution so that they remain in place.
Can we just use that as amended by the city attorney?
Yes, what I would say is amended to align with the council's decision on the prior resolution.
Per the city attorney.
Yes. Very good.
I will second that.
Thank you.
So motion from Councilmember Sawyer, second from Councilmember Sweathelm, and I will check the resolutions before I sign them. And with
Yes,
that, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
And I will review them and compare it to the changes that you made to the prior resolution. So it'll be double checked, probably triple.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Now I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, setting the stormwater utility budget and determining the amount of eligible funding that has been received from the Flood Control Zone 1A benefit assessment in fiscal year 2020-2021, and based thereon setting the stormwater assessment per equivalent residential unit for the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Next, I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving certain projects within the fiscal year 2021-2022 capital improvement program budget year and waive further reading.
Second.
And let's call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Next, I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving certain projects within the fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement program budget year and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, on the, if I'm,
Did I duplicate?
no, there are three, there's a primary resolution that I'm actually not seeing on my screen that accepts all of the CIP projects with certain exclusions. And then we have 3 resolutions that address those exclusions because there were some abstentions required, recusals required on a couple of those.
It was included in the first.
I see those, Madam City Attorney.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are they included in the, so they are included in the language of each one of these resolutions, those exclusions?
Those exclusions, but then we have, are you at the CIP excluded projects yet?
Yes, the excluded project 1903. That's the one I just read.
Okay.
But it doesn't refer to them in the title of the resolution.
No, does not, but this concerned the Los Alamos trunk replacement. And I'm sorry, I would have to go back as to who was concentrated out.
What if and I didn't stipulate those exclusions on the prior 2 either. So they basically read the same. And then the exclusions are further into the body of the document.
Correct. And those exclusions, the reason those 3 resolutions are called out separately is because there are council members that need to recuse on each of those. And I'm going to have to go back and look. I don't know if the city clerk has who needs to recuse on each of those.
Yes, let me bring that up really quick.
Okay.
So we'll reread those resolutions with the exclusions.
Correct.
All right. When you're ready, Madam City Clerk, let me know.
Okay, just give me a minute and let me open up the item.
We're starting with exclusions 770, 2356.
Correct.
Yes.
So 770, 2356 is Councilmember Fleming needs to recuse.
What?
So those 2 CIP projects are within 500 feet of your residence.
Okie dokie.
These exclusions happen almost every year, so it's not a.
It's the first time it's happened to me. I never get to recuse. All right. Should I turn my video off? It's a first for me in a couple of years.
We had a motion and a second on this one. We'll assume your abstention, and then we can call the roll.
Correct.
Okay.
One moment. So, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Fleming recusing and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Now we'll go on to exclusions 2041 and 2379.
Okay. And that is, I don't know, the note says conflict Rogers. I don't know if that is Mayor Rogers or Vice Mayor Rogers.
Who's closest to Cleveland Avenue
Not me.
and 7th Street?
That's the mayor.
I'm confused by that one because I don't own any property.
Neither
You
do
live
I.
near there?
Didn't stop me. I don't own any property and I'm not in a lease, so I'm not sure why I had to recuse, but it is what it is.
For simplicity's sake, I will recuse from this one and allow the vice mayor to take it over.
Okay.
I believe that it may be the vice mayor. It's parking garage maintenance, garage 1 and 3. Business, is there a business address? Is the vice mayor on? If you want to go on to the next one, I'll pull up the emails that I have.
Okay.
This one will probably be Mr. Tibbetts. It's Los Alamos trunk replacement.
Yeah, I believe it
Correct.
was.
And Councilmember Tibbetts has a conflict. So same motion by Sawyer, and that's seconded by
Schwedhelm?
Schwedhelm.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes, with Councilmember Tibbetts having to recuse.
Okay.
And I believe that completes the resolutions.
Well, let's see if we got any clarity on the 2041 and 2379. Madam City Attorney, I'll make a quick suggestion. So I don't mind recusing. The Vice Mayor could as well. We still have a quorum that can vote on this. And then I believe it gets turned over to the Dean of the Council to run the item, which would be John.
Correct. Thank you. And I apologize that we didn't have those, everyone informed of those.
Okay, so the motion stands with Councilmember Sawyer making the motion.
And I do have, I actually do just have this, and thank you to Scott Wagner, that, yes, it's the vice mayor that needs to recuse on that. So,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you are free to participate.
I just really wanted to call John the Dean of the, of the legislative body.
We all
I was actually looking forward
acknowledge
to that as well.
All right, we have a motion and a
Thank
second.
you.
Let's call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Rogers recusing and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
I will state for the record, Sarah would have gotten a kick out of having to make me recuse from items, if that's what it was. With that, I think we have all of our resolutions done, Mr. City Manager. Great. We will go ahead and come back to our more procedural items since it is 10:30 at night. We'll go on to item 14.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, item 14.1 is a report regarding an amendment to the Measure O implementation plan. Alan Alton, our Deputy Director from our Finance Department, will give the staff presentation.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, this item is largely administrative, given the past budget conversation, but we do have a change to the Measure O funds implementation plan. So if we can go on to the next slide. Or there we go. So the Measure O ordinance calls out a spending plan, an implementation plan, if you will. That was part of the 2004 ordinance, and then it was updated in 2015, where we actually show the budgeted line items instead of just a generalized plan. And it forecasts those amounts going out until 2024-25, which is when the ordinance is set to sunset. Any changes to this plan does require 6 affirmative votes of the City Council. Next slide, please. So what we do is we forecast our revenues, or we make an estimate on our revenues and develop budgets to go along with that. In this particular case, the police department did not have sufficient revenues to support their expenditures for their operations for that year, nor did they have the fund balance to be able to make up that cost. So we, in consultation with the department, 3 police officers that were all vacant were eliminated as part of the budget. And this is now, we need to make that same change to the implementation plan. And I believe those positions were discussed at length in the previous item. So next slide, please. So again, like I said, this is an administrative move that we do every year to have a implementation plan that's reflective of the city's budget. And so with that, it's recommended by the Finance Department, the Police Department, Fire Department, and Recreation and Community Engagement Departments that, and the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee, that the Measure O implementation plan be changed to, 1, adjust program expenditures to reflect the 21-22 fiscal year budget and current forecast assumptions, and 2, make specific implementation plan staffing changes to the police program. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
All right, Council, any questions? Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item. See if there's any Zoom public comments. We'll start with Ellen. Madam Chair, go ahead.
Sorry, I had to unmute. I forgot about that. Thank you. I just wanted to say that the committee reviewed and approved the proposed changes, as was already stated. And I wanted to thank the police department, the fire department, the recreation department, and the Office of Community Engagement for all the hard work and commitment they've had. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice for some reason. And it's the past 3 years have been particularly difficult. Each department responded in some crucial way to wildfires, social and political unrest, and then the pandemic. and our city continued to function during these unprecedented times. I want to thank all of you for your commitment to make that happen. And I also want to just take this time, if there's any public awake besides me and a couple of other members of the Measure O committee, I'd like to remind the public that this Measure O quarter-cent sales tax measure is due to sunset in March of 2025. And I have the privilege every year to hear about what each department is doing with the money that they're given. And they do a remarkable job of providing services. And the youth violence prevention programs and the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force and the Recreation and Parks programs are near and dear to my heart. And they are very, very important to the young people who live in our community and families that live here. So I just want to remind the public that the loss of those sales tax revenue would mean the loss of all the services that those departments are now providing. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much. And I appreciate that you all worked since very early this morning until this late at night. And I hope the public appreciates all the work that you all do.
Thank you so much, Ellen. That's the only live comment that I see. Did we have any voicemail public comments on this item?
Hello, my name is Elliot Tennant, calling in for item 14.1. I'm a member of the Measure O Oversight Committee, and I'm calling in to call attention to the sham of an oversight process it was. My concerns are specific to the police department's overrepresentation funding going to officer salaries and equipment. I remember and other community members that I've spoken to recall the elevated gang violence that was occurring then, and this tax was going to support the police department's gang prevention and intervention. The police department has no records of how they've helped that issue. I raised the concerns with others on the committee, resulting in us not approving the budget the first go-around for transparency in their actions. They returned to our meeting with no real solid data, and yet it was still passed. Gang violence will continue to rise because we are not investing our tax dollars in reaching the audience that voters intended it to assist. More police has not been shown to reduce gang shootings or violence. They respond to violence. We need prevention that employs evidence-based approaches to the major contributing factors, which the police do not do. I'll leave you with this question. What is SRPD doing in regards to gang prevention and intervention with Measure O funds? If that answer is nothing, how can we keep them accountable to implement or even divert their funds to possibly the violent prevention partnership or Rec and Parks or other suitable bodies? I spoke with a Measure O funded case manager, and they told me their funds have dwindled for staff, activities with young people, the funds that can be used to support youth that quote unquote are at risk or live in gang quote unquote involved areas, with funds that can be used for attire for work, internships, things of that nature. And lastly, I'll leave you with this quote from Cap Brooks. If these young boys and girls can pick up a gun or knife and shoot or stab or even kill another teen or bystander that look just like them, what does that say about what we have taught him or her or them about the value of their life?
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comments on item 14.1.
Okay, and this is Councilmember Schwedhelm's item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the transaction and use tax implementation plan for police, fire, and gang prevention intervention services, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Schwedhelm, seconded by Councilmember Sawyer. Does that need to have amendments based on the changes that we had in our budget discussion, Madam City Attorney?
No, I believe that the changes that were made to the budget were out of the general fund monies and not out of Measure O.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks.
So let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yep.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, let's go on to item 14.2.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 14.2 is a report item on the COVID-19 related parking user fee reductions. Kim Nadeau, our parking manager in our finance department, will give the staff report.
And I do believe we have to do our two-step process if we want to add this to the agenda.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. This item did not appear on the preliminary agenda. Under our early agenda policy, the council must find good cause. If it nevertheless wishes to consider the item tonight, as I know we've talked about before, good cause, showing a good cause requires a finding by council that as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of council, compliance with the preliminary agenda requirement would, quote, impose a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or result in prejudice to a private person. This item concerns parking fees, waiver of parking fees, continuing the waiver of parking fees. And we do believe that should council desire that it could make a finding that the easing of COVID restrictions has been uncertain. Economic recovery from COVID is a little more gradual than we are expecting, and that individuals continue to face financial hardship, that all of those are exceptional circumstances beyond the control of the council. And that the imposition of parking fees, the reinstitution of parking fees would create financial hardships leading to prejudice to private persons, or could lead to financial hardships. So if you make those findings, we need 6 votes, then you may proceed on to consider the item.
Okay. Before I look for a motion from council, I'll go and see if there's any public comment, live public comment for folks on adding this item. Not on the item itself, but on whether or not to add the item. And I'm seeing none, so I'll entertain a motion from the council.
Mayor, I'll move to hear this item for the reasons stated by our city attorney, and in acknowledgement of the findings.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We'll go with the dean for the motion and Councilmember Schwedhelm with the second.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, let's go on to our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Kim Nadeau, Parking Manager. This item is to consider extending certain parking fee waivers through December 31st, 2021. Next slide, please. As you're aware, COVID-19 restrictions began in March of 2020 and were eased just last week on June 15th. The impacts from COVID on downtown businesses have been significant, and the city took steps to help mitigate those impacts, including providing for temporary parklets and street closures, short-term parking pickup spaces, and waiver of certain parking user fees. Next slide, please. Last April, the council waived garage and meter parking user fees. Paid parking fees were resumed on July 1st, 2020, with several free garage parking options, waiver of temporary parklet meter reservation fees, and a one-time mobile payment validation incentive set to expire on December 31st, 2020. In December 2020, council extended the fee waivers to expire the earlier of June 30th, 2021, or when the county reached the yellow tier. And in April, when it appeared the yellow tier was imminent, council approved the fee waivers through June 30th, 2021, regardless of the yellow tier status. Interest has been expressed to extend the fee waivers through the end of 2021. Next slide, please. These next slides show the estimated revenue impacts to the parking fund to extend the fee waivers through December 31st, 2021. Free garage parking after 5 p.m. Monday and through Friday is estimated to reduce revenues by $72,000. Excuse me. Parking on Saturday and Sunday at the garages has estimated revenue reductions of $106,000. The 5th Street and D Street garages are already free on Sundays, as was approved before COVID. Therefore, revenue reductions for those 2 garages on Sunday is not included here. Also note, if COVID recovery is stronger than estimated and parking volume is greater, the revenue reduction impacts will be larger. The recommendation does not include extending these 2 fee waivers and proposes that evening and weekend garage parking fees resume July 1st, 2021. Free parking on Sunday at the 5th and D Street garages would continue as approved before COVID. Resumption of these fees will help to mitigate the deficit to the parking fund. Next slide, please. The first hour free at the 5th, 3rd, and D Street garages result in estimated revenue loss of $52,000. The first hour free in the 1st and 7th Street garages was approved pre-COVID, and therefore those revenue reductions are not included here. The Passport mobile application validation is capped at $31,000, and the temporary parklet meter reservation fee waiver revenue reduction is estimated at $125,000. Next slide, please. Looking at overall impacts to the parking fund for the current fiscal year, the parking fee waivers are estimated to reduce revenue by $455,000, with an estimated available fund balance of $6.6 million on June 30th of this year. Looking at the next fiscal year, the available fund balance on June 30th, 2022 is estimated at $5 million without any fee waiver extensions. If the first hour free, temporary parklet fee waivers, and mobile payment validation are extended, estimated revenue reductions of $208,000 are projected. And if all the current fee waivers are extended to December 31st, estimated revenue reductions are $386,000 for the next 6 months, bringing the parking fund available balance down to approximately $4.6 million on June 30th, 2022. There are over $20 million of identified capital improvement projects to be funded in the next 8 years. Resumption of parking fees, of some of these parking fees, will help to address that need. Next slide, please. This is a long one. It's recommended by the Finance Department that the Council, 1, by motion, find good cause under the early agenda policy and the Open Government Ordinance to consider this item, notwithstanding that the item did not appear on the preliminary agenda, and 2, by resolution, authorize an extension through December 31st, 2021 of A, the first hour free at the 3rd, 5th, and D Street garages through December 31st, 2021. The first hour is already free at the 1st and 7th Street garages. B, 1 free metered parking session using the Passport mobile payment application up to $3.15 in value to a maximum of $31,500 since its inception on July 1st, 2020. And C, a waiver of meter reservation fees for temporary parklets, outdoor seating, and retail to expand business footprints to meet physical distancing requirements related to the COVID-19 health order. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions from council members? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and go to public comment on this item. We'll start with Cadence and then go to Natalie.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again. Long day. Thank you for being here. I'm really appreciative of the work that Kim has done this past, well, really forever, but the past 18 months with our downtown businesses has been a struggle, as you all know, and Kim has been very supportive of their needs and wanting to make sure that she's helping them in addition to helping the parking district. So that's greatly appreciated. When the garage incentives were established last year, the first hour free, free weekends, and free after 5, it was a big help to our business owners, but also to our community. Those went into place right when we launched our initial Open and Out campaign, so bringing music and art and activities downtown to encourage the community to come down and spend time and spend money downtown. And it was a huge benefit to be able to share that we had free parking in the garages. It introduced people to the garages and really made a difference for our business owners as well. Now we have a whole series of family-focused programming scheduled to take place in Courthouse Square over the course of this year. We've got Open and Out happening now. We've got Halloween coming up, and then Winter Lights. So a lot of events that we're doing to try and bring the community downtown, and being able to have free garage parking on the weekends and the evenings when that's happening as well, really makes it more accessible to much of our community. We're really grateful that council has supported downtown's economic recovery with these incentives, and feel it's very important that all three of them remain in place through the end of the year. So really encourage you to consider keeping all three of the garage incentives in place. I know there's two additional ones on this agenda item as well, and hope that you'll consider doing that to support both our business owners and our community who utilize the downtown parking. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Natalie.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Natalie Balfour, and I'm here on behalf of Airport Business Center. So we own 50 Old Courthouse Square, and then the building the Roxy Stadium is in. And I want to echo the work that Kim and staff has done. We've worked with them, and it's been really appreciated that in response to the impacts that COVID has had, these fee waivers were introduced. And our request, I guess, is that all of the current ones, so it'd be 5 in this case, just stay until the end of this year. And my logic is that they came about because of the hardship that we're facing, and that hardship has not gone away. So logically, instead of it being tier yellow or it's costing this much, and I totally understand that there's an impact to everyone for everything, but our impact hasn't let up. And just to give you kind of an idea, would be the free parking after 5 and the free parking for Saturday and Sunday. That additional cost to the parking district is $178,000. We have lost a number of tenants, and just one tenant, the rent loss for one tenant for 6 months that we have lost due to COVID is more than $178,000. And that's one tenant in one building. And so I just wanted to give you an idea of, totally understand that it's impactful, but it's also very impactful for us as well, because we can't get, that tenant's gone for good. I also wanted to make the point that just because we're opening up doesn't mean that we're in recovery. I would guess that, it's not, recovery probably won't take place until the end of this year, just because people can come to restaurants and can, shop and can go to the movies, doesn't mean they will. And we've already been noticing that. So I just really am pleading for this. It's a really big deal for our buildings. And it's just in place to the end of this year. And then of course, you'll revisit it then. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Natalie. That's the last live public comment that I saw. Did we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
No, we did not.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back. Councilmember Fleming, if you'd like to put a motion on the table.
I was thinking more on the floor, but I can put one on the table. Just kidding. Okay. I'd like to move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing the extension of a temporary reduction and waiver of certain parking fees through December 31, 2021, and waive further reading of the text.
I'll second.
Do we have any questions, comments about the motion? I just will say I've heard from a number of the different businesses that this is of huge importance to them to be able to extend this through the end of the year, all of the different fees. And I'm excited for us to do that. I also understand, Kim, that you're making do with what you can with your limited budget in the enterprise fund. And we obviously know how important our parking assets are to the future success of our community, including our development deals that we have downtown and obviously ongoing business as well. So I just want to put it out there for you, Kim, that if this is the type of item that we need to backfill with some of those recovery funds or rescue funds, I'd hope that you would bring that to the council in our discussion in a couple of weeks. But in the short term, this is economic development from my perspective, for us to make this sort of investment in our downtown, and that can come from an appropriate place if the enterprise fund is not the most appropriate. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment, and thank you for yours, Mayor. It really needs to be stated how hard Kim has worked, she and her team, to balance the needs of the merchants, the putting off the deferred maintenance yet again on the garages. This will have an impact, as she mentioned. It is not every parking director that has been able to make those kinds of balances. And I honor her effort, and it's ongoing and it's painful. And parking is not, it is often talked about, usually negatively, and it is not a sexy topic. But Kim, you and your team have really done yeoman's work when it comes to satisfying the needs of the merchants, while at the same time allowing their customers to come down and enjoy the downtown without some of the impacts that the past has made on the shoppers. So thank you for that effort. Thank you for bringing this item to us and for being willing to continue the gift, if you will, of free parking. Because in essence, there is no free parking, and you've done a good job of making us believe there is. So thank you very much.
And Councilmember, I wanted to do a point of clarification on your motion because there are a couple of different options here. Your motion, was it to extend all current fee waivers, which is the $386,000?
I am simply reading the motion in front of me, the resolution here. If there's a different resolution that you were hoping to have me read, I would need to be provided with that, but I just pulled the resolution from the agenda.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, the resolution that is in your packet attaches, it's the addendum 3 that is attached to the resolution that sets out what is being waived. And the one that is included in the council packet will provide first hour free in each of the garages. And I'd ask Director Nadeau to correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that it's just for those, the first hour in each of the garages.
And that's why I asked for the clarification.
And that's what I see. I can read the whole text if you like, but that's when I scroll down and look at it, that's what I'm reading.
So, yeah, I was going to say that is, I think the mayor was asking clarification that was your intent and not to waive the other fees that members of the public mentioned.
My intention is, I wish the resolution that I have in front of me doesn't have a number on it. I wish I could read the number just so that we are all in agreement, but it is my intent to read the resolution that is attached to the council packet that provides for the first hour free, basically continuing the what we've been doing. Would you like me to read the whole thing?
No, that is not necessary for you to read the whole thing. There were just, there were other options that the director mentioned, but the department's recommendation, her recommendation, the department's recommendation is just for those first hour free in the garages. So that is what is presented.
So we're all in alignment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And the reason that I asked for the clarification is my preference, and this is part of what I brought up, why I brought up backfilling, is my preference is to extend all current fee waivers, not just the first hour free at garages, temporary parklet fees, mobile app. I'd like to keep what has been keeping businesses afloat in place through the holidays and into the new year. And so my understanding is that the resolution that was read is the one that would cost $208,000 and be limited to first hour free at garages, temporary parking fee waiver, and mobile app. My intention is to vote for the one that's $386,000, which is an extension of all current fee waivers.
Did I get a second?
Go ahead.
Did I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Sorry, you're seconding what I put on forward. So, Mayor, are you making another motion, or are you asking for a friendly amendment?
I'll ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay. I would like to bring, when is it that we're going to talk about the, when would this go into effect?
This would go into effect,
Well, it would just not expire on July 31.
It's intended to expire on July 1st currently, and our discussion about the one-time funds is 2 weeks later. So if we wait until that discussion, there will be a 2-week gap.
Yeah. Well, I don't really like making decisions under the gun like this, but I don't want to put our merchants in a bad place. You know, generally speaking, I'm not inclined to the free parking comes with significant costs. But for the sake of continuity and under the special circumstances, I'll accept the amendment.
And will the second accept the amendment?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to now extend all current fee waivers, which is $386,000. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, we'll go back and we'll do some of our procedural elements of our council meeting now. We have no proclamations, so we'll see if we have any brief staff briefings.
Yes, Mayor Rogers, we do have a COVID-19 update. The national study to track and detect COVID-19 viral strains in local wastewater is one of the updates. Santa Rosa Water is one of 320 wastewater treatment plants participating in a national study to track COVID-19 in wastewater. The study is funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Center for Disease Control. There is no cost to the city to participate. On Monday, June 7th, Santa Rosa Water sent its first wastewater sample to BioBot Analytics, a research analytics firm that is leading the study. One wastewater sample will be submitted and analyzed each week for 9 weeks. BioBot Analytics will use the data for national statistics and to detect the locations and spread of specific viral strains. The analytics firm will provide Santa Rosa Water with the weekly results, and that will be shared with the Sonoma County Public Health Department. The update on the Sonoma County COVID-19 vaccinations. Sonoma County's COVID vaccine supply is plentiful and currently available to everyone 12 years and older, regardless of insurance or citizenship status. Currently, 74% of the county's eligible population has been partially vaccinated, and 65% has been fully vaccinated. There are many opportunities in Sonoma County to receive a vaccination, including pop-up clinics and events. Sonoma County Cura Project, CURA, is hosting 2 wellness events in Santa Rosa this weekend where residents can get vaccinated. The first event is on Saturday, June 26th from 11 to 5 p.m. at La Plaza, located at 850 West 9th Street. The second event is on Sunday, June 27th from 2 to 5 p.m. at the Arlene Francis Center, located at 99 6th Street in Santa Rosa. For more information, please visit laplazancc.org. That's laplazancc.org. And remember, Santa Rosa City Bus offers fare-free transportation for anyone traveling to a vaccination appointment within the city limits. Vaccination destination shuttle that operates between the downtown Transit Mall and Grace Pavilion vaccination site at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds is available through the end of the month, June 30th.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll go on to item 7.2.
And I don't know if Magali is still here or not.
I saw her pop on.
There she is. She stayed up. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, members of the council. Magali Theus, Director of Community Engagement here, providing an update for the Community Empowerment Plan. So really quickly, with Let's Connect SR, this was launched this month, and we're currently testing out the site with several community groups. We're looking to see if the site is easy to navigate and provide community members with an opportunity to test engagement tools. We're also utilizing this as an opportunity to see if there are questions that community members have about the site before doing a full launch. The projects featured are the Multicultural Roots Project, the Mary Lou Lowrider, the Community Alliance on Remote Education Care, a project of the SRPD. The full site launch will be complete next month, and if community could just go to letsconnectsr.com to view the site and to explore the projects currently in the queue. Under About Let's Connect SR, please let us know the other projects or city issues you'd like to see featured on the site. The Citizens Guidebook to Participating in Local Government and Videos. The guidebook is in its final editing stage. Once completed, it will go through to a graphic designer for the layout. The Civic 101 videos, the scripts are completed and in review and also being translated. Afterwards, they'll be sent to FTA Productions to create the final videos once the aforementioned is complete. The Community Empowerment Plan feedback loop. This was goal 3 of the Community Empowerment Plan. Community engagement staff is currently working on developing a feedback loop process for the community listening sessions to meet goal 3 of the plan. This process will be used to follow up with community on what the city has done with feedback from the listening sessions. The follow-up process will also serve as a model for other city projects once completed, and we will be re-engaging listening session groups once the feedback loop process is established. The Mary Lou Lowrider filming began on June 17th for the short documentary on the Mary Lou. FTA Productions conducted interviews with city staff and elected officials involved with the project, as well as members of the Sonoma County Lowrider Council. We are working with the City Attorney's Office to develop and finalize our MOU. We purchased the hydraulic system as well as other parts needed for the conversion to begin. And lastly, the crisis response team, in light of the recent uptick in gun violence in our communities, the Violence Prevention Partnership is in the process of creating a VPP crisis response team where this is community neighborhood safety was a prevalent theme in the Community Empowerment Plan report, and we'll be working with our partners to formulate a response team composed of the VPP team and direct service providers to address the various needs and healing process for neighborhoods after a community violence incident occurs. Some of the partners will be nonprofits, mental health providers, as well as our partners in education. We will have more to come on this, and that is the end of my report.
Thank you so much, Director, and thank you for sticking with us. I know it's late in not getting as much attention as it probably deserves, but just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work and the team's hard work. I know it's something pretty special that we're working on here. Councilor, are there any questions? All right, thank you so much. Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, we have our City Manager and City Attorney reports. Who wants to go first?
I have nothing to report this evening.
I also have nothing to report this evening.
Okay, we'll go on to public comment on these items, and I apologize, and Councilmember Schwedem was whispering in my ear. We also have to take public comment on item number 7. Let's start with item number 7 and see if there's anyone in the public. And I do not see any hands. Did we have any pre-recorded voicemails on item 7?
No, we do not.
All right, we'll move on to item number 8. I don't see any hands. And did we have any pre-recorded voicemails for that one?
No, we do not.
Okay. Mayors and council member reports. Is there anyone who would like to give a report? I'll give a very brief one. Tomorrow, SMART anticipates having its 2 millionth rider. It's a monumental milestone for them, and so all day, if folks ride the train, they'll be potentially eligible to win prizes. Outside of that, we also have passes that were given to SMART board members to give out to the public for folks who have not had a chance to ride the train and would like to take a free trip. So if you are interested, go ahead and reach out to me. I'd be happy to hook people up with that so that you get a chance to experience the train. And that's all I'm going to have on my report. We have no minutes. We did consent. So we will go on to item 17, which is our public comment for non-agenda items. I'm looking to see if there's any hands. If you're interested in providing live public comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom or hit *9. I'm not seeing any, so let's go on to our voicemail pre-recorded comments.
Hello, my name is Terry Moon. I'm a Sonoma County resident, and I'm calling regarding non-agenda item number 13. I want to urge the City Council to support the fiber to the premises so that we can have stop the 5G and have safer technology to protect us and also bridge the digital divide at the same time. And all of this is much safer in the wind, and I think that it could really support us with the climate change. So any funds that it might require, I know we have some climate change money available for that, so I would urge you to consider putting those two together. We got to solve all this, put these pieces of the puzzle together in a way that's going to work and keep everybody safe. And I think that fiber to the premises would do that. So, and for many, many other reasons. But for the sake of time, I will stop there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joanna Meekan. I'm calling regarding non-agenda item number 13. I'm calling because I just want to go over some points that I think are really important for our small cell policy that I know is going to be presented to the City Council soon. I want to make sure that the city, not telecom, takes on the responsibility of periodic RF radiation testing of small cells, and then it will be done on a regular basis and at different times of the day. I also support fiber to the premises, and I think that it's really important that the city does its own research to see how this can be profitable for the city and help bridge the digital divide. And it will allow faster, more secure, reliable, energy-efficient internet. I would also want the city to look into if small cell facilities are co-located, that there needs to be a setback of at least 100 feet from residential dwellings. This would really ensure safety for all of the residents, and especially in co-located areas where it's a high-density population area. And we also don't need 5G small cells for a fire or an emergency. Our existing 3G and 4G infrastructure for text and voice is more than adequate and doesn't involve the 24/7 exposure to radiation in our neighborhoods. I really hope the City Council really takes into account all of these points when reviewing the small cell policy in the next few weeks and keeps its constituents in mind. Thank you.
Agenda 13. Hello,
My name is Mary Dahl. This is my 5th time I've addressed the City Council regarding the cell tower, which was installed on the corner of 439 Calistoga Road in Rincon Valley. I'm trying to prepare my presentation while in the throes of yet another severe reaction to the radio frequency radiation emitting from said tower that was turned on July 2018. It is so evident that the past City Council of 2017, without my knowledge, permitted said tower, and to also the present City Council, they don't really care how the RFR affects me and the citizens of Santa Rosa. You have fallen short of protecting us, which has impacted so many of us to the point of slowly killing us. You don't listen to us as you are so intimidated by the almighty dollar and the cell tower companies who say there is no known health issues related to RFR. Sure, they are going to say that, yet they know about health issues, but are so powerful and can squash any information to the contrary. They are lying as there are multiple health issues. I know. I suffer with it 24/7, 3 years now and counting. Is the City Council prepared to pay restitution to those affected by RFR for the rest of the person's life? The monies you receive from them wouldn't even begin to cover any lawsuits, etc., that may arise. I've been in my home 51 years. The RFR in my home ranges from 4,000 to 8,000 microwatts per square meter and up. For 3 years, I have been able to live in 90% of my home. I have been able to do decent house cleaning, and gardening is out of the question. The microwatts per square meter ranges from 15,000 and up in my yards. Are you willing to pay house cleaning and yard work for me? Again, the entire situation has caused me great distress. My physical well-being and comfort in my whole home and yards has been ruined. It is a living hell and is not getting any better, only worse. I still hold everyone accountable, City Council members, past, present, and future, and cell tower companies for my health issues, well-being, property value decline stemming from the cell towers. I hope you have truly listened to my presentation and taken it to heart. You are to protect and serve the citizens, not destroy them. Each time a permit for a cell tower is granted, it is like a very slow death sentence. Are you willing to help us or destroy us with more cell tower permits in residential areas? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Landry Purcell. I'm commenting on non-agenda item number 13. I actually live in Petaluma, California, but I work frequently in Santa Rosa. My husband and I are considering relocating. We will not relocate to a place that has small cells close to homes and schools. In Petaluma, we have really good setbacks here because we understand the hazards of non-ionizing EMF radiation. The science is really showing that there are a lot of hazards, and it's really important that you have setbacks that are at least 100 feet from residential dwellings. Fiber to the premises is actually the way to solve the digital divide. It's faster, it's safer, it's more secure. People can still use wireless in their homes, but there's no need to have a 5G tower right in front of your window emitting radiation 24/7 and impacting your children's health. And so that's my comment. Actually, I'm a funder, an environmental health funder, and I fund research on EMF radiation as well as heavy metals and pesticides. So I work with top scientists in the world on this issue, and I can put you guys in touch with any of them who can talk about why this rollout is irresponsible as it's currently being proposed by the telecom companies. My number, 707-658-2847. I'm the president of a group called FACTS, Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Orlene Kurla. I am part of the group Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. I'm also president of Eagle Forum of Sonoma County, and I'm calling about the non-agenda item number 13, referring to the small cell policy that the city of Santa Rosa has. I'd like to make 4 comments. First of all, request that it is really the city's responsibility to periodically test the RF radiation of the small cells we have. It should not be the telecom industry's responsibility. Our city council members should realize that this is really their responsibility to make sure of the safety of our city people. And any resident living within 300 feet of a small cell facility should be able to request that that radiation level be tested. And these results should be made available for anyone who wants to find out about them. Two, if there is a small cell on a pole, the setback needs, if there's more than one small cell on a pole, which sometimes there's as many as 3, the setback needs to be at least 100 feet away from any residence, any church, any school, because this is a really high level of radiation. Number 3, we support fiber to the premise. The city is looking into that. It would actually be much safer, and it would provide faster, more secure, reliable energy efficiency, and safer, especially if the wind is blowing. Number 4, we don't want or need 5G small cells. 3G or 4G are perfectly good. I've actually written a book about 5G, and I know how dangerous it can be. My book is called Whoa, Nelly, and if anyone is interested, it can be found at booksfortruth.com. I believe that 5G small cells are, and especially in a fire hazard, are really dangerous. And as we know, Santa Rosa had a very difficult fire season, both in 2017 and again last year. And so I urge us not to have 5G. And 5G is also really just being used for faster data collection. We don't really need that either. Thank you. I appreciate your listening to this and hope that you will especially take the responsibility yourselves to be in charge of all of this small cell technology for our city and not to rely on the telecom industry.
Hello, my name is Sydney Cox, and I'm a member of Safe Tech for Santa Rosa, and this is for Agenda 13. I'd like to start by thanking Gabe Osborne, your Deputy Director of Developmental Services, for all his hard and careful work on the small cell ordinance that will be voted on next week. The ordinance reflects several years of effort by Mr. Osborne with input from many concerned citizens. We feel Mr. Osborne has done the best job possible given the increasing demands by telecom companies such as Verizon and AT&T and the restrictive edicts handed down by the FCC. Given all that, I must add some of my feelings that deeply disturb me. I have an internationally recognized and well-calibrated RF meter, the Safe and Sound Pro 2, that measures radio frequency levels and values of microwatts per meter squared. I've taken readings at different distances from small cells on utility poles in 5 neighborhoods in Santa Rosa. One location was on 4th Street, and the others are in neighborhoods with single-family homes, Lomitas Avenue, Brigham Avenue, King Street, and Monteverde Drive. I have also done measurements from macro towers with multiple antenna. Building biologists and thousands of scientific studies agree that the U.S. FCC standards for RF radiation are exceedingly high, totally unreasonable, and unsafe, and they are currently being sued in federal court for their outdated standards from 1996. But as it is now, these FCC levels are what are used to limit the exposure on the general population. Building biology precautions recommend anything over 1,000 microwatts per meter squared for sleeping levels to be considered extreme concern. The Bioinitiative Report guidelines first adopted in 2012 state a precautionary target of only 3 to 6 microwatts per meter squared, not in the thousands. So here are my readings. Directly under the small cell, the levels are generally the smallest, although by no means safe, anywhere from 2,500 to 36,000 microwatts per meter squared. At 50 feet, they are 22,000 to 86,000, and at 100 feet, 12,400 to 250,000 microwatts per meter squared. That last reading was done twice since I thought it was too high for a 100-foot distance, thinking it must have been an anomaly, so I took it again a few days later, and to my shock, it maxed out at 280,000. I was able to enter one of the homes, 5110 Monteverde, and the RF levels in the kitchen maxed out at 11,500 with levels close to 4,000 in the woman's bedroom where she sleeps. Her house is 42 feet away from the bottom of the small cell pole. By contrast, the macro towers I have measured have ranged from 20,000 to 113,000 microwatts per meter squared at similar distances. How can small cells give off more intensity than a macro tower? I must note that my meter does not measure millimeter waves above 8 gigahertz that Verizon also broadcasts. Their small cells emit a mixture of all frequencies from the lower bands, 3G and 4G, to the higher bands, 28 gigahertz to 39 gigahertz. Right now, there are no consumer meters that measure millimeter waves, although companies are working on creating them. I share this info with you so you understand the
Hello, my name is Richard Boyd, and this is a comment for Agenda Item 13. I'm a resident of Sonoma County who has a deep interest in what is being planned for Santa Rosa. Specifically, I have been following the rather frightening progression of wireless infrastructure for over 5 years. I recently visited a small cell facility at 5110 Monteverde and found it has a metal sign affixed to the pole which states, RF exposure near antennas may exceed FCC general population maximum exposure limit. Workers should maintain a minimum approach distance of 20 feet. Well, what about someone who lives near this pole and is being exposed 24/7 to this radiation? Granted, levels of 20 feet are bad, but recent meter readings with my meters show that greater distances can be even worse. There is a way around this problem, though. I strongly support the city's interest in establishing a municipal fiber network to bridge the digital divide and bring fiber to dense city locations as well as more rural and underserved neighborhoods. Fiber is by far the safest, fastest, and most weather-resilient answer to mitigating dangerous small cell radiation pollution. I also support a ban on co-locating small cells on the poles, as this will double the dangerous emissions to neighboring residences. Certainly a setback of several hundred feet to residences should be required if there are to be co-locations. Finally, it is mandatory that the city hire building biologists not tied to telecom who will take regular RF readings of small cell emissions and make these numbers public. They need to be taken at different times of day and at different locations, fronts, sides, 50 feet, 100 feet, and so forth. And residents should be able to request these readings whenever necessary, as they are often the first to feel the upgrades that telecom is surely planning. It must be noted that some people are undoubtedly more sensitive to RF radiation than others. Just as some people have a slight allergy to peanuts or none at all, even one peanut can cause life-threatening reactions in others. However, medical research has shown unequivocally that biological damage can result from RF radiation, even if the individual is not aware it is happening. Going forward, I urge you to adhere to the most careful precautionary principles possible. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Catherine Dodd. I'm calling on item number 13. Mayor Rogers and City Council members, I'm a registered nurse representing the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, and I live in zip code 95403. We testified in December of 2019 and in every subsequent City Council meeting about strategic planning to make comments on the need for a safe wireless telecom ordinance for the City of Santa Rosa and to emphasize the importance of the city investing any new dollars, federal infrastructure dollars, in wired broadband to the premises, not just to the driveway, which becomes a giveaway to corporate wireless carriers. Sonoma County just passed broadband planning legislation. Governor Newsom is investing $7 billion in broadband fiber. Santa Rosa must invest in last mile fiber to the premises. This will eliminate the digital divide because it will regulate access and cost. Increasing unregulated, expensive wireless is not affordable in low-income neighborhoods and will not eliminate the digital divide. After 19 months, it's our understanding that an ordinance is being drafted for your consideration. We hope that this will be voted on and not delayed further. Residents rely on local government to protect their safety and well-being. The ordinance must include unannounced monitoring of radio frequency emissions at least semi-annually and upon request. If emissions are higher than FCC rules, the antennas must be removed. We must ensure protection from unnecessary radio frequency radiation, which causes a host of acute symptoms, which can be disabling. Because of that, all antennas must have in their contract a clause that they are ADA compliant and that they hold the city harmless from any and all ADA liability, as well as from liability including fire. Antennas must include setbacks for schools, daycare facilities, parks, health facilities, and residences. As more and more antennas will be located on existing antennas, and littering our skyline, we need setbacks that need to be at least 100 feet. We should all be able to go outside and look out the window and see sky, not antennas. That's why we live here and not in the city. Lastly, technology is changing quickly, so similar to Sonoma City, please adopt their language that all facilities should require a conditional use permit as well as an encroachment permit and should be reopened every 3 to 5 years. As you know, we're in fire season. We don't need extra wires and antennas blowing around, which are known fire hazards. Again, wired to the premises won't cause fires and is safer in fires. Don't let the carriers mislead you. We don't need 5G in emergencies, which is for data and video. Our existing 3 and 4G structures are what we use for emergency communication. We love our nixels. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, this is for non-agenda item number 13. My name is Tom Laporta from Santa Rosa. This is what we need in the telecommunications ordinance, which is to be voted on June 29th. The city, not the telecom, should take on the responsibility of periodic RF testing of small cells, and it should be done on a regular, unannounced basis and at different times of the day. Any concerned resident who lives near a small cell facility should be able to request RF testing. The results should also be available on the city's website. If small cell facilities are co-located, more than one antenna on the same pole, the setback needs to be at least 100 feet from residential dwellings. Right now, the draft ordinance specifies only a 50-foot setback from residential dwellings, and the same for co-located small cells. Telecom claims that such a restrictive setback in the majority of Santa Rosa creates an effective prohibition of wireless services. This telecom claim will need to play out in the courts on a state and federal level as it's open to interpretation. Next item, I support fiber to the premises. The city and county are actually looking into the feasibility of a municipal fiber network, which would bring money into the city as well as help bridge the digital divide, especially to underserved and rural areas. Fiber to the premises is faster, more secure, reliable, energy efficient, and safer in the wind. Do we really want 10-year-long permits on these 5G antenna when the city may establish a municipal fiber network? Perhaps 2 or 3-year permits are more appropriate. Finally, the vague language in the draft ordinance under limited exceptions to the design and location standards give the telecoms too much leverage to site these antenna in front of homes. What is the definition of technically invisible? Good question. Thank you.
Non-agenda item 13. My name is Jennifer Laporta. I'm with Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. The telecommunications ordinance is to be voted on 6/29, and this is what we need. 1, the city, not telecom companies, should take on the responsibility of periodic RF radiation testing of wireless antenna, and it should be done on a regular, unannounced basis and at different times of the day. Any concerned resident who lives near a small cell facility should be able to request RF testing. The results should be available on the city website. 2, if small cell facilities are co-located more than one on the same pole, the setback needs to be at least 100 feet from residential dwellings. Right now, the draft ordinance specifies only a 50-foot setback from residential dwellings, and the same for co-located small cells. Note that Petaluma and San Anselmo have 500-foot setbacks to residential dwellings. Telecom claims that such a restrictive setback in the majority of Santa Rosa creates an effective prohibition of wireless services. This telecom claim will need to play out in the courts on a state or federal level as it's open to interpretation. The issue is this: what comprises wireless services? Is it talk and text, or must it include streaming? Streaming is not necessary in an emergency. Only talk and text are, which we already get from 3G and 4G. 3, let's support fiber to the premises. The city and county are actually looking into the feasibility of a municipal fiber network which would bring money into the city and county, as well as help bridge the digital divide, especially to underserved and rural areas. Fiber to the premises is faster, more secure, reliable, energy efficient, safer in the wind, and safer in terms of radiation emissions. 4, since the city is looking into municipal broadband, do we really want 10-year-long permits for these 5G antenna? 2 to 3 year permits makes more sense. 5, we don't need 5G small cells in a fire or emergency. Our existing 3 and 4G infrastructure for talk and text is more than adequate and does not involve 24/7 exposure to harmful radiation in residential areas. Overloaded utility poles caused the Malibu Canyon fire in 2007. Look, the underlying goal of 5G is to harvest data and spy on us. 6, the vague language in the draft ordinance under, quote, limited exceptions to design and location standards, unquote, give the telecoms too much leverage to site these antenna in front of homes. What is the definition of technically infeasible? I'm guessing none of you would like a 5G antenna in front of your home, and I sure would not.
Mayor, that concludes voice message public comment on item 13 and 17.
All right, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, do we have anything else? Great. With that, we are adjourned.